Nestled in the foothills of the North Georgia mountains, race fans, welcome to Atlanta Motorsports Park Karting Complex for today's Round 7 of our 2023 Championship Series. I'm John Matthews, joined by Charles Head. At this time, we're going to have our opening ceremonies, and Charles will lead us in our invocation.
And let us all pray. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the opportunity to be at this great racing facility. We ask you to keep all of our drivers and the crews and the staff safe today. And we ask you to give us a great day of racing and fun. We ask you to continue to bless us as you have in the past. And we thank you for all the things that you have blessed us with. In Christ's name we ask it. Amen.
Thank you, Charles. We ask that you remain standing for the playing of our national anthem, the Star Spangled Banner. Charles, what a beautiful sight, seeing Old Glory bustling in the wind atop Flag Hill here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And we're going to see 2 rounds of racing action, Charles, round 7 of our championship series this year.
Yeah, it's great to see all these kids and adults out here racing as we get set for round number 7. You see some action over on the main track as well today. We got main track action as well as kart track, so we might be taking a sneak peek over there throughout the day to see what's going on over at the main track with some of those exotic cars.
Actually, good foreshadowing there, Charles. We will see 2 of the races, the downforce races that they'll have at the main track. Race fans, most of the action today will be at the kart track you see in your picture now. This is a 1-mile, 17-turn track designed by Herman Tilke. When we look at the main track, that's a 2-mile Herman Tilke design featuring 16 corners. Both of these tracks have a ton of elevation, and that helps make AMP what is so unique, Charles. We noticed that when they drop down through turn 16 and 17. And, of course, the signature turn on the kart track here, turn number 2, drivers will descend 3 stories, go into a U-turn, and immediately head back up the hill that they just came hurtling down.
And there's a lot of action that happens at that point on the racetrack. Of course, also down in turn number 8, 9, that complex of 8, 9, and 10. We'll see a lot of things happening there. That's one of the great passing zones here. And drivers will tell you up toward turn 14, that is not a passing zone, but we see a lot of passing happening at that particular place. So I got a feeling we're going to see some more of that happen today. Some of the drivers, Alyssa Vasquez comes to mind. She has made so many passes. As a matter of fact, I see her walking by our doorway right now. She has made so many passes in that area on the racetrack. Even though you don't consider that a passing spot on the racetrack, we'll see a lot of it happening today.
Absolutely, Charles. So as we have mentioned, this is round 7 of the championship series. This is the penultimate race of the series. We will wrap
penultimate,
things,
I like that word.
Getting the words in early. We will wrap up the Kart Championship Series with the final race, race number 8, on Saturday, October 14th. So race fans, if you're watching this, whether it's on Facebook Live or YouTube, we just ask that you give us a like and Put a comment down in the comment section where you are viewing from today. We know we have viewers from across the country and around the world, and we just welcome you in to our little humble racetrack here in Dawsonville, Georgia.
Well, you know, you mentioned that October 14th. It's a good thing. I just found out that date. Thank you for telling me that. We scheduled our 30th anniversary trip for the 11th through the 13th. So we'll be back in time to be back up here on Saturday. Now, I won't tell Debbie that was the reason. But anyway, that's exactly why.
That's 29 plus years of wisdom there, Charles,
Yeah.
to not mention that.
And just so you know, she's not watching the YouTube feed right now. Alyssa Vasquez is here. Alyssa, we were talking just a moment ago about turn 14. That little complex through there is not considered a passing zone, but we have seen you pass so many carts there. Tell us why that's such a great place for you.
Ooh, I mean, I don't know how to explain it really. I mean, it's just all about taking chances and diving down underneath them when they're not expecting it.
So it's a passing zone if the other guy's not expecting it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we've seen you do it a number of times, and you're starting on the pole today,
Yes,
so you won't have to pass anybody in the meantime. Now, somebody may get by you, though.
Yes, sir. If someone gets by me, I'm just really going to stick behind them, drive, try to get away from the pack, then last 2 laps, then I'll try to make a move for it.
Well, and Alyssa, we have a bunch of different classes racing today. What class or classes will you be participating in?
In the LO206 Junior.
Okay. And race fans, LO206, one of the most exciting classes. As Alyssa hinted, they draft a little bit, so no one can really get away. The shots we're seeing here from our drone cam, these are the tag masters warming up. In our 2 rounds, we'll have a 10-lap pre-final that will set the grid for the 12-lap final later in the afternoon. Now, Alyssa, you're coming a little later, being an LO206 Junior. What do you do right now to prepare? Is it just you're going to grab some lunch and relax for a little bit?
Yes, sir, that's about it. Grab some lunch. If there's some fine tweaking I need to do to the cart, I'll work on that, then tire pressure, and then I'll just chill until it's time to race.
Okay.
John, I had the pleasure of having Alyssa on a recent champ show, and we were talking, and I did not know the entire story at that time, but you're racing for a very special reason today.
Yes, sir.
You want to talk a little bit about that?
Racing for the cure for my mom. She had breast cancer. She has passed in the last 2 weeks. It was expected, but she's not in pain anymore, so that's good. But just racing for the cure to make people more aware of breast cancer awareness.
Well, we certainly appreciate your efforts in doing that. Our sympathies go to you and your dad and all the family, and we hope you have a good day out here in her memory today.
Yes, sir.
Alyssa Vasquez, you can check her out. She'll be in the pink driving suit, pink helmet, pink cart. She's back in her cart today, so check her out here on the race course when the LO206 Juniors hit the racetrack.
Well, Charles, we're seeing one of the wonderful drone shots we will have throughout the course of the day, race fans. The black object in the middle is the water tower. Wrapped around that is turn 4.
That's
of the main
kind of
track.
a new thing here at
Yes,
Atlanta
a little
Motorsports
bit
Park.
new.
Yeah.
That's the turn 4, modeled after the carousel at Germany's Nuremberg Ring. So that's what you see in the foreground. The kart track wraps around that in the background on the far right of your screen. That's the turn 16, 17 complex. And just off to the left is where the back straight comes down to turn number 9. Both of those can be exciting passing zones. This is a close-up of turn 16 and 17. Actually, you can see from this shot, Charles, look at the elevation change. Even in this turn, this isn't one of the big hills, but this is one of many folds in the elevation here. The drivers will come down that straightaway in 16, hard on the brakes, into almost a hairpin, and then they want to get hard on the gas for 17 as they head back up towards the start-finish line.
And, of course, we see a lot of karts winding up in 16 and 17 in the tire barrier over there. That's one of those places where it's a little bit off camber. You come, especially when you're coming to the finish line, and you come off that corner really trying to get all you can, and sometimes you wind up just a little stout and wind up in that tire barrier coming to the checkered flag.
And at 17, I have seen some drivers in practice, they were putting up little puffs of red clay dust when they went around that corner. Shades of what you might see at Road Atlanta, where you see that happening.
Shades of what you and I might see on a Saturday night on a normal basis,
yes.
right?
Now, we do have over 130 carts on hand today. 10 of them will be the shifter carts that will conclude our race program. So, race fans, you are in for an excellent show. On the right of the screen, you can see some actioning happening on the main track. That looks like our Miata action. We'll be focusing on the downforce class when they race. Beautiful scenery here. As we mentioned, we're nestled in the foothills of the North Georgia Mountains, about 3 miles west of the city proper of Dawsonville, a
Of the
city
Georgia
famed.
Racing Hall of Fame.
Yes,
Yeah.
famed, a city famed in not just Georgia racing, but really in NASCAR's history.
Sure.
Off on the far side, you see the new condos that are going in, and then all the pit and trailers and setups for all of the teams sort of arrayed out around the outer works of the property here.
Some new parking area over there. I was privileged to park in that new parking area over there today. So
wait a minute, I didn't get to park. I had to park way out in the boonies today,
you
Charles.
didn't get the special Champions Grandstand parking pass?
I did not. I did not, Charles. Race fans, we do want to let you know some of the staff that is helping make today's race program possible. Our producer this afternoon will be Michaela Denny. Our director is Mikey Lane. Working on our cameras today, we have Ethan Denny, Christian Kwiatkowski, Jim Abbott, and Kelvin Mbuga. Our drone pilots for the afternoon, we have Jeff Farver and Killboy, Daryl Cannon. They'll be bringing you all of the action. And Charles, one thing we have for the first here at the kart track to look forward to, we will have a helmet cam in a couple of our races. Danny May will be having a camera on his helmet. He's racing in the LO206 Master Group as well as in Tag Master. So we'll see how it looks, race fans. We're excited to show you really a first-person view of what it's like to be in the field. You will feel the hills, you will feel the bumps across this 1 mile track.
Well, getting ready to see if we get a good green flag start. Found out something interesting about Danny May, and I will tell you about that as the race day goes on. John, very interesting ties that I have with Danny May. Did not even know it till this past week. All right, let's check them out and see if we get a green flag start. I believe they wait. I did not see the green flag. No,
they're going awfully slow there. So this is our Tag Master class. Tag stands for touch and go. These are two-stroke engines, so when they get on the gas, you might see those bluish plumes come out of the exhaust pipe. These are the second fastest class of cars here. Next to our the shifter class is a faster class. These are water-cooled engines, so they have a small radiator right to the left side of the driver. The engine sits behind the right sort of elbow of the driver.
And we see a regular name here at Atlanta Motorsports Park starting on the pole for this one, Jose Garcia in the 00. Now, is he going to be able to hold off some of those guys behind him? We'll find out. Let's see if we get a good start this time. Green flag is in the air, and we are heading down to turn 1, John.
So down into turn 1, and here it is, that signature turn as they race downhill on the brakes into turn number 2. And there you can see that elevation change. The drivers charge back up towards turn 3. And for the first time this afternoon, cars at speed sweep by our vantage point through turn 4 and 5 and then down into the S's.
Well, Jake Fetter has pulled out to an early lead over Jose Garcia. Eugene Panenko is right there behind him. They head to that area now. This is a good passing zone. Of course, everybody right now staying in line in this early lap of this race.
Once again, this is a 10-lap pre-final for our Tag Master class. Where the drivers finish in this, that will determine where they start in the 12-lap final later in the afternoon.
We'll get that running order whenever they cross the line this time as they work their way off turn number 17. Everybody pretty much snaking in the same line as they come by there. Fetter is your leader. Panenko has moved up to second spot. He got around Jose Garcia in turn number 2. We saw that pass earlier. So Garcia is now back to third with Craig Foster in fourth. And Danny May, I did not see him show up on the scoring.
He may be in Tag Senior, not Master. That's a mistake
Gotcha.
from earlier. So our top two just about nose to tail down this back straightaway, and now we see a move to the inside. It looks like Fetter is going to lose the lead here to Eugene. Help me with the name, Charles.
Panenko.
Panenko. So Panenko in the red cart out to the lead here on the second lap.
Yeah, Eugene's got that colorful fairing on his cart as well as a colorful driving suit and helmet, so we can certainly keep our eye on Eugene. He brings it off turn number 16. They work their way down into 17. They use all of the racetrack all the way out to the rumble strips, and Panenko is now your race leader. Fetter back in second spot. Jose, fastest lap of the race so far. Jose's holding on to third position. Right now, we've got our drivers working their way up the hill in turn number 2. Now they head off. They're in 4 as they go by our vantage point here. You saw Jose Garcia working his way in his line, trying to get as much momentum as possible as he worked his way down toward the kink. Now he's closed in a little bit. That seemed to prove profitable for Jose as he's now tightened up a little bit. He's trying to catch that duo that's up front. They go up the elevated hill toward turn 14.
There you can see Panenko maybe get a little bit loose through turn 14, but it doesn't cost him much track position. Feder 1 or 2 kart lengths back. Jose Garcia trying to reel in the top duo. But Charles, at least for right now, if Feder finishes in second spot, he would be on the front row for the final later today. So he doesn't have maximum urgency to try to get by Panenko. Maybe content right now just to follow and learn.
Yeah, there are no podium finishes in a pre-final. That only comes up for the final a little later in the day. Right now they're down in the kink once again. That's an area where they're wide open, full throttle, and obviously nobody wants to try to pass in that area because that's just a little too treacherous. But they set themselves up going into turn number 10 through the S's there as Panenko and Feder bring it through there. Jose still trying to catch that group, but he's falling a little farther behind on this lap.
Speaking of further behind, it's a long way back from Garcia to Craig Foster, who is running in 4th. So Jose would really have the motivation to try to make a pass here. He would love to start the final on the front row right now. Otherwise, he would be in the second row, so he'd have more traffic between him and the finish. So you can tell Garcia will be motivated to try to get up to second or first.
Yeah, he started on the front row in the beginning of this pre-final. That didn't work out well for him. He soon got passed down in turn 2, and that put him back to 3rd spot, although the top 2 positions have changed since that first lap. So it's Feder who started this on the pole. He is in second position right now as Panenko got by him just a few moments ago. Now those 2 guys are still running about the same lap times because they're staying glued together as they come up through the hill in 14, and Jose pedaling for all he's got, trying to catch those 2 guys out front.
52-second lap times for our leaders. The only class that we'll see faster than this today is when those shifters get out on track. They can run in the 48 or even 47-second bracket.
Now, touch and go, they don't have a pull cord like a lot of these others do. They actually have a starter, so they can just hit the button, and that's what T&G stands for. Touch and go, that's what the tag masters are and the tag seniors that are getting ready to come out on the track in a little while.
Age for masters, most of these drivers are over 30. There is a tag senior class. There's, we'll just say there's weight limits, and the master class gets to be a little bit more generous right now as we're seeing our top 3 head down towards turn number 9. You're riding in 4th with Killboy on our mobile drone here. He's going to swing around as we see our top 2 work their way through the S's, and now you can see how they are climbing up through turn 13 and to turn 14.
Well, that FPV drone is something else to be able to actually get a shot like you're driving the cart as we head up the hill there. They go through turns 16 and 17 right now. They'll complete 6 laps this time by, so just a little bit past the halfway point of this pre-final. We've still got Eugene Panenko up front with Jake Feder in second and Jose Garcia in that shot trying to chase them down. Not even in the shot are the 4th through the 10th place cars. There they barely come into shots. Boy, I tell you, these 3 guys up front are really putting some good lap times up.
Feder getting awfully close to that rear bumper of Panenko. He seems content to just ride behind for at least one more lap as once again you ride with the leaders down towards turn number 9. Charles, I've been informed today is a record setter here at AMP. Between both tracks, over 180 cars and carts on hand. So it is a big day here, full of action at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And we've got from go-karts all the way up to exotic cars costing $250,000 each racing on the main track. Choose whatever level that you would like to be at as far as your investment.
I've also heard they have autocross as well over at the main track. Autocross, if it's what I'm thinking of, that's where they just set up cones in a parking lot and go at it. As we see Feder make a move to the outside of turn 3, not a common passing zone, so he must have got a great drive up the hill. We're going to follow along with them through the S's. Is Feder setting something up for the end of this long straightaway on the brakes? But you can see Panenko come to the inside just a little bit, Charles, to block that passing lane.
Well, you get a shot. It looks like a video game going on right now, but this is real life action right here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. They work up the hill into turns 13 and 14. And again, Feder takes a quick look to the outside, but tucks back in behind Panenko. Now, once again, I tell you what, I think he's setting up to try to see what his cart will do on the outside.
Well, don't look now. Garcia's right in this mix, so our top 3 on your screen as they see 2 laps to go. Charles, the third member of our broadcast crew, Chris Conowall, will be down getting some victory lane and driver interviews. He should have some great questions today, whether he gets to talk to Panenko, Feder, or Garcia. These three are putting on a battle here for the fans.
Well, Chris got a brand new cameraman with him today. Kelvin is here. I'm glad to welcome him to our team as well. So he'll be getting all those shots in victory lane. Jake Feder now working on Panenko, and there's Jose Garcia. Jose is right there just in case these two get together or something happens to one of them. So Jose has put himself in that main screen now with the rest of these drivers.
I have to imagine Jose was torn, Charles. We've joked that whenever the track's open, he is here. A lot of times he'd be over racing the Miatas, but he loves karts as well. So maybe Jose has a clone that's running over at the main track today. But Jose in third as the drivers take the white flag at the kart track.
I think it probably will depend on where he's running in points as to what championship is most
as we
most
do
near.
we see a pass. We see Garcia get to the inside of Federer through turn number 2. So Federer fading in the final closing laps here.
Well, Jose, that would put him on an outside row of starting up front, so at least he'd be in that front row. However, look, if I don't think Federer's done yet, look at this.
Power move down the back straightaway. Both drivers are going to be late braking.
Ooh.
Side by side in turn 9. Federer has the desired inside line, so he retakes second spot.
Wow. So Federer, a bold move for him. Power move into turn number 9. That puts Federer up in second spot. Jose still trying to close in on him. It looks like Panenko is gone. He is going to be our winner unless something happens there. But check this out. Jose goes wide in turn number 16. He's trying to take the spot away. It's a drag race.
Federer down on the inside. They come to the stripe. Looks like, well, they're saying on scoring Federer won there. So
yeah.
Good battle towards the end there between Federer and Garcia.
It hasn't totally updated. They're still holding
you're right.
Garcia in nine laps complete. I do believe Garcia got that over second place Federer, but we'll have to check with official timing and scoring to make sure. But from our vantage point, it looked like Garcia made the pass and got up to second spot, although electronic timing. We had an issue at a dirt track recently. It made national headlines in the dirt racing world where the transponder was located on a different spot on the car, on the chassis, and clearly the driver who won visually on the track was not awarded the win because the transponder was in a different spot.
Didn't that happen at a big late model race up
Yeah,
at Deer Creek,
that's
Minnesota?
right.
You're
Big
talking
deal.
about a local event.
No. I'm talking about the big one.
The big one. Yeah, that did happen. So that's our first race in the books, race fans, Tag Master. Next up, planned on the schedule, will be our LO206 Cadet pre-final. So race fans, we'll just convey to you when the LO206s start up, the building comes alive. As opposed to, it's football season, so as opposed to the two-stroke engines being more of the speedy tailbacks, the LO206s are that hulking fullback that comes charging through the line.
This is Division 1.
Yes.
Rather than Division 1A. This is Division 1. I talked to a few of those drivers that are in the LO206 cadets. You hear these names, John. We call the names, and when you actually meet them, you find out what young kids most of these young drivers are, and it amazes you that the names you've been talking about all this time are just little bitty kids out there. Hey, Al Edwards has joined us here, one of the great knowledgeable people of Atlanta Motorsports Park. John, we know how to talk.
He'll fact check us in real time. But before we get to chat with Al, we're going to throw it down to Chris Conowall in Victory Lane. Chris, I imagine you have some questions for our top 3. They had some great battles on track.
That's right, John. I'm here with Eugene Panenko, our race winner. And we were just talking about the fact that he was able to really get out front there toward the end. And so I want to ask him that first. Tell me, it was a tight battle throughout the race, but there at the end, you were able to pull away. What can you say?
I think I have little mistake with strategy. I was pretty fast on first laps, but then I have problem with my tires. And also, I feel the pressure from the guy behind. I think in last laps, he could be faster than me, but I make the distance between him. I think he maybe did some mistake, because the distance really were very high between us. So I think it's only because of his mistakes. So the race will be very, very interesting and very tight.
The race will be interesting in the final. Okay. Charles, John, any questions for Mr. Panenko?
Well, he did such a great job on the racetrack. It looked like he was a little bit out of breath there. It looks like it took something out of him on the track. That was a tough battle today.
Yeah, and Charles was asking about the battle. It was a tough battle today. You were almost out of breath at the end. So tell me, how tough was it up there in first place that race?
It was good. I just controlled the situation and did my best not to make a mistake. I change all the time my racing lines when I was in front, so not to show where the rival can pass me.
All right, all about the racing line, says Panenko. Congratulations on the pre-final. Back up to John and Charles up in the booth.
All right, thank you, Chris. That was Eugene Panenko, our winner in Tag Master. On track now, LO 206 Jr. Great nose-to-tail action here. Luke Giglio, Lincoln Massey battling side by side up the hill. We also have a third, I guess a fourth member, if my math is right, Charles, joining us. So Al Edwards is here. Al, welcome to the broadcast booth for round 7 of the championship series.
Thank you. It's been wonderful doing this with you. I'm glad I get the opportunity. Oh, looks like we have Lincoln Massey going for a pass against Luke Giglio. He thinks twice about that. He wasn't going to be able to get that on their lake breaking for sure. That's going to be a battle. Luke is one of the best drivers out here. I've watched his career grow. He has been doing mostly nationals. This is the first time we've seen him at the track in quite a long time at a club race. So we are really glad to see Luke out there. There's Lincoln Massey on the inside of Luke. He ran a little bit wide. Lincoln Massey's going to probably make this pass. He turns it on Luke.
Ooh, maybe
they make a little bit
there.
of contact. Lincoln runs wide, but Luke stays with it. Good job.
Well, I talked to Lincoln earlier, and he told me, he said, I'm going to pass him on first lap. You just
Oh.
watch me. I'm gonna, and he almost didn't, but he made it right there in turn 16
Yeah,
and 17.
I can imagine Lincoln's blue eyes were mighty wide.
Oh,
through
and he
turn
goes
16
4
and
off. You
17
might get a
there.
penalty for that one, but you got to be really careful about going 4 off and 2. Got to keep it within the lines, but that gives Luke Giglio right back on. Luke Giglio to the end. Well, no, he's not going to do it through the kink. That's death on a stick, as we say here. Going to give him a little bump draft there through the straightaway, going back in the turn. I say turn 6. Some people say turn 9, but I'm going to keep it at 6.
Well, how do you get 6 out of that? How do you get 6 out of that?
It's new math, Charles. It's new math.
You know what's funny? It's what they've done is that every time you touch the steering wheel, they consider it a turn. Whereas for me, once you go through turn 4, which is right below the building here, well, the kink really isn't turn 5,
The kink is 5.
6.
Yeah.
So how
It's
do you
not
go
a
from
complex.
Let me go.
Yeah.
How do you go from 4 to 9? And that's short of it. That doesn't make any sense to me. But whatever. I've always called it turn 6 because that's the first time you really turn the steering wheel there.
Yeah.
So
But here we go. Let's be clear. Now into turn 2, it's
Yeah.
still Lincoln Massey in front of Luke Giglio.
So, race fans, we are watching our LO 206 junior class. The tags we saw on track earlier, 2-stroke powered engines. These LO 206s run a 4-stroke Briggs & Stratton engine. No push button to start them. These just have a good old-fashioned pull chain, as we see Giglio right to the rear bumper of Massey. These LO 206s have a more I'm going to say a thunderous sound to them, Charles. They really bring back, muscle cars.
Yeah, big block
in a little
Chevy.
cart, in a little cart body.
Al, you talked about Giglio been doing some national races and so forth. Where would those be? Where do they run those?
So he's been doing a lot of USPKS, and that's a touring national series. So they go anywhere from Homestead in Miami, Florida, to GoPro, which is now Trackhouse up in Mooresville, North Carolina, to Newcastle in Indiana, right down the street from Indy Motor Speedway. So it's a really interesting series, the USPKS guys. That's primarily a 2-stroke platform. They do have a Route 66 4-stroke platform that's only on certain tracks that they go to. I think it's maybe four or five times a season. So he also has been doing SCUSA. Now, he went to SCUSA, I think it was 2 years ago. He went to the Super Nationals in Las Vegas at the Rio. You're in your hotel room. You roll out of bed. You walk out of the back door of the Rio and onto the racetrack.
Wow.
In your pits. It's really a neat experience. It's the biggest karting event in the world.
How many cars show up for that on a regular basis?
Last year was, I think, 480 drivers.
Really? Wow.
Massive.
Sort of like the Eldora of kart
Yeah,
racing, I
yes.
guess, John.
It could be race fans. Charles and I will drop dirt track references. That's
Of
sort
course
of
you
our
will,
roots
absolutely.
That's
during
all
the
we
course
know.
of the
That's
night.
all we know, so we have to.
That's what we know as Lincoln Massey
Oh, come
continues
on.
to lead here. Timing and scoring shows he's at 2 laps. Trust me, he's coming up to lap 5 here in the system. Charles, we haven't had waiting for data or missing data pop in yet in the system.
Well, I'm sure that elusive driver
Although,
will show
if
up
you
before
want
the
one,
day's over.
It will.
technically we have 2 Luke Giglios in our scoring
That's
system.
right.
So that might be a first. We have a Luke and like the Klingon version of Luke out on track
Yeah.
right now.
Luke and Luke Hay, right?
Right.
So, Al, you're involved with a lot of these drivers. Do you have any in this particular race right now that fall under your banner?
I do, actually. Hunter Wilson is in 7th place right now. He is under my tent. Hunter is a beginning driver. This is his first season, and he's been steadily improving, and we actually had to replace his cart. So this morning at 5 in the morning, here I am building a cart from nothing.
Oh, wow.
So that was today's challenge. And so he's having to learn an all-new karting platform.
Now, were you on site or were you at your shop at 5 in the morning?
I was on site.
Oh, really?
Here. Yeah,
wow.
Yeah, because I have my trailer and everything up here. You can see all the 5 tents there in in that shop.
I bet sunrise here is something else.
Oh, it really
is. A Days of Thunder moment. I got it in, John.
Absolutely. It absolutely is.
That one felt forced, Charles.
Yeah. Today was without the fog. If they had the fog, I'd be really happy. Oh, there goes Luke Gilly. He tried to look on the inside there. Now, let me tell you, these two drivers are very closely matched. So all of the things about engines and this, that, and the other, well, Luke is running a Stewart engine, and Lincoln Massey, I'm not sure what engine builder he runs or who does his stuff. It's not me. But those two are running nose to tail, and so it's going to be a driver battle at the end of this race. And they have just walked away from the rest of the field. Wow. They've got a commanding lead over the rest of the field.
And we talk about these drivers, race fans, LO206 Junior, these drivers are age 12 to 15. So basically think of these as middle schoolers out here on a cart. We do have some younger classes, but this is really a fun age for these kids to be able to go in Monday morning at school, and when they're asked, what did you do this weekend?
Yeah. Well, let's also mention some of the other drivers that are in here. Ryan Hall runs in 3rd in the 19. Laney Thigpen in the 12 car runs 4th. Karts, pardon me. Axel Robards' 44 cart is in 5th spot. Kyle Farrell in 6th, and in 7th, Hunter Wilson that you mentioned, Al, a moment ago. So these drivers working their way now by our vantage point in turn number 4 by the tower, and they head down through the kink, working toward the end of this 10-lap pre-final.
So you're in 3rd place, riding along with our leaders in the waning laps. One other thing I want to mention, cloud cover. We are now seeing that the track is shaded. Race fans, it's 79 degrees right here at the moment. We'll see a high of maybe 80, but we'll be in and out of the clouds with a chance of showers late in the day. So, Al, I have to wonder, when they go to a shaded situation on the track, how does that change the handling from when it's sunny?
Massively, because the track temperature changes. And ironically enough, I was walking through the pits coming up here, and Steve Frank at Eyes Up just asked me, he's like, hey, are you guys seeing this massive change just from practice to qualifying? I was like, yeah, it was 65 degrees this morning when we started. The track was just ice cold. I was busy fixing an axle of Hunter Wilson's dad, as a matter of fact, who 2 guys got crossed up in front of him, and he had nowhere to go, and so he ended up bending an axle, so I had to deal with that. But today it's going to be chasing our setups and chasing our setups and chasing our setups. And quite frankly, if you have your base setup right, it's more or less just tire pressure changes. And that's really where trying to keep these tires in their optimum heat range is really important with the Vega Reds.
Inches apart for our top 2. Giglio applying maximum pressure to Massey here. About a lap and a half to go as they work up the hill towards turn number 14. And Charles, you can tell Lincoln's neck is getting a workout. There's several times he's turned completely around and is looking straight back at Giglio in 2nd.
Yeah. Did the Linda Blair thing, right?
Yeah. I didn't expect we'd have an Exorcist reference in our show, but Halloween is coming up next month.
And here we are. We're on the final lap, and it's going to be Luke Giglio. I know where he's going to do it. He's going to do it here on the backstretch. He is going to go for it. See how he ran tighter on the inside line? He's setting him up right now. He is going to go for it on the backstretch. I promise you, there he goes on the inside. Lincoln, he's going to squeeze him out through the kink. There he goes, right through the kink. It was a nice, safe pass because Lincoln Massey ran a little bit wide. Now, is Lincoln Massey going to be able to suck back up at his bumper and get on the inside? Absolutely not. He's going to be some late braking by Luke Giglio. It's a perfect line through there, just to the outside, nice and smooth. He's going through the S's. We're going to go back up through Davis Bend. He's catching up to Hunter Wilson. Whoa, it could be a barn burner here at turn 16. That's for sure. He's looking right behind him, going through Davis Bend. Oh, here comes Lincoln Massey, a challenge on the inside. They are leaning on each other.
Wow.
Late break for Luke Giglio. He late breaks Lincoln Massey on the crossover under him. Oh, my gosh, that was unbelievable. Way to go, Lincoln Massey and Luke Giglio. That was a show. That was 2 passes in 4 corners.
So
Woo!
Giglio led lap 1 and led part of the final lap, but not the feat that mattered as Lincoln Massey pulls in the pre-final in our LO206 division. Great battle to the line here and that was Axel Robards just pipping out
Wow.
Kyle Farrell. So what a battle there. Giglio made the bold pass in turn 4, and you could see when he went into 16 on the inside. Here's the replay, and he washes up the track.
Did. So, if he had, quite frankly, the right way to do that would have been just to lean on him for a little bit longer and match his braking and not try and get ahead of him and do that late brake thing. Because when you do that, you don't have an optimal line. You have to run way to the outside, whereas
that opens up the bottom.
That's right. And Lincoln had the optimal line. He just dropped in underneath him, and he had so much more momentum. There was no recovery from that. So that's an important lesson to learn there. When you're trying to pass somebody there in turn 16, you want to match them. You don't want to try and outbrake them.
Lincoln's going to come up here and join us in a little while. And,
Yeah,
he's normally very talkative anyway. I have a feeling he is going to be extremely talkative today.
Charles, he was up here earlier before the show, and I thought he was going to slide into your seat when you weren't here. I thought we were going to have Lincoln joining me on color this afternoon.
I noticed his parents had their tickets to the UGA game for sale today because they're up here instead of being down in Athens. And a good thing. They saw a great show right there that Lincoln put on.
They've got to be proud. I mean, that was a hard drive from a nationally ranked driver. That's Luke Giglio. And so it's really great to see that level of competition now.
Al, let me ask you. Lincoln has told me that he's trying to break that 1 minute barrier, and Carson Craig told me today that he is so close to doing that as well. He's 1 minute and like 3/10, and he thinks with this cloud cover that might be a faster track today. What's your opinion on that?
It could be. If the track temps go down to, let's say, 80, then yeah, that's a distinct possibility. Ambient temperature when we start making track records is 65. We're down here with Chris, Lincoln Massey. Wow, and Luke Giglio. What a drive, guys.
Take it away, Chris.
Yeah, I'm here with Lincoln and Luke. You guys, you ran an extremely tight race, and we're going to hear from you first, Lincoln. You had Luke. It was nose to tail that entire race and some excitement at the end. What can you tell us, Lincoln Massey?
Very hard race. Luke is a great driver, very technical driver, very smart driver as well. I noticed that he drafted with me for the whole race except for the last lap, and that's when he made his move. But I got the opportunity when me and him were drafting to run a 59.95 second lap, which is, I think, probably the fastest lap that you can run in LO206 Cadet. But it was just a great race. And you can hand it on over to Luke.
Okay, I'm going to hand it over to Luke. Luke, you were nose to tail that whole race, and then you made a move, and you took the lead for a little bit. Tell us about that.
I just pushed till the end and thought I would get him at the end. So I pass him. I going into turn 6. I don't really block because I think if he gets in front of me, I can just pass him on the last corner. And then he just gets in front of me. I make the pass. I brake, and I just wash out. He gets inside, and I just thought I could get him back, but I couldn't.
Well, you know what? You guys have raced an exciting race out here so far. So when the final comes up, all eyes are going to be on both of you. That was an exciting race. Congratulations to both of you. And we're going to send it back up. But any final shout-outs for Lincoln and Luke?
I'd just like to thank my dad and my mom and my sister, which are not here yet, or not going to be here. They had a birthday party, but I'd just like to thank my dad for getting my kart set up exactly like it is and helping me run that 59 second.
Yeah, Al was actually on air talking about wondering who set up your car. And Al, there's your answer. It's his dad. Luke, any shout-outs for you?
My dad, because all night there was just a frame on the stand, and he built the cart all through the night. And I really respect it. And Ryan Perry is here today, and a big shout out to him.
Awesome. All right, guys, I'm going to send it back up to you, two world-class racers right here, Luke and Lincoln.
Hey, Chris, if you don't mind, ask Lincoln and Luke both to come up and join us in the
I'm
booth.
going to send them.
I got some more things to ask them.
Absolutely. They're coming your way, guys.
All right.
Back to you.
Thanks so much. Tag Senior is on the track right now. Tag Senior is out there, and another one of those great-sounding machines on the racetrack, John.
These are back to the two-stroke engines, water-cooled with the tags. I did make one mistake. I thought that the last group was the LO206 Junior. It was the cadets. Cadets are age 7 to 12, so
That's
think
right.
of them as your elementary age student out there on the track as we're seeing a rapid battle here. The drivers all getting single file down into turn number 16.
Oh, there's
Just
a
as I
dive
say
bomb.
that,
Ooh. And see that? When they make that dive bomb, then all of a sudden someone can get right on the inside. They were able to maintain some momentum there. We've had a lot of contact through the turn 9 complex down there at the bottom of the track. So these guys are getting rough and tumble right on the first lap.
Well, we've got Daniel Perez up front, Leonardo Prates and Matthias Prates. Those were the drivers that came across the line. Now, there's been a little shakeup in that as we're now into our second lap of this one as those drivers work their way down towards 6/9.
Well, we do want to give a shout out to some of the other staff we have mentioned, our production staff. Our race director for the afternoon is Trent Ellis, working in timing and scoring. We have Jennifer Sabrell and Janet Berner, and they are helping us, and we believe at some point Lucas Arnett may join us as well to help with race directing.
All right, we got our drivers working their way. They'll complete lap number 2 right now. Let's check out this lineup once they come across the line. Daniel Perez. Well, I believe, John, there's all waiting for data.
It's almost like it's like Jenny with 8675309
9.
running in first place there. We'll try to straighten that out. Some great battles, whoever these drivers are, as we follow along through turn 3 and 4
there he is. They
past
fixed
our
it.
vantage point.
It's Danny Perez up there in first place with Harrison Browning in second, Leonardo in third place. But some of the order is a little bit messed up here. We'll try and get their cart numbers matched. But as you can see, there was some contact down there, and now we've got the 2 front runners that have just blown away from everybody else, and that came from contact a lap ago, and that's how much of a difference this can make. Now, in 8 to 10 laps, let's see if these guys can close up the window a little bit, but they're still battling each other. You see they're trying to make that inside crossover move. That's second 2, and that was Mateo Rubio Luengo and Leonardo are mixing it up there in third and fourth place. So now we've got some good stuff. We have Harley Keeble all of a sudden has showed up in first place in Tag Senior.
Look at those guys. Man, those 4 now have all gotten back together with each other.
They sure have.
That's going to be a heck of a ride.
Someone in the grass through the kink. They tried to go too wide through the kink. That is not smart.
And we've always said you can't be side by side there. You saw the result of what happened as third through 6th. Nose to tail. We're going to see a replay. Just
wow. Not going to make it. Just going to do a pass in the grass. It wasn't really a pass, but he sure was in the grass. So whoever wrenches on his cart's got some cleanup to do at this point.
If you pass in the kink, your lap is going to stink, right?
That's exactly right.
Goodness.
That's good. That's great.
Hold on, Mikey. Rack that part of the broadcast for the highlight reel for the season. These are tag seniors. We also do have some juniors out on the track, so we have a race within a race. Juniors ages 12 to 15, seniors ages 15 and up. So roughly middle schoolers and then high schoolers and beyond.
Right.
Well, they keep it single file through the kink this time. Everybody looking at a pretty good lap through there. Look at this battle going on. We got the 2 guys up front, but, man, focus on second through 6th spot right there.
That's where the race is right now.
Or third through 6th, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's where the race is right now. And these guys, especially 5th and 6th, they are right on top of each other. And we're going to see some passing going on here in the not-so-distant future, I'm sure.
Well, now, typically, whenever you see 2 carts like that together, they're racing each other, they will slow down because they're trying to work on each other. We did not see that in this last race. That's when Luke got his fastest lap whenever he was trying to hold, or Lincoln, when he was trying to hold off Luke. And so that drafting plays a big part in this.
It sure does, especially in 206 and in this track in general. And unfortunately, Lincoln had mentioned in his prior broadcast there in the interview that's probably the timing that came off of your Micron. The official timing and scoring, your fastest lap was 1.088. So Microns are not as accurate. They're using GPS positioning, and it depends on how many satellites you have. So a lot of the time, the times on the Microns are faster than what the timing loop, which is the most accurate way, and the official record keeping. You're going to do it, my friend. I promise you.
Yeah. Well, also, my Micron also said for my top speed, it was 93 miles per hour.
My
top speed.
And race fans, we have to say that's 90-something miles an hour, maybe 2 inches off the ground.
Yes.
Dad, I don't think that's
No,
correct.
his max speed is about 57 to 58 miles an hour there in Cadet at the absolute most. And so a lot of this, believe it or not, the cloud cover is one of the things that creates the problem when you can only get 3 or maybe 4 satellites with good signal, and that's when we start having some of these inconsistencies. So that's why we always go with the timing loop. The timing loop is static; it never changes, unlike satellites.
Charles is laughing that the scoring loop works as long as everyone has their transponder
That
position
much,
in the
that
same
much is
spot
true.
on the cart.
That's right.
Charles and I have seen a case in the dirt late model world where we don't know, it might have been the transponder loop was in a strange place. There was a questionable result in a big money race.
Oh yeah,
earlier
you told
this
me
year.
about that one because we had this conversation before, and it was a big hoopla.
Yeah. So our top 2 have broken away from the rest of the field. We still have a 3-car war going on here. Mateo Rubio Luengo is leading that trio as we have 7 laps down out of our scheduled 10.
And it looks like first and second place have really taken off, and they're quite separate from each other as well.
So Lincoln, you'll be back for a 12-lap final later today. What do you plan to change in your approach? Because you had a tough battle with Luke the entire 10 laps. What are you going to do different when you go 12 laps?
Well, I don't really want to change too much because if I change too much, I may become slower, and I don't want to get slower. So I want to be able to I want to be as exactly as I was this time. I want to have a lot of top speed on the straightaway and a lot of go power.
So there we have it. Lincoln Massey, our LO206 cadet pre-final winner, and he's looking to go make it a sweep for the afternoon. Although, Charles, I believe you might want to ask him one more question.
Yeah, I got one more question for Lincoln. You told me before the race started that you planned on getting the lead on the first lap, and you almost didn't do it, but you pulled it off right there in 16 and 17. Talk a little bit about that.
Well, it was hard to pull that off. My dad told me to just stay behind him, but I knew that I was faster than him, but I knew it was going to be a close race. So I feel like if I wouldn't have gotten that lead, it would have been a little bit harder for me to stay with him because I feel like I was almost slowing him down until my tires got heated up, and then we were speeding up.
Danny
a lot.
Perez going for a pass there into turn 6-9, and he makes it. So it's now Danny, I believe that's Danny Perez up in front, passing Harley Keeble.
Well, we'll see as we get to the
And
final corners
this is
of
the
this
final
lap.
corners and the final
so Lincoln,
lap.
thanks for joining us. Good luck in your final later today as Danny Perez held second for most of the way, and it looks like he's going to sweep off turn 17. Daniel Perez, your tag senior winner. Harley Keeble unfortunately gave up the lead going into turn number 9 there. He'll play second. Mateo Rubio Luengo will round out our top 3.
Al, we have not seen the name Harley Keeble here in the past that I am familiar with.
No.
Tell us a little bit about that.
I don't know who he is. I've never seen him before. I'm probably going to seek him out and see how he's doing.
Well, he certainly had a good, strong run today. Right now, Daniel Perez is the driver that went home with the victory in this pre-final for our LO206 Master. It's gone
Senior,
off.
junior.
Seniors and juniors right now.
Yep.
We'll be down with Chris Conowall in just a minute. He'll be with Daniel Perez, who I got a feeling is going to be pretty happy about that last lap pass as he made it to victory lane. Got our next group coming up in just a moment. We're here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. What a great afternoon it is. A little bit of cloud cover, and that's going to mean faster lap times. I think all the drivers are excited about that. Not only the ambient temperature, they're just a little cooler, but also the fact that those carts are going to be running better.
There were some of those days in the summer where you would be roasting out here. We've had some, Charles, through July and especially August. Here we can see it is our LO206 Masters that are setting up. You can tell they're Masters 1. They're a little more seasoned looking, but also we know they're going to have a lot of fun out there when they fire up these LO206.
Absolutely.
I wondered where you were going with that, John. I didn't know exactly where you were headed with that.
I didn't know where I was going when I started it either.
I saw Aaron Cox take his walker and park his walker off to the left.
Wow.
And so, Aaron, I know you really need that walker, but he's a tough driver. So, actually, that was me last year when I had that hip injury. But ironically enough, so let's
I'm
talk.
seeing the image of that chairlift that goes up the staircase.
Yes.
So you asked the question about Harley Keeble. Harley Keeble is the number 2 driver for Sodi in the USPKS. He is a Sodi factory driver. We have a team here with Sodi, I do believe it's DCT Speed Sport. They've become a SODI dealer now. They've got the black tents right down here at the bottom of the hill. All SODI carts. They're seem to be doing quite well and having quite a run here, especially in Tag Senior.
All right, got you. Well, our next.
So we are going to, as we've mentioned, see a couple of races from the sister track, the main track, where we are having an event over there as well. And we'll catch some of the downforce action. I'm hoping we'll get a word down in Victory Lane with Chris Conowall, because, Charles, that was a great move by Daniel Perez to just bide his time and then make a move. So here we are. We're going down to Victory Lane. As we said, take it away, Chris Conowall.
Hey, yeah, guys. I was just asking these drivers what happened. We've got our winner here, Danny Perez, but we got Harley here too. And they got some news for you. Danny, what happened there toward the end?
I was just trying to catch up again, get that gap after the incident we had. And, well, I just made the pass. I had the opportunity. And then it was just checker flag. There was no last lap. So I think it was just, thank God, I just managed to catch up, and it was the way it was.
Yeah, Harley, so you mentioned that too. You didn't see a white flag, is that right?
Yeah, the guy was just stood there with 2 flags in his hand, didn't wave anything, so I had no idea what was going on. And then Danny overtook me with a few before the chicane, and then I couldn't really attack after that because I was waiting until the last lap.
And Harley, you're new to me, but I'm fairly new to the track. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where do you hail from, sir?
Well, I come from the UK. Started racing there, and then I moved to Europe. Did 3 years there, and then I started racing in America at the beginning of this year.
Okay, so tell us your first and last name. Harley Keeble, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Harley Keeble, Danny Perez. We're going to be looking for you guys in the final. I'm sure they're going to have a white flag and a checkered flag, and one of you are going to take it away in the final. Good run to both of you. Any shout-outs before I send it back up? Charles, do you guys have any questions for these racers before I send it back up?
Just good, hard racing, Chris. Excited to see those 2 drivers battling it out, and what a great competition they brought to that race.
Yes, sir. All right. Shout out to the folks in the UK.
Yeah, massive thanks to everybody at home. My dad for mechanicking, Thierry over there with SODI USA, and everyone else who has been supporting me.
All right, and Danny, shout-outs for you.
Liquid Molly, thank you for all the support. DBC, OTK, Body Symmetry, all the people that have been with me, Laser Hot Wings that have been helping me, and they're still with me in this journey.
All right, and it is a journey indeed. We will see you guys later on this afternoon. Congratulations. Charles, John, Al, back up to you guys.
All right, thank you, Chris. That was Daniel Perez, the winner of our Tag Senior pre-final. They'll be back for 12 laps. LO 206 Master getting ready on track. Charles, already we've seen some excitement. One car getting spun around on the pace lap, and you could see he just reached over with his right hand, pulls the ripcord. These are just
off he goes,
just like a lawnmower. You just pull them with the pull stroke, and off you go. 4-cylinder engines. The building came alive for a little bit. So we get a green flag.
Green.
We are underway. LO 206 Master pre-final.
Wow, and that's Danny May. He did not get a good start. He shuffled. He's back to 5th from 1st position.
Well, Al, that may let us have something quite unique. Danny May is wearing a helmet cam. This is the first time we're trying this at the kart track. So a lot of races. Okay, helmet cam is not working for this race. We were excited to have it. A lot of races. Danny May runs right off the front of the field. Now we'll get to see him work through traffic as the field works down through the kink, gets single file, and heads off towards turn 9.
Well, he started out in 3rd spot, but I think he got shuffled back a little bit on that start. We'll find out how Danny is going. I was going to tell you my Danny May story.
Okay.
Did not know this till this past week. I worked for a driver in the Busch Series many years ago, Shane Hall, and Shane drove a car owned by Curtis May. Well, I knew that, but I did not know till this week that Curtis is Danny's dad.
Yep.
So I was involved with that family for a long time and never even knew about Danny. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, it is.
The racing world is a small, tight-knit family.
It sure is. Let's see what the counts come up, because there's a lot of shuffling now. It is Aaron Cox in 1st place with Danny May chasing him in 2nd place. So Danny May made up some stuff. Matt Lassiter of Willbite Racing in 3rd place. Austin Gargis, Willbite Racing in 4th place. Chuck Teasley of Willbite Racing in 5th place.
Paul
McElree, Willbite Racing.
Contact.
Whoa, some contact. Oh, no.
They were 3 wide off the bottom of turn 2, and there was one car off in the off the track there, spun around with some contact.
Oh, with a tire rolling down the hill. Looks like someone lost a tire there.
Well, better a tire than a helmet. I thought for a moment it was a helmet rolling off the track.
We will see if that brings out a local or a full course caution. Here you can see where they get 3 wide in the bottom, but then somebody's out and gets way off the track. And
Boom.
gets hit.
Wow.
Big contact.
Yeah, knocked his wheel right off. Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad. I think that might have been Troy Wilson.
Were that any of your Wilbite guys?
It might have been Troy Wilson. I'm not sure. But as you can see, the Wilbite team from basically 3rd until 7th is out there in force, and so we're seeing again Aaron Cox. He's an Atlanta Light Engine customer. He's a great guy. I am not sure who that is there.
Good shot down there.
It is a great shot. Oh, that's Brandon Miller, I think, standing there.
So now tell us a little bit, Al, you talk about Wilbite Racing. That is your baby doll. Tell us a little bit about Wilbite and the name. That always fascinates me, how the name came about.
So the name came about because I bought a cart from a vet, and it had a little sticker on it when you take
and we need to say veterinarian. Not military veteran.
Yeah, sorry. To clarify, be specific. But they put these little stickers on your file for your dog or your cat, may bite or will bite. And it had a sticker, Wilbite Racing. I ran over a guy in turn 2, literally knocked the carburetor off, ran him over and kept on going because I had an understeer issue. And this was a nationally ranked driver. His name was Joe Buffa.
You oversteered him, I think, in that case,
yeah,
if you drove over someone.
Yeah, totally. And so the bottom line was he came up to me after. He's like, boy, you give Wilbite real meaning. And that's how Wilbite Racing was,
how about that?
Was born. Yeah.
All right. So Aaron Cox, our leader here, is we're 3 laps into our LO206 Master pre-final. 130 carts on the premises today, part of a record day here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, as we have over 180 cars between both tracks. So a grand day here in the North Georgia Mountains.
Well, they battle down into turn number 9. I'm going to call it the official turn, not using Al's vernacular.
Al's using the metric system, I think.
Oh, gosh, stop giving me a hard time.
So here they head up the hill right now into whatever this complex is.
So what's really funny here is that I see Aaron Cox in 2nd position. I guess that might be Danny May behind him, or in front of him, sorry. And, again, using the metric system there. But, I did not see them make the pass. So let's take a look at what we come across the loop and see what happens here.
I think Danny's still in 2nd. Is that correct?
He is still in 2nd. That's really, really odd. Actually, Danny May didn't flash. So I don't know even if Danny May's in the race or not, because Danny May normally wears orange. And that person in 1st place is not. He's in 3rd place. There he is right there, 3rd place.
Not wearing that traditional orange.
Aaron Cox is in 2nd. I don't know who's out in 1st place.
No, I don't know is on 3rd base. Is normally, I think
who's on 1st?
Yeah. So you're riding along in 4th. However, the top 3 settle out as they head down the long back straightaway towards turn number 9. That is one of the longest straightaways in the karting world. One of the signature elements here at the kart complex. The other is that turn 2 drop down 3 stories,
the roller coaster,
turn, and then go right back up.
So Waiting for Data's illegitimate brother, absolutely no data, is leading this race right now.
We have no idea who that is. If I could see it, might be number 315, and that's Adam Phillips. So Adam Phillips in 1st place. I guess his transponder isn't working, but that's 315. Adam Phillips in 1st place. It was great to see Adam Phillips out in 1st place. And Adam's famous line here is "Winning is stressful," and that's a funny story. But Adam Phillips and Aaron Cox out there, they have run at Barnesville for years together.
Really?
They ran dirt together. Those guys really know each other. They know how each other drives. So as long as they can keep it together, they can bump draft themselves to a 1st and 2nd position. It's Matt Lassiter kind of out there by himself
and where
in 3rd.
You said Barnesville. Is that the one that's up 85?
No, it's south. It's actually right near Hampton.
Okay.
So now, I've heard a lot about Barnesville. Tell us a little bit about that track and how it differs from this track, elevation-wise, turn-wise, so forth.
There is no elevation change at Barnesville except through they actually have a really cool little banked carousel, which is pretty neat. It's a 1/4 of a mile long track.
Wow.
So it's extremely short. It's extremely busy.
It's a road course, mile?
It is a road course, and it is, it's basically the size like the old Malibu Grand Prix up there, 85 and Jimmy Carter.
Yeah.
If you remember that. It's about that same size and same tightness. It's been there since 1958. Man. So everybody that comes out here and runs the Vintage Series, they all have run at Barnesville.
And it's
Right.
been asphalt that entire time.
It has been asphalt that entire time. As a matter of fact, I think they still are on their original asphalt there because it rattles your teeth out when you drive that course. We've got a couple of drivers that have just come off the track here, and obviously having some sort of mechanical problem.
They could have been involved in that incident
They
off
could
of
have
turn
been.
number 2 because
Yep.
there were definitely seemed like 4 cars jammed into a small space.
Yep.
Only 2 of them spun.
So we see a name, Austin Gargas, that's running 4th or possibly 5th right now in this race. That is a name we're not familiar with. What do you know about Austin?
So Austin is a new guy, and he's built a lot like Danny May is. He's got a very long torso, so it really gives him some good advantage in getting the action out of the chassis, especially on these really grippy days. So it's not surprising to see Austin up there in the top 5, that's for sure.
Now, they've got things that hold them into the seat, so how much can they actually maneuver and help the handling of the cart by changing their position in the seat?
So you can physically make the cart rotate early and things like that by pushing and pulling on the steering wheel, and that's real serious racecraft. But just from an overall build standpoint, the taller, more torso-type drivers have an advantage because their head, which is a heavy part of the body, is physically higher. So it gives more action, more lever. And that's what makes karts turn. Your body is actually the lever that makes the weight transfer work so that inside left or inside right tire comes off the ground and allows the cart to rotate and go around the corner instead of trying to drive straight. Because these karts do not have a differential like cars do.
Right.
So we're going to see Manute Bowl for round 8, I believe, Charles. Get him and I guess somebody 7-6 in a cart out there and see how it works. As we're seeing square dancing here, 1 and 2 paired up with 3 and 4.
I'm going to say that it looks like Danny May has fallen off. He's not on the leaderboard at all. I'm trying to identify who the 3rd place driver is. That's Matt Lassiter. And Austin Gargis is solid in 4th with Matt Lassiter. So that's really great to see those two. That's a Atlanta Light Engine Wilbite sweep here. We got a lot of guys here that we worked together. I mean, Devin Knight in 7th position. He's just moved to 8th position. David Fusco moving up through the field. He's a Wilbite racer as well. Chuck Teasley, a Wilbite racer. So these guys are, and Paul McElry in 5th place. So we're having a really strong race here with these guys. Now, it's kind of by design. I'll say statistically, most of my racers are masters. So this is a game of statistics, not necessarily of driver ability, but you can see now the first 2, the second 2, they're in a battle for each other. Everybody else is just kind of spread out and doing their Sunday drive at this point. It's a practice day.
So we believe Adam Phillips is in the lead, Aaron Cox in 2nd. They have pulled away from everyone else. Let's see if Cox has anything for Phillips as they're nose to tail towards turn 16.
Well, you see them as they come off turn number 17 right now. We're working on lap number 9. They'll see the white flag in the air this time by.
White flag is out.
Phillips is up front. And so we now got him listed on the screen, as he should be. Aaron Cox in 2nd spot. Lassiter, Gargis, and McElry round out the top 5 going into this final lap.
So quite frankly, being the pre-final, it's kind of, you want to try and take that first position. Yeah, I get it. But the bottom line here is if you don't take a huge risk in spinning out or anything like that, let's just finish the race where we are and then really mix it up there in the final.
So is it so important to whether you start front, inside or outside on that front row? What's the preferred line going into turn 1 here?
Believe it or not, it's the outside. 2nd position is the best position to be in because you have the ability to get on the outside and take that extra momentum and take it down the hill into turn 2 and lock it up in the turn 2. Or you have the option of just falling in behind the first place and going the single file. So it really does give you that. So we're coming up on turn 16 with Adam Phillips, and it looks like Aaron Cox making a move on the inside. It's going to be a drag race to the finish, but Aaron Cox does not have the momentum. Aaron Cox 2nd place, Adam Phillips 1st, Matt Lassiter 3rd, and Austin Gargis 4th position. Great job. Let's see who comes in 5th. If Chuck Teasley can hold it together in his new Eagle kart. And we're not getting any more data, so we don't know who's doing what. But that's okay.
Well, Danny May, as we talked about early in this race, he must have been one of those drivers that came
up
off with a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, he might have been mixed up in that.
Which means that you're going to have several drivers thrashing at their trailers to get their cars hopefully fixed up for the final.
I'm going to have to bid you guys adieu real quick and make sure that that wasn't Troy Wilson or any of those guys. Oh, no, Troy Wilson's, he actually finished 10 laps, so I don't have to. Whew, that's good.
Well, as the camera turns, we will have something special coming up next, race fans. We're going to head over to the main track for the downforce battle that we have here.
There we go.
So we want to welcome in the race fans Whether you're watching on Facebook Live or YouTube Live, welcome to Atlanta Motorsports Park. You are looking at the main track facility. We are set for a downforce battle here, part of our main track championship series. This is round number 6 of 8. Charles, there you can see that new viewing spot that they have that lets fans see right down on the main straightaway of this 2-mile track.
Yeah, it is a beautiful facility, and we're getting ready to bring those exotic cars. I guess you call them exotics. They're the downforce cars, the radical cars. They're coming out on the track here in just a moment. Praga cars also involved in that. We've seen the Pragas really start to escalate the volume of cars that we have here. I was looking at Jack Rambo's car last time we were here. What a great marvel of engineering those Praga cars are. Just a tremendous group of cars. I was asking Tyler Edwards from the driving school, I was asking him about the difference in those cars, and he said you can get a radical car for about $100,000, but he said the Pragas are they're $250,000. That's a pretty nice little piece. Yeah.
So I did see one Miata go by, so we'll probably see the downforce cars go by in just a few moments, but this is setting the stage for round number 6 of the main track championship series at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We're located just a few miles west of the city proper, Dawsonville, Georgia, really one of those hallmark towns in the history of NASCAR and racing in general. And Charles, we're getting a great look at the drone cam from some of our fans enjoying that new observation deck. When I was last here in June, it was just pillars pointing up to the sky. It wasn't complete, but now you can see fans get a shaded view right out to the track. And Charles, I would say that's probably the fastest spot on the track before the drivers really have to hammer the brakes when they head down into turn number 1. And
they've officially named that the Sky Deck. That is the new Sky Deck here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
You can see in the background, it looks like some cars queued up for autocross as well. So a plethora of activities happening here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
A veritable cornucopia of things going on here today.
You're just showing off your thesaurus at this point, Charles.
No, I'm leading us into Thanksgiving. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yes.
So we'll be here through October at Atlanta and maybe into November at Atlanta Motorsports Park as well.
Next race coming up, we'll be back at the Kart track for the 8th and final round, September 30th. Then we'll be back at the main track October 7th. And we'll finish out at the main track on November 11th. The view you're seeing right now, those cones are set up for our autocross racers. Looks like they're using the ice hill, the slick pad, all the things that they have here that make Atlanta Motorsports Park really a mecca for speed enthusiasts. So we have had word we're going to get a quick interview with Chris Conowall down at Victory Lane with our Elo 206 Master winners. Take it away, Chris.
All right, you guys. Adam Phillips, Aaron Cox here. Lots of jubilation here out of both of these drivers. Lots of big smiles. Tell us why we're smiling.
It's always good to run with good friends. A lot of the guys here in Masters I know very well and run with, and I finally was able to run with my buddy Aaron up front. And I'll be honest, the last lap there I kind of slid over half a lane because I thought it was Danny May. But I found out it was my buddy Aaron, so I saved the fist bump there towards the end when I saw it was my buddy Aaron back there. But, yeah, it's really fun to run with these guys, to run with people you trust. And, yeah, drafting like that is an absolute blast.
Yeah, you guys were doing the two-step, the whole dance, partners there. Aaron, tell us, but there at the very end you tried to pass your partner, so what happened?
I wasn't going to wreck him out right at the very end, but I thought about no. This is the kind of races that we usually have, me and Adam. He was geared for the top end, I was geared for the hill. And so I could catch up to him on top of the hill, and then I figured, well, I passed him last race with that, doing the same thing. But so I'm in between gears. I got to figure out a little something in between. And Adam ran a great race. You know, yeah, keep it good. But this kind of racing we did all the time back in seniors when we raced with them. So it was a good race.
Yeah, and I saw you guys both high-fiving our own Al, who came over. Tell us about Al.
Yeah, no, I got the best of both worlds. I got Al with the Atlanta Light engine, and I got Steve and Stacy Roberts with that Roberts Kart Shop chassis. Got to get my sponsors right. And, yeah, best of both worlds. Dialed in great advice from Bruce Vasquez. You know, Vanessa, she runs a Razor as well, so I'm obviously picking their brains. So, yeah, best of both worlds is great.
Awesome. And so you said you weren't going to wreck them at the end in this race. Does that mean we're going to see something at the final?
Maybe around the outside on top of the hill next time. But yeah, I got the oldest ride in the group. That's a 2017. That's an old Coyote right there. That thing's got some miles on it right there. But Al Edwards, great engine builder. That thing ran fine. Yeah, beautiful.
Well, old, reliable, and we're relying on you guys for a great race here in the final. We're going to be looking for both of you. So congratulations to our first and second place winners. We got Aaron Cox, and we got Mr. Adam Phillips. That's right, Adam. Thank you. Yeah, get on the podium more. I'm old. I forget names too. All right. John Charles, back up to you guys.
Yeah, Chris, I got a question for you.
Yeah, we got a question. Hang on, Aaron.
For Adam and Aaron, both of them, what changes are you going to make in the cart as you get ready to come out for the final, or are they even going to let us know what changes are going to be made? They might not do that.
All right, did you hear that? He wants to know about the changes. A lot of you drivers play it close to your chest, but tell us what you're going to tell us.
Well, I'll take a look at the tires because I noticed right when I pulled off the track and looked down that some of the rear tires had some buildup on them, so I will adjust accordingly.
Adjusting. How about Aaron Cox?
I'm changing everything so I can get to the front. That's how I'm going to do it.
All right, guys, there you go.
All right, thanks, guys. Adam and Aaron in Victory
Adam and
Lane.
Aaron, thank you, guys.
Yeah, with Chris Conowall looking at the action right now over on the main track. I would assume that is our buddy in the safety car leading them around there, and I think that she's going to bring them down as we get set to go racing.
Right. Usually it is Rachel Hyla. They never let us in any of the cars here.
That's right.
So we might have to. We'll have to have a protest later in our race program. But
we just get to do the ride along. We're not allowed to drive out there. I don't understand their philosophy.
17 radical downforce cars
That's a big
signed in
field
for action, and you can see they stretch almost the entire length of the back straightaway here. The cars just came through turn number 6. They head down that straightaway, which not so straight straightaway, turns 7 and 8. And then they'll head past behind the flag here, what we call Flag Hill, where you see the Stars and Stripes rustling in the breeze here. Then they'll head up the hill into the blind turn number, I think let's get our numbering right. We've been using kart track numbering. We have to go over to main track.
That goes
numbering.
into 11, yeah.
Okay.
And then
12,
around that complex is the 13, 14, 15 complex when they start up the hill to 16.
Okay.
Jack Rambo starts second in this. He's a Praga driver. I was talking with him last time we were here at the main track, and Jack was. I was talking about his guy that kind of tweaks his car and gets it ready to go out on the track. And he was telling me, he said, Jack doesn't have time to talk. He needs to be concentrating on the race car. I was telling Jack that, and Jack said, yeah. He said, I may own the car, but he's the boss when we come to the racetrack. Whatever he says goes. So I got a feeling you'll see Jack doing some strong. He's in that second car there, the black car, the Praga car. Yeah.
It's nice to see a yellow car, Charles. We'll visually have something to call. Most of the cars we usually see are black or white. So we'll see them, I imagine, get side by side as they're just going through their pace laps. Race fans, if you are watching online, whether it's Facebook or YouTube, we'd appreciate you giving us a like button. Hit the subscribe so you get notifications when Atlanta Motorsports Park goes live. And we ask that you go down into the comment section. Let us know where you are watching from. Charles, we know we have a lot of fans in the United States, but we have drivers at the kart track that we know are from Europe. We've had a UK driver that we've talked with down in Victory Lane, so we know we have families and support over in Europe as well. Drop a comment down below and let us know where you're enjoying the action from today.
Yeah, it tickled me when he said, yeah, I'm from Great Britain, but I do race in Europe on occasion. I've always considered kind of Great Britain part of Europe, but apparently there's a distinction to be drawn between those two areas of the world. Right now, Rachel Hyler takes that. Is she in the BMW today, or is she in a Jaguar? What is she in?
It's nicer than our cars. We'll just start with that.
Not sure exactly what Rachel's in. Some of you audiophiles may recognize what car brand that is. By the way, we have a new Tesla division that runs at the main track. Have you seen the Teslas run yet?
I have not.
I was going to say, have you heard the Teslas run? But then again, you don't hear anything but a little wind noise out of the Teslas. We had
the
one
little tire sounds when they go around the corner.
We had one turn upside down here recently at a recent race over at the main track. So the Teslas are coming out in force over there. Right now, they're taking their way around the track slowly again for the final time before we get ready to turn them loose as they come down the front straightaway. And we were talking with them. I don't know if you're familiar with Top Gear and Stig that's with Top Gear, but he was with us, visiting with us a few weeks ago. He's part of the Praga team, and they came over and introduced the Praga cars to us. And he told me of all the hundreds of racetracks that he has run, He said turn 16 here at Atlanta Motorsports Park is the most treacherous turn of any because, and it looks so benign, it's just a small sweeping turn to the right, but it's off camber. The car unloads coming up top of the hill,
right.
and it is such an area that you don't think is going to be a problem. It catches you by surprise.
Our drivers are approaching turn number 16 right now as the pace car pulls off. Drivers side by side. We're going to go for, I believe, 20 minutes here in our downforce race number 1 of the day. Shane Anderson, Jack Rambo, your front row. Look at them all, Charles, stacked up 17 strong as the green flag will fly in the air so we can get underway with this downforce race.
They come right past the sky deck. Green flag is in the air. They head down to turn 1. Another treacherous turn here at AMP.
4 wide. That's not going to happen as one car all the way down to the inside. Let's see if anyone ends up. Oh, they all made it mostly through again. They're 2 and 3 wide as they race up towards turn number 2. Wow, that is some wild action. Now the leaders going through turn number 4 around the water tower. That's one of 2 signature turns in this Hermann Tilke design track. That is based on Germany's Nuremberg ring.
I think that one of those drivers, and it may have been Pete Folger in that red car, kind of got off the pace a little bit because they were 3 wide coming through turn 2, and that forced the rest of the field to kind of accordion behind him. So Pete Folger in that red car that you see up the top of the screen right now may have caused a little bit of that situation when he slowed down. Meanwhile, Shane Anderson is up front. We're showing Jeff Price in second spot now, and I'm trying to find the leaders so we can see that yellow car in the lead. It looks to me like Rambo is back in front, back in second.
Got that yellow car about to sweep off into the wooded section. So I mentioned there's 2 signature turns at this track. The other is turn 15 and 16. Charles, you had mentioned how treacherous 16 is. 15 and 16 is modeled off the Eau Rouge complex at the Spa track in Belgium, and that is turn 16 right there. The drivers, as you said, come up to the top of the hill with that right-hand turn and reach really the only flat, straight point on this track, the main straightaway.
Well, we've seen some shake-up there. Daniel Break, as I said that, timing and scoring caught up with it. Shane Anderson is still your race leader. Chris Hune has moved up to second spot, and I think that's Chris in third that I see on the track in the white car. I do not believe that is correct right now. I think.
Well, one way to tell with Chris is he's tall. So if you see the helmet sticking far up out of the car, I guess we'll know that is Chris.
Yeah, as you said, down in turn number 14, you said they disappear into the trees.
Into the woods, yes.
Well, we actually had a car disappear into the trees sometime back here. Last year, we had one that went off course and actually got in. You know, you can always tell when it's a bad accident when they say, we need chainsaws in turn 14.
That's right. That did happen. I think that's also the area we had the deer strike.
Yeah. And Chris Hune was the recipient of the deer. He saw it go over the top of his car. He thought it was the hood of the car in front of him. Turns out it was actually a deer that sort of got in the way down there.
That one turn right in the center of your screen right now, race fans, is a blind corner. The drivers are heading uphill, and the track breaks away downhill from them as they go through. I believe that's turns 11 and 12. Now they'll be full gas as they sweep through turns 13, 14, and 15, not just full gas. They'll be working up through the gearbox on these downforce cars. Charles, when we've seen Miatas over there, a little slower, but these downforce cars, less weight. They do have less power, but boy, they get that downforce that we mentioned, the aero package on them really helps them stick to the track.
And these are made for racing vehicles. They're certainly, every area of them is aerodynamic. They're lightweight. The thing about the Praga cars is they're just all carbon fiber. Even the cage itself, there is no roll cage as such. It's all carbon fiber. And so those are marvels of engineering, certainly for sure. But the Miatas, they're just all Miatas.
Hold on, we get a twofer here as we have action happening on the kart track as well. And race fans, if you stay with the broadcast, we will be racing round 7 of the Kart Championship Series this afternoon. Great action through the back of the pack here. Charles, I wish we had ways to describe them. It's the white platoon of cars heading down the back straightaway. and then on the brakes into turns 9, then they'll come back around for turn number 10.
Well, we see some of our normal people starting to get into that top 10. We saw a moment ago Raiden Nickel working his way up. The youngster out of Houston, Georgia, has switched over from karts pretty much to those radical cars now. We talk with Raiden on occasion as he is here on the main track, and Raiden is working his way up. He was shown in 10th for just a moment ago. That has slipped back since then, and now Raiden is shown as the leader. I'm not sure exactly what's going on with timing and scoring. We have 3 different leaders during the same lap sometimes here on that particular race monitor situation.
Raiden Nickel would be a name we would almost expect to be leading amongst this field. We've seen races where he swept the Miatas. He's come over to downforce. Remember last year he had his first chance in a downforce and literally boiled out all of the brake fluid on a hot summer day. Shows that this track with all the elevation change really tests not just the engine but the brakes on these cars, and that pedal was going to the floor and there was nothing left for the braking.
Well, we've got drivers of the Praga car up front. Pragas are traditionally a little faster than the other cars just simply because they have an adjustment where they can turn down the horsepower on these cars, so it keeps them from spinning the tires coming off the corners. So that's a little bit of an advantage for the Pragas, but you see the Radicals have been here at Atlanta Motorsports Park so long, these drivers are well familiar with the track, so you may see the Radical cars, the SR1s, the SR3s, still showing up ahead of that field of Pragas.
This Herman Tilke design track has 98 feet of elevation in it. Turn 4 is the high spot, and I think the low spot is where the drivers are sweeping as they get through turn 14. But a lot of elevation change, making this track a challenge every single corner around the 2-mile facility.
Now, I think Shane Anderson is still your race leader, even though timing and scoring has Raiden Nickel up there. He'll drop somehow or another to 10th here in just a moment, and Shane and Jack Rambo, Barry Davison will be showing up there. We've got some new names here at Atlanta Motorsports Park that we haven't seen in a while. Callahan Warlick is a new name. I think we've seen Justin Fierro a couple of times. Jeff Price is a new name to us. So we see some of these drivers that we've not seen before. And as you said, it's a large field today. So we do have some folks here that haven't been here in a while.
I see the name John Pearson. I think he's the player. He's a Division I football-size player. When you see him, you see a good old boy. He's not old, but when you see one of the good old boys get up out of that car, Pearson, I believe, I think he was playing up at Kentucky. University of Kentucky for football, I believe.
Wow. So how did he get into the world of racing from being a football?
I think it was a father-son thing.
I got you. Okay. Well, they worked their way. Now, that's off the rumble strips there, coming off turn number 6. That used to be a penalty if they got all 4 tires off of there, and the officials over the offseason decided that that was really a safety matter, that they need to be able to get all 4 tires off without it being a penalty. So the drivers are using that area now much more than they used to try to keep the speeds up off of that hairpin turn in turn 6.
And turn 6 is really a deceptive turn. If you've done a drive along here, a ride along, you're headed downhill into the corner and you think you need to start turning, and you actually have to wait very late to turn in that corner. It's very deceptive, but how you exit off that corner sets up the speed that you're going to carry down the back straightaway. So it's really a critical turn. Now this is turn number 1, downhill, the hardest braking point. Drivers go from their fastest speed on the straightaway to maybe the slowest speed in the span of just a couple hundred feet.
And we have seen a number of drivers wind up in the sand pit down there, and that is a situation you don't want to be. Yeah, I think Anderson was in that, but they started calling him Shane Sanderson because he got off in the sand pit recently.
Race fans, you can see on the right of the screen, those are the new condos being built here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Charles, I saw a sign on our way in. They're on sale from the $300,000 range, so great way to find out more about that. Go to the website.
John's getting 3 of them for Christmas, right?
I don't think I am, Charles, but you can go to atlantamotorsportspark.com and get all the details about the main track, the karting track, the schools that they have here, as well as those condos.
So many things going on here at AMP. It is just a great facility. It is a country club atmosphere. Where else can you go that you get also you get a golf, a putting green. You get a great pool, a water sports park. All of that right here located in part of this same workout facilities. And, of course, you walk by the suites over there. You see the Ferrari of Atlanta. You see the Maserati of Atlanta. All of these great companies that have suites over in the main track. What a phenomenal facility.
Up at the top of the screen, you see the the skid pad, the ice hill that they have. They can pump water down that and really use it as a training ground for young drivers. You know, here in Atlanta, we don't get snow that often. When we do, it's calamity. Well, that hill lets newer drivers get the experience of driving on snow or ice. Side by side go a couple of cars up towards turn 2 and 3. They get into single file formation as we are working down the laps. We don't count laps on the main track. We do 20-minute races, so we're approaching the 10-minute mark. And Charles, this is the point. The drivers have several laps on track. Now the tires and the brakes may start to go away, meaning making an extra challenge for each of these competitors.
Well, it looks like for some reason Raiden Nickel has shown to be completing 8 laps where all of the other drivers have completed 7. They're starting to complete their 8th lap right now. I do think that might be an error in timing and scoring. We'll have to find out about that in just a little while, but I don't see that Raiden is leading this race. Visibly, it doesn't look like that, John.
Well, Charles, we've been broadcasting on the Kart track this morning while we're watching this great downforce action. I've just received word on the Kart track, Luke Giglio set a record during this broadcast in the tag cadet class, 56.467 seconds. So that's tags. It's not the LO206s where they're about a minute. But Giglio sets a track record that I've seen the board in the main track building. That may have been a record that Raiden Nickel has. His name was in several of those slots, but Luke Giglio setting a track record for the tag cadet division. We'll have more coverage of that later in the day as we're watching one of the cars go shooting up off of turn number 1 and passing a couple of cars.
Well, Raiden Nickel, you can recognize his car because he's got a green fins on the back of that white Radical car, and from our vantage point here, we just can't really tell because we're looking from the drone shot as it comes across, and we can't get close enough to see exactly where those green fins are to see if for sure Raiden Nickel's leading this race.
Oh, got one going around in turn 6. Charles, we had talked about how difficult that track is, and that looked unassisted. You could just see the back end come around. It must have been a little too hard on the brakes. We see that one yellow car go shooting by. Now, you believe the yellow car, you think that's Anderson?
I believe it was, but he's slowing right now. You see that yellow car slowing.
Okay.
He may get ready to come through the cut through and get off the race course, but he is slowing significantly off of turn 7.
So something to watch as we are almost 12 minutes into this 20-lap first race of the day.
Yeah, they continue to work their way down in turns 13, 14, 15, that complex of turns as they go behind the trees and work their way back up. It's good to see those drivers still staying very competitive. We see 2 there in that particular area. That is not the leaders. The leaders are farther up front. But they go down to turn 1, and look at this. We got a side-by-side going into 1.
It's a great passing lane, but the car on the outside able to maintain that spot. I get the feeling a little later in the day, Charles, you might see the car on the inside be more bold, but he let the driver on the outside have the line into the corner.
Well, they head around the big turn number 4 carousel, and they'll work their way back down the hill. You talk about that late braking going into turn number 6, and that's important. We've seen so many drivers lose the rear end.
Late corner.
Late entering the corner. Yeah, not late braking, but late entering the corner.
It's downhill. It actually feels like you're braking forever going into that corner.
Right, and we've seen so many people lose the rear end of that car because they turn too quickly. There's another pass looking for the inside. Going to take the inside into turn number 9. Now they go down to turn 10. Look at this.
And, off to the left of that screen, I saw that yellow car on the cut through. So if you believe that was Anderson, he still scored his 10 laps. But that yellow car was pulled off on the cut through, safely out of the way, so we can maintain green flag race conditions.
At this time, I think that it's a little suspect in timing and scoring because we've seen a number of different drivers lead this race that aren't anywhere near the lead, so I'm not sure exactly how that's going to shake out in the long haul.
Well, your name's not on there, and mine's not either, so that's two that are correct.
Waiting for data hasn't shown up yet, so we're waiting on him to arrive on the scene.
I wonder if that yellow car might have been Raiden Nickel. Not his normal car, but Nickel no longer showing up on the scoring.
Also, Raiden showed up instead of an SR1 that he normally drives. He showed up as a generic Radical. So it's possible that Raiden is in a different car today. He might be in that yellow car. But again, we have a number of different drivers out here. We have the SR1s, we have the Pragas, we have the SR3s. There usually are a couple of SR10s also that are in this field. So each of these kind of run their own race within the race. So it is a best of class kind of thing going on.
That's right, much like when you see a Le Mans prototype or a Daytona prototype, and then you'll have the GT classes running that race within a race concept. Not as much difference as you would see from a prototype car versus a GT car. A little bit closer here, as now we're flipping over briefly, just seeing some quick action out of, that was turn number 9 of our karting track.
Or 6, depending on your...
Yeah, on the metric system scoring. Charles, we've called a lot of races at main track where the arrive and drive rental drivers come out, and we see them lumbering through turn number 9, and invariably somebody ends up backwards on the track or up into the grass.
Yeah, or last time we were here, I don't think you were here at the main track. We had one turn upside down.
Oh, goodness.
That was
a rental?
Yeah, rental,
wow.
yeah. And those things are very wide and very heavy. That takes something to turn those over. So our time's winding down now. We're within 5 minutes of the end of this one.
See a second car off on another one of the cut-throughs, so attrition playing a role in
Got a
this.
Praga slowing coming off turn 1 as well, so that's causing a little bit of problem for these drivers as attrition starts to take to rear its ugly head here with 5 minutes to go.
Well, now that black car maybe resume speed. We'll see what might have happened there. All kind of action across all 16 turns of this 2-mile complex.
And the 17 turns here at the kart track, so we got 33 turns of action going on right now here at this great racetrack, plus the autocross.
Yes, autocross. We saw that briefly. They just set up cones in some of the paddock areas, and the skill in that is to have a car that accelerates very quickly.
We got one around.
Got one wide, and you know what? He might be stuck in the sand. And that is a dangerous spot. We'll have to see if race officials might need to call. We're going to get a replay here. It's the back car there. And he just came in hot, and the back end came around. So, Charles, we'll see if they end up having to go full course caution, because that is right on the exit of a corner. And cars that get in the sand typically don't come out on their own.
And, of course, the rumble strips there may have played a little bit of action in that, because as he was trying to slow, those rumble strips make the rear tires chatter. And, of course, they're not gripping the track whenever they're up in the air. So that may have caused him to actually lose a little bit of traction to go off in the sand pit.
So we have cars off in the pull-off lanes, cars off in the sand. As I can see in the background, a yellow flag. So there's at least a local yellow caution. We'll see if they have to go to a full course caution.
I think the local yellow will probably be sufficient, because they can slow them down in that area to make sure they don't get out. And we're so close to the end of this, I don't know that they're going to go out and stop the cars and retrieve that car off the track. So I believe we'll be okay.
Charles, I've just received word the next group of cars on the kart track, the shifter cars on track, the Formula One machines of the karting world. And we have 10 of the shifter karts. This is round 3 of the shifter kart shootout. Their 4th round will be on September 30th. So more and more activity here, things just growing by leaps and bounds at Atlanta Motorsports Park. There we see a class of cars go shooting down through the S's as we see the main track in the background. That's quite a poetic looking vision.
It is a beautiful sight. And we see 2 Praga cars getting by the Radical car. That's the 2 black cars getting by that white car. So the Praga cars are coming on strong here toward the end of this one. We'll find out who's going to be the overall winners of this pre-final for the main track and the downforce cars in just a moment. Right now, we're coming up on 18 minutes complete. So I'm going to say another lap, maybe 2 laps. Probably see the white flag a lap from now.
Right, lap time's about 1:20, fading to 1:30 late in the race. Just can't quite see what is hanging out of the flag stand there on the far right of the screen.
And we are to assume Shane Anderson is still your race leader. He has completed 14 laps. Jeff Price now across the stripe as well. Barry Davison, he's a father-son team with his dad. Chris Hune is on the track right now running in 4th spot, and David Mason, one of our regulars, runs in 5th. They are still working. It looks like Davison just crossed the track. Across the start-finish line. Chris Hune and David Mason still trying to get there, so it's a ways behind our leader, Shane Anderson.
So the official scored lead is 4.5 seconds for Shane Anderson over Jeff Price. So you would figure Anderson is safe if there's about 2 laps left. They left that car in the trap. We're going to keep racing here. So, Charles, it's starting to look like almost like a demo derby where the cars are just all over this facility.
Yeah.
We stay racing.
Tour of destruction has come to Atlanta Motorsports Park. You see Shane Anderson. He's listed in a Praga. Traditionally, these Praga cars are black, but if that's the case, Anderson is in a white Praga car. And look at this. We got a pass going for the lead. It looks like that's going to be a real battle coming out of the trees there in turn 15 as they work up the hill. Who's going to come out with the advantage? Oh, it's still going to be Anderson, I believe, with Jeff Price. Let's follow them down to start-finish and see if they're the two drivers that tripped the. Oh, look at Price.
That was Rambo and Fierro.
Oh, that was Rambo.
Scoring of just went by.
Okay.
So, yellow flag looked to be out there. Maybe they're under a local caution down into turn 1. It looked like the marshals had a yellow flag out there. Now the drivers seem to be back up to speed.
I thought those were our leaders there for a moment. Wow.
Although Anderson has crossed 7.4 seconds ahead of Jeff Price. So we should be in the waning lap here of this race. There'll be a second race later in the afternoon, and race fans, we'd love to have you join us back here. I'm John Matthews, joined by Charles Head, covering all the action this afternoon at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And you see the action on the kart track as well. You know, when the shifter karts have their big races here, which they've got one going on this weekend, it's outstanding to see all of the drivers show up for shifter karts. And we are on our last lap right now for the Radical cars, but we have a yellow flag out. So everybody finishing under yellow, I believe, or will they go back green again for one more lap?
Is that the pace car out on the track right
It
now
is.
leading that? So safety vehicle on course. We would then have to believe, where is Shane Anderson? You thought he was in a black car, but he might be in that white car.
I think I had the wrong car there.
We have just lost track here.
But Shane Anderson is listed in a Praga, and as I said, most of those, every Praga I've seen has been black, so that is unusual. We got safety crews on the track. They're going to take care of that car just off turn 4, and also going to be working on that one that's down in the sand trap. I guess they decided that it was just time to try to go ahead and get those two cars retrieved.
So a full course caution out on the main track. Race fans, we do invite you to join us back for the next round on the main track. That will be October 7th. But if you've seen some of the karting action in the background, the Karts will finish out their season on September 30th. So whether you're on Facebook or YouTube, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button. When we go live with action, you'll get a notification and can drop into the action here in the North Georgia Mountains.
Well, you see the safety vehicle there working on that car that's in the sand trap off of turn number, I'm going to call that 9. I think that's turn 9. And so they're going to try to retrieve it and get it back ready to go again in a moment. I don't know that they'll continue. It just depends on the situation with that car, whether they can continue or not.
Cloud cover rolling in and out throughout the day. You can see most of the track in the shadows, but as the drivers emerge for that turn 12-13 section, you can see full sunshine on that part of the track. We're about 80 degrees here currently. It's the high temperature of the day. We're at 1:15 Eastern time. That is our local time zone here in Dawsonville, Georgia.
Well, we are looking forward to a great finish to this one. And also, we're looking forward to getting some more action on the kart track. That'll be coming your way in just a few moments. So that will be an outstanding thing to watch as we get Rachel still staying on track. She did not come off at that point, so the safety car is still out there leading this group around.
Well, race fans, if you've enjoyed what you've seen and want to try your hand on it, if you or someone you know is interested in driving, you can check out the Atlanta Motorsports Kart Track, as we do see the checkered flag wave under the double yellow. So under caution, that race will finish. Shane Anderson will be scored as your leader. Jeff Price in second, then Barry Davidson, Chris Hune, and David Mason rounding out the top 5.
As far as we know.
As far as we know, they'll be back for another 20-lap segment later in the afternoon.
Well, we will be looking forward to finding out what they're going to do in their final. Now, these guys are just kind of getting set up right now. This is a pre-final for them. They'll come back for the main race later this afternoon, which we'll be covering right here on YouTube and on Facebook Live. And, of course, let's go down to Chris Conowall right now. He's got our winners of the previous race, which we did not get a chance to see. No. So, Chris, bring us up to date.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. I'm here with we've got Luke, and we've got Callan, and we've got Gabriel. And what you guys mentioned during the broadcast, Luke, is that you set a track record of 56. Is that right, Charles?
Yeah, that's what we heard, a track record at 56 seconds. That is pretty cool.
Oh, but to him, to Luke, that's not nearly as important as beating a 12-year-old. Tell us, Luke.
It felt really good when I beat Gabriel because he's been at this track so many times, and I just haven't been here at all this year. And the fact that I can just come here and beat him is really happy.
And that's because you've been racing nationally with RPM, is that right?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, so now we've got Callan and Gabriel. You guys are 2 points apart. Today's race will determine who the champion is for the season. Is that right?
Yeah.
And what do you got to say about that? You said in that race it was okay that Luke won because you were able to what?
To stay in second, and if I'm able to stay in second this race, I could win the championship.
All right, but hot on your tails, Callan, you said something about some adjustments. What was up in that last race?
We had our tire pressures really low, and it just never came up.
All right, so guys, you guys make the racing very exciting. We're going to see you all in the final. All right, put it in right here, and we'll send it up. Who's going to get the win? Say your name loud. All right, 1, 2, 3. All right, we'll send it back up to you.
Well, thank you, Chris. The exuberance of youth on display down at the scale house, Charles.
Yeah, Luke may think that beating Callan was a big deal today, but whenever his name goes up on the board and it stays there for quite a few years as having the overall track record, if that stands, that's going to be pretty special to him, I think. It may not be as that important today, but it will become important down the road. Next group of karts coming out on the track. Of course, we're still following the action over at the main track to find out how that one ends with the downforce karts. But right now, getting ready to bring the next set of karts out. So, John, who we got coming up next?
We believe this is the KA 100 senior class that was on track. So the KA's two-stroke engines, no radiator, no water cooling. It's just an air-cooled engine, although we don't see them on track. So if that race is completed, the next race that should be on track would be our tag rookie division.
Yeah, the KA100s, I think that was who we just had with Luke and those drivers down there with Gabriel and also with Callan. Now
those were the tag cadets.
Those are tag cadets. Okay, that was tag cadet. So we got our next group there in the tower underneath us. They're ready to fire off and get started. There on the right-hand side of your screen, you see the rental karts. John and I were just talking a little moment ago about those rental karts. They are heavy. They're wide. They're very safe. They're available for you every day. Come out here and enjoy rental kart racing here at Atlanta Motorsports Park every day except Monday. I think they still take Mondays off,
right.
Especially during a school year.
And those karts up to 55 miles an hour across this track, so you get that sensation of speed. Great way to imagine being a little corporate fun outing, maybe a bachelor party. A lot of great chances. You can go to ampkartracing.com. That's ampkartracing.com. Well, Charles, we've been so out of touch. We haven't been watching the kart racing, but someone that has is Chris Conowall. We're going to go down into Victory Lane to find out the winners of our KA 100 Senior pre-final.
Thanks, John. Yeah, we got Harley here. We got Spencer here. You may remember from earlier, Harley didn't see the white flag, but this time, did you see the white and the checkered?
Yeah, I actually saw 2 laps ago, and then the white, and then the checkered this time. So that helps me out a little bit. Yeah, Spencer did a good job. Led pretty much the whole race. Just the last 3 laps, I managed to get there, and then I managed to overtake and pull a little bit of a gap.
Yeah, so you led everything till the very end, and then so he was able to overtake. But tell us your thoughts about the lines you took today and maybe what adjustments you might make as you go in so you can get the checkered perhaps.
I'm really happy with the lines I've been taking. I was following Harley. We're working together this weekend. Really just great to have 2 karts up in the top 3.
Awesome. Okay. And so, again, you guys are working. You've been working together all weekend. You guys going to be working together in the championship, or what are we going to see? Are we going to see a shootout in the final?
Hopefully for the first couple laps. Won't try and battle in the beginning. It'll just slow us both down.
Gotcha. What do you say, Harley?
I'm going to help Spencer as much as possible, try and pull away as far as possible, and then the last 2 laps is all down to us two. And obviously don't crash, because that's the worst thing teammates could do.
Right. And so are you fairly new to this track, is that right?
Yeah, I've never been here before.
Yeah, so never been here before, and yet you've figured out some pretty great lines. This is the second time we've had you in the chair today.
Well, yeah, the 2 days of testing yesterday and the day before really helped me out, so it was good that we came here for that, and yeah, it helped me out for today, and we were quite fast, so let's see what happens for the final.
All right, you're a quick study. So tell me, you've raced all over the world. What do you think of Atlanta Motorsports Park?
It's different. I like it for sure. It's different. Never seen anything like it with turn 2 and coming out of turn 5. Yeah, it's cool.
You heard that, guys. He's been all over the world, and he's never seen anything like Atlanta Motorsports Park. And you guys have made racing exciting here. We look for you in the final. Charles, John, any other questions for these racers before I send it back up to you?
Chris, I'm thinking you need to show Harley the town, take them in and get them a bully burger at the pool hall.
Oh, okay, so they're saying I should take you to Dawsonville Pool Room and buy you a bully burger so you can get the full Dawsonville experience, and I'm happy to do that. All right, Harley? Good suggestion, John. Congratulations to you both. Back up to you guys.
All right, thanks, Chris. Thanks, Spencer, and thanks, Harley. Look forward to seeing y'all out again a little later. Right now, we're set to go racing. It's time to bring out our next group of karts.
Tag Rookie is set on the agenda, so Tag, once again, touch and go. These are two-stroke engines. Rookies, ages 7 to 10, so think of them as the early elementary school ages. They run a Micro Swift engine, and we'll see what we get here. It's good to be back with the karts, so those of you that were joining us on the main track, we appreciate you joining us on the live feed. We will be back for the second and final downforce race at the main track later today, but here we go. Tag Rookies starting to rumble out of the building here at Atlanta Motorsports Park Kart Track.
They come down the hill, and as you mentioned, some of the youngest drivers, not quite kid kart, but still some of the younger drivers on the track as they get ready to go. There you see some Miatas out there. So we got Spec Miatas on the track right now over on the main track. We'll kind of get a glimpse of them occasionally throughout this race. They're making their way through the S's right now. They'll get lined up. We'll see if we get a good side-by-side action start from these drivers.
Drivers set to be in this race: Josh Bergman, Isaac Carvalho, Arthur Nehapatean, Francisco Porta, Camila Kanash, Evan Fay, Ryder Sutton, and Liam Sutton. 8 drivers listed total, and it looks like we have 8 karts lined up.
Wow, they went from just no lineup whatsoever to quickly getting side by side. I'm impressed.
Let's see if they give them the green flag. No, we see a yellow flag waving, so not a good start. Drivers will take the little cutoff. Oh, we got one going around there, and maybe some signs of frustration from that driver. Charles, you had mentioned the kid kart earlier. No kid kart division today. If they were running, they would use that little cutoff as their full course and run what we call the kidney bean here.
Well, I've noticed the garages down here where the kid karts mostly are were shut down this morning. Not a lot of activity there. But still with that, we've got a record number of karts on hand today. It's outstanding to see these drivers go. And it's still not going to get a good start this time. They could not get them side by side.
So they'll woe the karts down and try to get them. They want to be side by side, especially when they go by that official. Once they do get started, they will go for 10 laps. And Charles, we've seen this. Sometimes these drivers so anxious, so excited to go, they lack the patience and discretion of some of the older drivers. Let's say that.
Well, we have seen some lack of patience and discretion among older drivers at times, John. But
true.
You are so right. Across the board, I think you're right. Yeah.
Green flag is out, and we're underway in our Tag Rookie pre-final.
And sometimes with older drivers, it is on purpose that they do those kind of things.
Yes.
Down in turn 2, they go pretty much single file. We got a couple of drivers side by side back in 3rd and 4th spot. Coming up to the top of the hill as they round their way around turn number 4 and get in front of us here. We got a 2-kart breakaway here early.
And you're going to ride along with them, courtesy of Killboy, and we go side by side for first, side by side for third as well. Down into turn number 9, you can see the drone briefly at the top of the screen. Our leaders mostly get single file down through the S's.
I believe, I'll have to check here, but I believe Josh Bergman has now gotten the lead away from Liam Sutton. We're going to find out when they cross the scoring loop, but I think I saw that pass going on right as they went into turn number 9.
7:15 was riding in 6th place, so that might be Ryan Sutton back at the tail of that group. As Charles said, we'll see when they cross the start-finish line for lap number 1. Josh Bergman scored in the top spot, then Liam Sutton and Evan Frey, your top three.
Yeah, they work their way down into turn number 2 right now, and we kind of overlooked that area. As Harley mentioned, that is one of the most unique turns, certainly, that he has seen. He's raced the world in karting, and he pointed out turn number 2. It is unique to Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Well, and Charles, if you see that shot where the fans can sort of be in between that section of the track, if you're there, maybe not for tag rookies, but some of the higher speed classes, you can hear the karts come hurtling back down to the earth when the track drops down so steeply. For a moment, the karts are airborne. Not feet airborne, but they're a little bit airborne, and you hear them come skidding back down to the ground.
Well, John, you and I were here for a photo shoot, and I believe it was Radon Nickel, possibly.
I thought it might have been Carson Craig.
Carson Craig, yeah, Carson. And they intentionally were getting him airborne to take that shot. And he went way up in the air, getting air off of that, knowing he could just stop when he got down to the bottom of the hill. It wasn't in competition, but it was a photo shoot.
So our top 4 have broken away from the field. Josh Bergman continues to lead. Charles, a name we've mentioned several times over the last couple years, Camilla Kanash. I don't know if she's always been in tag rookie, but we've seen a lot of drivers moving up through classes, and it's exciting to see Camilla in the race.
Well, I know that Lincoln Massey and Camilla have had some great races together in their division. I don't know if they're paired up in any other division today or not, but I know that they have worked hard together, and Camilla has been the class of the field many times out.
So we have 4 cars in a conga line here. I believe our top couple have broken. Oh, that is our top 4 right there. So that'd be Bergman on the front. Has 4 lead 3 in our tag rookie pre-final.
And Evan, I'm assuming that's Frey or Fry. I don't know. Glenn Fry of the Eagles spelled his name that same way, so I don't know exactly how he pronounces it, but he's there in 3rd spot in that tag rookie division in the 133 cart.
Does look like Camilla Kanash. And we've just received word, a new track record in this race,
wow.
Charles. Camilla Kanash racing back in 4th, a new record, 57.380, seconds. So Camilla Kanash, she has the new record, but she would want to be in the lead, I imagine, more than that right now, Charles, and she is at the back of this 4-car group.
Well, again, I think that if she does set that track record, that'll be something that'll be, she'll recognize it more down the road. Right now, she just wants to lead this race, and she's not there at the moment.
And from the numbers, it looked like Liam Sutton was leading. I thought I saw 7:24 as the placard of the lead cart. We'll see when they sweep by the start-finish line. See if Liam Sutton, it goes up into the lead, and he does. He got past Josh Bergman, top 2, and then about a couple cart lengths back to Evan Fry and Camilla Kanash.
Well, we've got the rest of our drivers scattered out through the field right now. You know, we felt like that we'd have record times today because of a little bit of cloud cover. The tires are sticking better to the track. Drivers are having good control, plus building a lot of horsepower on this day. Cooler temperatures have certainly been something of
We're going to go
wow.
side by side and side by side again. Kanash pulls back into 4th, but for the lead, Bergman able to get back to the inside of Sutton. So a new leader once again here. We're going to ride with the field up through turns 13 and 14. Sutton wanting that top spot back. He's hounding the rear bumper of Bergman.
Well, it's not over yet. This lap isn't. We've still got some action going on here as they go into turn number 16. They are going to stay in that top 4 positioning as they come off turn 17.
So the driver in the lead now, Josh Bergman. Sutton is a red cart with a white helmet. They're continuing to battle, almost paired up here. As you see, Camilla Kanash has the blue helmet at the back of this group, peeks to the inside of Frey, or excuse me, Fry. Do we want to say Frey or Fry, Charles? Which one?
We'll call it different on every lap, so that way we get it covered.
We'll get it right at least one time. Here goes Kanash down to the inside. Fry maybe squeezing a little bit on the entrance to turn number 9. They're going to be hard on the brakes. Boy, a little bit of defensive driving from Fry there. Kanash trying to get alongside through the S's. That's a tough place to pass at this complex.
I was working radio in the early 70s, and Tom Weisskopf was a big golfer at that time, and one of my buddies called him Weiskopf. And I said, why did you pronounce both letters? And he said, well, I just wanted to just cover all the consonants. It didn't matter. I figured one of them was right. So anyway. So pronunciation sometimes is an effort for us. Josh Bergman leads them right now. Bergman is back in front, gotten back by Liam Sutton a lap or so ago. Now Sutton's on the attack as they head down to turn 2.
So new track record holder Camilla Kanash in fourth, goes up side by side with Fry,
Yeah.
and it looks like she, whoa, with some contact.
My.
She cut across the nose of Fry, goes down into the grass and gets back on track. So not the day Kanash would have liked other than that one magical lap earlier in the race. Charles, she has lost a ton of track position. And here we see a replay. She gets to the inside of Fry off turn 2 and doesn't quite clear him. You can see a little overlap. She comes over, and there's contact. And they're lucky they both didn't go off the track there, Charles. Fry was able to stay under power, but Kanash down onto the grass.
Well, she got out of the fairway into the rough and was able to still get it back on track. See, I tied that golf story back in there.
Very nice.
Here they come across the line right now. We will complete 7 laps out of the 10 in this pre-final as Bergman still leads Sutton. And then all alone now back there is Fry in third spot.
A little bit of daylight maybe for the first time in this race between Bergman and Sutton. I'd say about 5 kart lengths. Normally they have been nose to tail. They sweep past our vantage point and head down to the lowest point of the track right there. And now they will work on the back straightaway. And Charles, you're right, it is a gap back to Fry, and at this point, Kanash is out of the picture.
Yeah, Camilla has got some time to, if she's ever going to set a record, now is time to try to catch up with those drivers that are ahead of her. Well, so Camilla's back in fourth spot.
Her last lap was about 5 seconds slower than the leaders, although Fry's lap was also slower. He lost some momentum in that exchange, but Kanash ended up, as you said, in the rough and had to get back on track, costing her several seconds.
Well, you would think the hot tires, getting off into that, she's going to have a lot of tire buildup on there, and I don't know how much of that it takes, how many laps it takes to get that worked back off of your tires.
Well, it may not be laps, but even just a couple corners here would be enough, because turn 4, where they're headed, another very technical corner. We don't talk about it a lot, but Charles, the building almost jumps out at the drivers as they sweep past there.
Yeah, ask Al Edwards about that. That's where he took a nasty spill, and he was out for a couple of years because he got upside down there and really just hard into that outside tire barrier in turn 4, so it can be treacherous.
So Camilla Kanash had the fast lap in this group, setting a track record, but someone who's nipping at the heels of that record would be our leader, Josh Bergman. His best time, 57.531 seconds, just a couple of tenths off the track record. Bergman on his way to victory here in the pre-final.
Now we've got a side-by-side battle going up into 14 right now as those drivers work their way there back into single file right now. We have seen so many of these drivers wanting to break the 1-minute barrier, and a lot of them have today. It's been a great day for setting record speeds.
2 cars extra close there. I believe that's Cavallo and Ryder Sutton. Just about a tenth difference between them, and now we see Sutton make the move to the inside through the U-turn.
Well, they head up the hill, and again, coming up that hill in turn 2, you come up to that blind corner of turn 3, and then around the sometimes treacherous turn 4, down into the kink. There you see us following with Kilboy as he takes us into turn number 9.
Well, and he's on a mission to cut off and get to the leader because the white flag has been shown to our field. Bergman is on his way to a victory here in the pre-final. We're going to stick with this battle here between Cavallo and Sutton.
They head up into turn number 14 right now as, well, let's go to start-finish.
And there we see Josh Bergman pick up the win. Liam Sutton comes home in second after a spirited battle. And then it is Fry coming home in third with Camilla Kanash in fourth. And our battle to the line for fifth. And the edge goes to, we believe, Ryder Sutton.
Good racing from these drivers in the tag rookies. Who we got coming up next on the schedule, John?
Next set of cars rolling onto the track will be our LO 206 Senior, one of our biggest classes of fields typically, and with those LO 206s, it's like a big rubber band. Nobody can get away. They all draft and tend to be back on top of each other before we know it.
And of course our season winding down here with only one more round, and we'll see a lot of these juniors who will move up to LO 206 Senior next year, so it's going to be interesting to see. I have a little bird told me that several of these drivers are going to be moving up. I'll let them announce it on their own and not break the spell for them.
Spoiler alert. We don't want any spoiler alerts. Now, Charles, speaking of moving up, I've heard a rumor that you've retired from race announcing.
Well,
but every time I see you is at a race announcing, so it doesn't seem like your retirement's going so well here, brother.
John, I've told people I've been successful at so many things in life except for retiring. I cannot seem to pull that off. We're back in the saddle doing a lot of race announcing, and I even added the tailgate show for Stevens County football on as thinking I was going to be retired from racing, and so now that has just become an extra thing on Friday nights doing the tailgate show.
I have seen your Facebook where you're back with an old ball coach.
Yeah.
When you got started in announcing the on track right now. This is our LO206 senior class. You can see a bunch of them. The building was rumbling when they were underway. 21 karts signed in for action in this race. So there is a horde of horsepower about to head your way, race fans.
John, we're going to have to get us a gallon jar, and every time we say car instead of cart, we got to put $1 in it. When we started the truck series, they did that. They made us put $1 in the jar every time we said car instead of truck. So we learned quickly to say trucks.
That's going to add up quickly there, won't it? That stings when you have $1 to do it.
I thought I was going to a strip club. I would show up with 100 $1 bills in my hand just in case, you know.
There could be questions asked. Looks like we got a no start this time, so our field will loop back around. There you can see a host of competitors ready for action. This lineup was set by qualifying earlier in the day. These drivers will race 10 laps. Where they finish will determine their starting position for the 12-lap final later in our program.
I talked to many of these drivers after qualifying this morning, and they all said the track was in great shape to a driver, except for those that qualified on the pole. They all said they felt like they could do a lot better than what they did. So everybody's got great expectations going into this green flag start.
The green flag is out. They'll be side by side into turn number 1. Let's watch overhead as they drop down into turn number 2. Let's see if anyone will try to go 3 wide. The drivers trying to get single file into turn number 4. We have heard that we have some victorious drivers down at Victory Lane, and for that we're going to go to Chris Conowall for the details. Chris?
Yeah, hey guys, I've got Josh, I've got Liam here, number 1, number 2 respectively. Josh, you guys have a big fan base here, and tell everybody on TV how you were able to win that race.
I mean, I went hard into the first turn, try to get Cameron out, and then when I went, I was able to get her out. She tried keeping the inside, but I was able to hold it outside.
Okay, and then Liam, you were right on his tail most of the race there. Were you looking for an opportunity to pass, or were you just helping him with some drafting? Tell us what was going through your mind.
So, yeah, I was trying to pass him. I kind of just fell back at the end, though, and I almost got him, but yeah, he'd be faster in some turns, and his car would grip up a little bit more than mine.
Gotcha. And so we've got different conditions out here today with the cloud cover. Are you feeling a lot faster out there today? And also tell us who all these folks are out here in support.
I got Leo, Thierry, thank you to TGT, really and my parents, and that's it.
And any adjustments you're going to make on your car, or you're not going to tell anybody because it's a big, big secret?
I'm not telling anyone.
Okay, Liam, what about
you? They're learning,
you?
Charles. They're learning young.
Yeah, I just got my dad here. I want to thank my coach, my mechanic, Sergio and Sarah. I want to thank my mom. Want to thank Nitro Kart, and yeah.
Yeah, and how about you? You going to give up any secrets on how you're going to go after the checkered flag in the final?
Nope.
Not going to do it, not even for some goodies out of the concession stand?
No.
That's a big no, guys. I couldn't get it out of them, so we'll just have to see what happens in the final. All right, you guys, congratulations.
Chris will set up some waterboarding techniques for you to get the secrets in our next event. On track right now, our LO206 Senior Division. These are 4-stroke engines. We can see one already pulled off just out of the S's. But Charles, like a big rubber band, these drivers draft and cannot typically get away from each other.
Yeah, it's a tight battle, as you see right there, the top 4 going down into turn number 14 right now. When they get to 16, it may be a little different story. We've got 3 karts trying to break away just a little bit, but that 4th kart comes back into the picture as well as Nicholas Laferdo brings them across the line. Michael Succo in 2nd. Ryan Curtin is 3rd, and Juan Pablo Garcia is 4th as those drivers drop that 30-foot banking down into turn 2.
And back in 5th and 6th, we have Jacob Loomis and Grant Lockwood just yo-yoing off the back. They would love to make this a 6-car pack. Charles, drafting really plays a role on these LO206s. They have that rumble of a big block engine with the 4-stroke Briggs & Stratton, but on the power side, they're a little on the lower side, so they're running about 1 minute 1 second lap times, among the slowest we've seen today.
Yeah, they got the slide in there to restrict the power range of these karts and these engines. They work up the hill. They kind of lumber up these hills. Certainly coming up turn 2, they lumber up that hill. We got a pass now going on down to the inside in 14.
Ryan Curtin gets to the inside of Succo. Looks like Juan Pablo Garcia trying to come along for the ride. Nick Laferdo has been the leader from the get-go, and he looks to hold on for lap number 4 as our top 4 drawing away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, Succo dropped 2 spots during that turn 14 pass, so Ryan Curtin moves up to 2nd now with Juan Pablo Garcia in 3rd spot, again lumbering up that hill in turn 2 to try to get up here to this treacherous turn number 4.
Well, Charles, you mentioned that word lumber. Most of our karts only have 1 gear. When we see the shifters later, they seem to rocket up that hill like it's flat ground. But in these LO206 seniors, you can really see that's the point where they don't have the RPMs or the momentum to carry them up the hill. So they really, I'd say, struggle. For the drivers, that's really a point where they can almost breathe for a moment because they're not having to turn. They're just having to wait for the hill to come to them.
And as so many of our drivers do, you see them trying to, as you call it, bobsled or Uden their way up the hill. And
which Al has said doesn't actually help them.
I was going to mention that. Al says that really hurts them in the long haul. For one thing, it takes their concentration off the track. They need to be concentrating on what they're doing, and for every action, there's an opposite and equal reaction. So if you tip your head forward, you're going to be pulling it back just as much as you tipped it forward. So again, it may psychologically help you, but you're taking your attention off the racetrack.
So Nick Laferdo leads Ryan Curtin and Juan Pablo Garcia. They've pulled away from Succo after Succo had that one bad corner and lost 2 spots. He's in a no man's land between our next trio. We'll have to see if Succo is able to pull himself up to the top 3, or if he might fall back into the clutches of 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Well, Nicholas Laferdo in that 00, the Jose Garcia car, the 00. Ryan Curtin is right on his bumper as they head into turn number 16. Every time I see that 00, I think of Jose, but it happens to be Nick Laferdo in that one. As they come around right now, that's still a great battle.
He took a quick peek over his shoulder there just to see where Curtin is. They're going to be nose to tail as they head through turn 1 and down to turn number 2.
Yeah, I got a feeling if you turn around, you might miss him. He's so close. So they go up the hill in turn 2 right now. Curtin stays on his bumper, and joining that, Juan Pablo Garcia now is in the mix in those top 3 as they come off turn 4.
You can see Laferdo get a nice drive up the hill. Charles, usually that means you have a little lower gear. You get a better drive at low speed. It's really a choice in this class. Do you get the top-end speed that would show here on the end of the straightaway, or do you set up the car for climbing the hill? Looked like we had one other car that pulled off right at the end of that straightaway.
And, you know, John, to your previous comment, I think drivers, it's just whatever suits them. I don't think you see a particular driver that says, I want to set up today for this up the hill or for the long straightaways. I think it depends on the situation and the day. And right now you see these two still tight together as they come off 17.
Curtin maybe takes a quick peek to the inside, but falls back into the tire tracks of Laferdo as they put 7 laps onto the board. Once again, you're watching round number 7 of the Kart Championship Series here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And Succo, who was in 2nd spot, has now drifted back to 4th, and he's lost that lead pack as he works up the hill. He's all alone right there, just coming into your screen. Meanwhile, you see the drone making his way right under our screen right there as they head down. And they work their way into turn number 6 right turn number 9 right now, going into that area where there is a good passing spot there. Curtin unable to do anything with Laferdo as they work their way back up the hill. Quite an elevation change as you go from turn 10 up to turn 14.
So our top 2 even starting to draw away from Garcia at this point. Maybe make it a 2-car battle to the finish. Laferdo just a couple of feet in front of Ryan Curtin. Charles, I'm afraid to say cart or car now, like you're going to be penalizing me dollars here.
Well, that's the way you learn, John. You have to have a little skin in the game, put some dollars in the jar.
2 laps to go here in this pre-final. Coming up next on the track will be our LO206 Junior Division. Charles, sometimes we see these divisions run together. Obviously, if you have 21 carts on the track, you're not going to group another class in with them.
And the LO206 Juniors, they will rumble us for sure when they start off. They head down the hill. They're going into turn number 9 right now, and that battle continues to work with those drivers. Look how tight they are. But we got a partial course caution there because we got one cart off in the sand.
I thought for a moment maybe Curtin had a run. That local caution means drivers aren't supposed to pass. They're just supposed to maintain their position. Now we see Garcia maybe reeling the top 2 back in. We thought he was unhitched for a moment, but he seems like he's gathered himself back in, and we might see a slower cart play, or excuse me, that's the cart in the middle there. That was Michael Suko. You can see he is stuck in no man's land with the white flag in the air. One more lap.
Just dawned on me, we got to find this out. We need somebody to tell us if Juan Pablo Garcia is related to Jose Garcia. I wonder if they are a relation that's on the track. We see a lot of father-son.
Why don't we just start a
brothers.
rumor?
Yeah,
Let's
why
just
not?
start a rumor and see, and then they will come up and tell us what the truth is at
That's
that
right.
point. Last time by our vantage point for these drivers, our top 3 have a hearty lead over 4th through 7th, so they'll be able to settle it out for themselves as you're going to ride along with them. Laferdo defensive down to the inside, but Curtin tries to go inside. Ooh, some close-quartered action. Laferdo holds on for now. Does Garcia have a run now? Will we see, Charles, that turn 14 passing lane you had talked about? They're going to head up the hill. Just a couple corners left.
Well,
oh, some defensive driving there.
Yeah, wow, here goes Garcia. He's out to the side, coming into turn 16 for the final time. Remember, the white flag is out. They're coming off turn 16 down into 17. Somebody going to make a move.
And we see Curtin get down to the inside. They're side by side
to
the stretch. 3 wide at the finish.
Curtin got him.
Curtin pumping his fist in the air excitedly. Charles, that was a replay of the earlier race. Remember when we saw, here we see the replay. The key there was turn 16 as you see Laferdo trying to hump his way to the finish line, not able to get it done. But remember when we had the youngsters on track and the leader when, I think it was Giglio, went low in turn 16 and it swung him wide in 17.
And that gave Lincoln a chance to come by and get the win.
We saw the same thing happen here in our LO206 Senior Division. So Ryan Curtin was the winner there.
Wow.
And the difference by timing and scoring, 11 1/1000ths
of
a second.
How close is that?
And get this, Juan Pablo Garcia was in 3rd. He was only 15/100ths back from the leader. And so a very close podium there.
By the way, just so you know, if you start a rumor that's untrue, you have to put a 20 in the tip jar.
I'm going to choose which rumor I want that to be then. I'm gonna make it a good one here.
Okay, we're going to go down to Chris Conowall. He's going to have some exciting guys to talk to here in just a moment. One very excited guy and one maybe not so excited guy. So we'll find out how Chris handles that in just a moment.
But you could really see Laferdo get defensive on the back half of that lap.
Yeah.
And finally, we thought Garcia was going to find a way by, and all of a sudden at the last moment, Ryan Curtin was able to make the move through turn number 17, get to the bottom, and then get to the line first.
Jeff Farver gave us some great shots from the drone there as those drivers came through. That was outstanding. Also, our great FPV drone getting some excellent shots through there as well. I can't say enough about what these drones add to our coverage here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Obviously, with a road course like it is, you can't have stationary cameras that get all of the views. So drones are so important and so instrumental in our broadcast coverage. So Chris is rounding up the winners. I got a feeling we're going to have, I don't think that Laferdo really thought that I think Garcia was the driver that maybe had something for them.
Right here's good.
But all of a sudden, we had Curtin showing up right there. So Chris Conowall's got them both down there. Chris, what you got?
Yeah, I got all three. That was such a close race and some jockeying there at the end, Ryan, and everybody. It looked to me like weight was a factor. But Nick, you were up there cruising. What can you tell us? Congratulations on your win.
Thank you. I believe I finished second, actually.
Oh, Ryan, you did through the pump.
I don't know. It was too close. We were right there at the line.
Yeah, Ryan got it.
I got the lead at the start, took control, and just kind of rode. And Ryan eventually got by and pushed me. And then we tried to make a few moves there at the end. And I don't know. I think you won, but I don't know.
I fist bumped like I won, so maybe I did.
Well, there's going to be a picture looking like you did.
Yeah, and how you look is the most important part, right?
Absolutely. And speaking of, do we have a name for the cat yet?
No, I don't have a name for the cat.
Okay, so by the final, if you can think of it.
You can name it Nick.
No.
All right, now JP, come on over here. Now they were talking in the booth earlier about weight and torso and all that good stuff, and I see you're making some headway up the hill and then down the hill in the corner. I see you scrunching down, and you were pumping. So tell us about the weight.
I'm kind of skinny, so I weigh like nothing. So,
yeah. You got to do like in football and get some bricks in your pants.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, tell us about what you're looking at the final. Another you got you tongue-tied here.
I just need a. Oh man, okay.
All right, so who's your dad?
Alex Garcia. And
Alex Garcia.
I just need to beat Nick.
You need to be Nick. All right. JP says he needs to be Nick. Nick, our younger racers, they would give nothing away going into the final. You going to give anything away about a line or tires or anything?
Hopefully you can pass me.
Okay. Ryan?
Turn left, drive fast.
Turn left and drive fast. JP, I'm counting on you, baby. What do you got? Don't say
If you ain't first, you're last.
There we go. All right, guys. We got good humor down here. Great racing. Congratulations. We'll see each of you in the final.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Charles, John, any questions for these guys?
Yeah, Chris, you got a lot of Ricky Bobby things coming out there.
A lot of Ricky
Turn
Bobby
left,
stuff.
Go fast, and if you ain't first, you're last. So I think a lot of Ricky Bobby coming into the deal down here today.
Does Ricky Bobby inspire each of you?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, hero.
Hero, how about you?
A little bit.
A little bit. All right. Well, I'm going to send it back up to you guys with that, and I'm going to brush up on my own Ricky Bobby.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah.
Juan Pablo, grab him right quick.
Juan Pablo, yeah.
We had a rumor going around up here, which we started, by the way.
They started a rumor
that he might be related to Jose Garcia.
That you might be related to Jose
is there a
Garcia.
fact that that's the case?
Are you at all related to Jose Garcia?
Jose, who? Is he in like LO2 or something?
He wants to know which Jose Garcia.
The 00 Jose Garcia.
00 Jose Garcia.
I got a feeling he's not related.
I'm not. No.
He's not, but his dad was in NASCAR, of course, for 20 years. Is that right?
Well, he was racing for 20 years, but he was in NASCAR for 3 or 4.
And then he also did what other classes did he? Was he in Le Mans?
Nah, he never did any like GT type stuff.
What else was he doing?
He did Formula 2000, Formula Atlantic, and stuff like that.
Yeah, and your mom and your dad also always out here in support, and that's awesome. So shout out to mom and dad. Yeah. And who do you guys want to shout out to besides your nameless cat and Ricky Bobby?
How about my wife? She's pretty cool.
She's awesome, right? She does a lot of hiking, doesn't she?
Yeah, but not this week.
No, it's beautiful. How about you? Big shout outs?
Yeah, Racing for Children's, Kinetic Racing Engines, Doug Evans, my wife and kids, and yeah.
That's awesome. You guys, the camaraderie that I'm seeing out here today. Well, we got one more from JP. What do you got?
Yeah, I want to thank Margay Racing for making the Superior Racing chassis. I have 2 more to go, and then I can call it fully superior. And I also want to thank my girlfriend for also being so supportive.
Where's that?
She's right there.
All right. Thank you. All right, guys. In the final, you guys, and I'm doing podiums today, so at least by podium you'll have a cat name. Congratulations to you, Nick. Ryan?
Hang on, what's your name?
I'm Chris. I'm Chris Conowall. You're not naming that cat, Chris. All right. I am a cat guy. So, all right. All right, so now I'm pulling for you totally, and but I'll buy you guys a hot dog if you get second and third. I'm just kidding. All right, back up to you guys.
All right, so Chris will be taking them to Applebee's to get thrown out at the end of the race night tonight to conclude our Ricky Bobby thing. Charles, I do have to say, based on experience this year, I was down at my main gig at Sonoya, and the excited winner in a Charger race was in Victory Lane, and the announcer down there was like, do you have a girlfriend? And he's like, well, I'm talking to her, which just became hilarious that he was sort of like didn't have a girlfriend. And it's always dicey to ask about, mention girlfriends down in Victory Lane. You're not certain what level the relationship's at.
I ran into a famous NASCAR person at a trade show one day, and I ran into him the next day, and he walked up and he said, "Charles, remember my wife?" Because he was with a different girl the day before with his arm around her. And so he made sure that I remembered that he was his wife that day. So interesting things happen in the world of racing sometimes.
We haven't had a chance yet to mention we're normally dirt trackers. We're normally following dirt late models. The World 100 will finish up today. What some people say it's the biggest dirt track race in the world. I would say it's the biggest dirt late model race in the world. I know that could be controversial down here. I think Knoxville is the biggest when they do the sprint cars.
Well, it depends on sprint cars versus late models. It depends on what your area of expertise is in.
I just, having been to both, just the way Knoxville embraced the event. To me, that's my hot take of the day. Knoxville is greater than Eldora.
And a couple of our local drivers, and we say local because they're North Georgia, Western Carolina drivers, have really shown up at Eldora. David McCoy has done well up there. We've watched him for many, many years. And Kenny Collins has done well in his group as well.
But
so good to see those.
Last night, Hayden Cowan, really an almost unknown, except to the people down in South Georgia, out of, I believe you say Rincon, Georgia, just outside of Savannah. Really had a great performance, and I believe started up in the top, say, 5 of one of the features last night.
And one of your drivers, Ashton Winger, got the win in the Hunt the Front Super Late Models at Livonia last week. So it's good to see Ashton come up and do that.
He was leading at Sonoya the next night and was in some contact with Michael Page. Right after that, Ashton Winger had power steering problems. So you get the feeling it was from the contact. We've been talking today where the temperature is about 80 degrees here. That was one of those ultra hot nights. And when Page won and in Victory Lane, you could just see the exhaustion. Just physically, mentally, emotionally, what a driver goes through in the heat. It's maybe a little different. The driver suits that they wear today at the kart track aren't fire suits per se. They're more abrasion resistant, so they are a driving suit, but they might not be quite as hot as having, the 2-layer Nomex over you. But you can imagine in the sun, head-to-toe covered helmet, and these drivers are going to be pretty hot, even on a relatively mild day where it's 80 degrees.
And we've seen so many of these drivers when Chris is talking with them in Victory Lane, you see their chest kind of heaving. This is an aerobic workout in these cars. Even though you're sitting there, there's still a lot of things going on in that cart that bring out the aerobic action.
Because you are the shock absorber. These cars, they have tires, but there's no shock. Yeah, there we go, another $1. We need to have coin sounds coming in. But there's tires, there's no shocks, there's no springs. The driver absorbs all of the shock. The driver feels every bump, every nook and cranny that they drive over.
And you notice Al was talking about how rough the track is at Barnesville. Well, don't you know, as smooth as our track here is Atlanta Motorsports Park, whenever you get to Barnesville, that driver feels everything going on that racetrack. Plus, the tires are so small, you don't roll over any imperfection in the track. You feel every imperfection.
I was watching the cars just go karts. Ding. I was watching them roll through turn number 1 earlier today during qualifying, and you can see the nose really bump and chatter on asphalt that looks pretty smooth. When you're doing 60, 70 miles an hour, any imperfection is going to be magnified in these karts, that there's nothing to absorb the shock.
And the fairings, the front ends on these karts are now similar to what NASCAR has employed with the splitter that's on the front of the karts. That balance is so low on the front of those to keep the air down, and supposedly it's that way to keep the cars from going in the air. However, we saw recently a car flipping wildly. I think it was Ryan Preece that flipped wildly at Daytona, and the drivers immediately started calling for them to asphalt the entire thing, have no grass there. They did that on the back straightaway over near Lake Lloyd. That used to be a grassy area, and we saw Earnhardt and Rusty Wallace flip a number of times back there.
Wallace had one of those that it would have been the cover of Sports Illustrated, except it was the week of the swimsuit issue. But I remember one of Wallace where the tail of that car must have been 30 feet up in the air.
Right.
these cars, they build them that way to stay on the ground. The problem gets to be once they do get backwards, the aerodynamics that they're built for suddenly reverse.
Right.
And they do get lift. That's why they see those roof flaps that try
the
to hold
cowl
things
flaps
down,
and all those things, yeah.
But you reach a certain point and that car is going to go over.
Jack Roush helped develop the roof flaps and the cowl flaps, and they found out that the area, that the attitude of which they turned those flaps on the car made a lot of difference in whether or not the car would get airborne. Ryan Newman was a big tester of those back in the day when they first came out with those, and that was a very important change. And now to have those cars, if you notice the bottom of the car, you don't see the drive shaft, you don't see anything, and you only see that when a car flips nowadays. You see it looks like a model car or a toy car on the bottom because it's just super flat across there with nothing exposed, and that keeps parts from flying off the car whenever they do happen to be in a flip like that.
Well, Charles, the building comes alive here as our LO206 juniors fire up those Briggs & Stratton engines and they roll out for their parade lap. Leading the field, Alyssa Vasquez, we chatted with her earlier in the broadcast. She has that pink 07 set up for victory right now, starting on the pole. She was the quick qualifier earlier, and we know that she'll be looking for the win here. These LO206 juniors, same basic car we saw in the seniors. The one difference, they run a slide in the engine that will reduce the horsepower from about 8.5 to 6.5. So the slide, just something that keeps the butterflies or the throttle from opening as much, so you can't get as much fuel down into the engine.
And Alyssa is racing for a cure. Lost her mom a couple of weeks ago to cancer, and so our sympathies sent out to Bruce and the family, and of course Alyssa, as she racing for a very special deal today, and also racing for a championship, looking for her 4th championship, which she may clinch today. Let's watch this pre-final. Let's see if we get a green. Yes. We're green flag. We're underway as we head to turn number 1 with our LO206 juniors.
Good start on the outside, so we see Vasquez lose the point. They're going to be side by side down, and Vasquez loses a couple spots. Crossover at the bottom. She's going to try to get one of those back. That will put her, unfortunately, on the outside through 3 and 4. She's going to soldier on. Now she falls back in line, unfortunately going from 1st back to 4th place.
Well, she works her way behind these guys. Now she's taking a quick look to the inside. Alyssa trying to make it up to 3rd. Let's see what she does in turn 9.
We'll try to get the names of the drivers that are in the lead right now. It's tough. Charles, I got to say, it is tough to see those little name placards on the number placards on these carts, whether it's the front or the rear.
Yeah, even as great as our drones are, it's hard to really get in there and see. There you see an 87.
That's Alyssa. That's 07. You
that's
pick hers
07.
You can pick hers out from the helmet. Top 2, we'll see if that might be Scotty Arnold and Javier Soto when they come by to put lap number 1 into the books.
Yeah, I think Scotty Arnold got the lead early on whenever they came across the stripe first. Yes, Javier Soto goes up to 2nd spot. Alyssa is now shown in 3rd as they head down the hill in 2, so we got a good battle going on for those top 3 spots.
And we see Vasquez take a look to the inside of Soto. Now she'll be on the outside of turn 3, so she might just fall back in line. Top 6 have cleared the rest of the field, but really those top 3 should be able to form up in a draft. You're going to ride along with them. Scotty Arnold leads Soto and Vasquez. Now we see the 115 Austin Johnson trying to get in touch with our top trio.
Well, Austin was up there in that mix earlier. He drifted back a little bit.
Vasquez,
now he finds a way up into the inside.
Vasquez just took a bad corner there.
Yeah,
gave up 3rd spot, and I mean, didn't even seem like a fight. I don't know if she caught a curve, but just a terrible time through turn 9.
And Austin has come on strong. Look at him battling now in that 2nd spot, or battling for the 2nd spot as they go into 16. So Austin in the 115 cart has really turned it up.
Arnold continues to lead. Soto right in his tire tracks. These LO206 junior division carts really can draft off each other, so we'll see those top 4. If they stay in line, they'll stay away from the carts behind them, but for now, again, we see Vasquez continually getting a good run out of the U-turn. Charles, you have to wonder what gear she has in that car. She might be set up really for the low end, as our top 2 are nose to tail, trying to eke out a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, Alyssa's gotten back in 3rd spot now. She got past Johnson in the 115, so she's now in 3rd. She's going to try to get up there and see if she can challenge those guys up front, Scotty Arnold and Javier Soto, going into turn number 10 right now, or turn 11, And it's a great race for those guys as they continue to stay ahead. Alyssa right there on their tire tracks.
Well, once again, race fans, this is the LO206 Junior pre-final here at Atlanta Motorsports Park's Karting Complex, round 7 out of 8 of the championship series. Coming up after this, we'll have a few more pre-finals before getting into our finals, and we will take a look over for the downforce battle at the main track later this afternoon.
Alyssa takes a look to the inside. Now, that's been good to her so far, but I believe she's got the wrong line right now. It looks like Johnson's going to be able to take that spot away again.
And you can see Johnson get right to the rear bumper of Soto, almost giving a little bit of a bump draft up the hill.
So Alyssa now looks to the inside once again. She's going to try to see if she can do something down to turn 9, but she pulls back in single file as all 4 of our top running drivers make it through that area and up through the S's.
Charles, I would say during the course of this season that juniors definitely show aggression out there. A lot of great action is continuing today in our LO206 class. They are not disappointing.
I know Alyssa, talking with her earlier, she had the pole and she really expected to have a top running car, which she's still in 4th, but she expected to be up top.
I think I heard you say car. So
Car.
make you you're putting some money in the bucket now.
My dollar goes in the jar, John, metaphorically speaking.
Yeah, metaphorical dollars. Now we see Johnson take a look up to the inside of Soto. Johnson got a good run out of the U-turn, but cannot make it work on the outside of 3, so he falls back in line. Top 4, nose to tail, with 4 laps in the books.
Well, Arnold still leads Soto as they head down to turn number 9. You know, Al's almost got me saying turn 6 when I go into that, but turn number 9. And right now it's Johnson still in 3rd spot, and Alyssa Vasquez back in 4th position. Oh,
trouble.
My!
You can see his hand up, so trouble for Scotty Arnold there. I don't know what happened. Goes from 1st to 4th. And unhitching from that group, Javier Soto inherits the lead.
Wow, Soto now, it looks like that they're a chain race. They're all 3 so tight together as they go into 16. You know, anybody could win this race. Depends on who gets a different line. And check this out.
Might have a second leader on this lap as Austin Johnson up to the inside. He's your new leader. Vasquez moves up to 2nd. Things getting racy here as we're halfway through this pre-final.
Well, Alyssa has moved up 2 spots in the last lap. I think it's certainly possible that she can still get a win in this one if she tries it real hard, but Austin Johnson is the leader. What an unlikely suspect. Started 4th or 5th in this race, now finds himself in the lead.
Will be interesting to find out what the problem was for Scotty Arnold. He went into the 1 lap ago, he was in 1st. He came out of turn number 9 in 4th place. Charles, I thought he might have had a mechanical issue, but he seems back up to speed with these. You know, in the NASCAR grouping, you would have said he had to flip the ignition box, but that doesn't happen on these karts, so he must have just had 1 bad corner to go from 1st to 4th.
And Soto just got passed by 2 karts, freight trained by 2 karts just as they crossed the start-finish line. So Soto back in 3rd. So now he and Scotty Arnold, they've got a pretty good race going between the 2 of them, kind of reversed from what it was earlier.
Well, they're going to pair up and hopefully be able to pull in the lead duo of Johnson and Vasquez. Further back in the field, Luke Corman and Ian Patterson have paired up for 5th and 6th. So, Charles, it feels like one of those cases you better have a partner out there if you want to make things happen. Although now we see one kart almost come to a stop up the hill, and I wonder if that was Scotty Arnold with that kart giving up the ghost. I hear a report of a lost chain coming up the hill.
Wow. Well, that's certainly an important turn of events for Scotty Arnold. We believe that's the kart that has that situation. Alyssa, I believe Alyssa's content to run in 2nd right now because it seems
you
like
say that now. I don't know. But, Charles, when a kart loses the chain, that's like when a race car has the drive shaft fall out. There's just no power at that point. And I don't know what makes it happen, if they just hit a bump and the things get loose and then the chain comes off.
Well, John, we see things go in cycles. You know, we see people ripping drive shafts apart. That'll happen 3 or 4 times in a season. You see people breaking axles. All of a sudden, that'll happen 3 or 4 times. Same thing with in the karting world. You may see 2 or 3 guys in the next couple of weeks with chain situations like that. There's something about cyclical things that happen in the world of racing.
Or a bad batch of parts out there. So if you're a rapper, you want to be off the chain. Here in the karting world, off the chain means you're going to be done. So unfortunately, that was Javier Soto that had that incident. Scotty Arnold
Ah.
is on track running in third, but a distant third to this lead duo on screen now.
Well, we're 7.5 laps into this one. Alyssa is content for the moment to be behind Austin Johnson as they get ready to go up the hill right there. What I was going to allude to was, this is where Alyssa talks about it's not really a place where you expect to pass, so she makes hay here sometimes because the other drivers aren't really expecting it. But as many lead changes as we've had, it makes you wonder if you don't want to be that last person to be in the lead on the final lap. We'll find out how this one plays out. Coming to 8 laps complete, 2 to go.
And remember some of the discussion, sometimes it's better to be the car on the outside of the front row, which means you would want to finish second here. I have a feeling Vasquez will not be content in second. I think she's going to want to be P1 at the end of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Sonoya, is it a track where the outside is preferred going into the first lap of a late model race, or do you prefer the inside?
I've seen either way do it. The outside lane and the super late models is probably the place to be.
Yeah.
On a restart where they do the Delaware double file with the leader out front, you have to see them almost start high in 4 and then sweep to the bottom. The leader has to watch out for a slide job coming from whoever's on the inside of that second row.
Yeah.
And we saw that the last time I was there between Ashton Winger and Michael Page. They had a case. Page got in front, but there was a caution. And then on the restart, you could see that Ashton recalculated things. He wasn't going to get caught by the same case again, and he adjusted his driving line.
Yeah, most of the tracks I work, the inside line is not the best line to have. You want to qualify second, and that's awfully hard to do, is to qualify second, but you want to start on that outside. We're on the last lap of this one right now. Let's follow the action as Alyssa Vasquez looks to the outside. Now, this has been good to her and bad to her at various times.
She finally made it work on the last lap, able to get by Austin Johnson. We've seen several times she's pulled up that hill about a cart length away from being able to make the pass. You heard somebody in the back heard that now too. So
you had the dollar in the jar and jerked it back out. Good job, John.
So Alyssa Vasquez is your new race leader, and she is pulled clear by what we'll call a comfortable margin in this race. Alyssa Vasquez leads Austin Johnson, and then it's a gap back to Scotty Arnold. So she started the race on the pole. If you watch the end clippings, you would say it was an easy race, but not so. She has been second, third, fourth, third, second, but she's going to come home first. Alyssa Vasquez, your winner in the LO 206 Junior pre-final. Austin Johnson second, Scotty Arnold third. Luke Corman comes home in fourth with Ian Patterson.
And Alyssa has got she's really got some impetus to try to win today because she's doing this in memory of her mom who passed away just a couple of weeks ago. And of course she's racing for the cure, and that's all part of this. And she's trying to bring awareness to breast cancer research and to the breast cancer epidemic in this world. So congratulations to Alyssa Vasquez. I'm sure Chris is going to have some interesting words from her coming up. Al Edwards has joined us back once again. Al, how busy have you been? It looks like you're coming in with some fervor.
It's been busy.
And he's got parts. He even brought in something like I can tell you it's aluminum, but I don't know what it's from.
That is the infamous H bar, from whatever
so
that is.
So this is actually a carburetor float bowl gauge that we use in LO206 to make carburetors, the mixture leaner or richer, and so you can't change the jets in an LO206, so you can starve it a little bit by raising or lowering the float bowl, just like on motorcycles we used to do. But yeah, that's what this is used for, both float level and float drop. And I was just tuning on a couple of carts, because when you get in between these pre-final and final, and people just want that little extra bit because they kind of get a little taste, everybody comes over to the tent saying, "Can you help me with this? Can you help me with that?"
So do you have people that say, "Hey, give me what he's got"? I mean,
yes,
is that what you
literally,
say?
literally. And I treat everybody the same. There's no, like, hey, I got the secret sauce on there with, my jacket, and I open it up and I have all the gold watches and all that kind of stuff. Hey, I can get you this engine, that kind of stuff. That's not in the spirit of LO206, especially.
And Al, we do want to continue this conversation, but for now, I see an emotional Alyssa Vasquez down in victory lane. We're going to send it down to Chris Conowald to find out all the details. Take it away, Chris.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
I'm here with Alyssa and also Mr. Johnson, whose first name is Austin. That's right. I'm going to start first with Alyssa. We were just talking. I lost my father to cancer, and you recently lost your mom, and today was very special. And And there were a lot of position changes for you today, but in the end, you were able to overtake Austin. And tell us a little bit about how this race is special.
So just racing for the cure is my slogan, and just for cancer awareness. And so just during the race, I was stuck behind him, and I was like, let's push to the very last laps and see how we turn out. And I was able to pull ahead, but he ran a great race.
Yes, you did. You ran a great race. And my first time meeting you, tell us a little bit about you.
I'm from Mooresville, North Carolina. I race at GoPro Motorplex, or Trackhouse Motorplex. Yeah, in the race, I dropped back a couple spots at the start, but I was able to get up. Was able to get out in front of her, and just kept my head down, just in the front. But yeah.
Yeah, and so what's your home track again?
Trackhouse Motorplex.
Trackhouse Motorplex. So a lot of twists and turns here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. What do you think?
It's a lot different. I'm not used to the elevation change at all. Like, going down the hill, scares me still every time.
Awesome. But you are a regular here, recording quite a few wins, and you're on your way towards a championship. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, guys, you guys ran a great race, and we'll look to see you guys in the finals. Charles, John, Al, you guys got any questions for these guys?
Just a most exciting race of the day. Congratulations to Alyssa. Man, we thought she had lost the thing, and here she comes back from fourth to take the win. Pretty exciting day.
All right. Well, we'll send it back up to you, and we'll see these guys in the final. Congratulations. Stay cool. Good job.
All right. We got some action on the kart track right now as the KA100 juniors are out there, and had a little side-by-side action that went awry for one of our karts.
Yeah, we saw somebody just in the bottom of the camera spin. Not sure who that was. They were in a Burrell kart.
No, another one.
Another one spinner out there in turn 9.
So
and side by side,
aplenty.
wow, through that. Oh, a lot of contact there in the back of the pack
Man.
here. Woo, people are getting a little excited.
So the opening lap of our KA Junior, KA is a 2-stroke air-cooled engine. These are going to be pretty quick out there, so you'll notice business is picking up. We were running maybe 62 seconds for our LO class. These guys on their first lap already 54 seconds with a couple of cars venturing off into the grass.
Yeah, we were talking a few moments ago. John was talking about turn 4, and I told him Al is certainly familiar with turn 4.
Oh, yeah.
That is, probably the worst crash that we've seen at this track was you in turn 4.
Yeah, it was the flip over in turn 4. Definitely is a challenge. Oh, we got a challenge here. Wow, going down to the inside into turn 9. That's a double pass. So someone's going to go from first to third, it looks like.
Hamill and Nabert are able to get by Young. Nabert in that very easy to identify red driving suit.
They were drafting there. They're going to continue the draft and pull away, it looks like here. It seems like this kart has just lost a little bit of steam there, but he's going to do a late break and try and join them again and use the draft to his advantage. But it seems like these guys might have a little bit of power on him.
Well, they got a tight race going on for those top 2 spots, actually top 3 spots right now as they tighten up going into turn number 2 down the hill. As you heard Austin just talking about it, he said this elevation here, I'm not used to this. It challenges me every time.
I think he even said scared him. That
Yeah, scared
having
him.
even in a rental cart, it's a little unnerving to go over, like a dive bomber where you're pushing over the top and going down that hill.
That's exactly right. So first, second, and third here have really started to pull away. And again, Andrew and Oliver have started to pull away, but under braking, Aiden Young seems to have an advantage there under braking and can pull right back up to them and sit in their draft. But very slowly, they start to pull away when they're going to underpower up the hills.
Al, as we saw him going into turn 9 a moment ago, we saw a little puff of smoke coming up. Is that somebody locked up the tires for a moment? What was that puff of smoke?
Most likely it was a little lock up there, but it also could be too rich of a mixture, a carburetor loading up or anything like that when they crack that throttle back open.
Did you see how his kart slid sideways coming
really,
out of 1?
He
Wow.
really over-rotated there. But as you can see, when you do that, the slightest little mistake, and all of a sudden there's a little bit of a gap there between first and second. But they're going to make it back up.
From a long distance view, like from the drone, you don't really appreciate how much on the border of out of control these karts are.
Oh, absolutely. And here we go for a challenge going into turn 9.
Nabert down to the inside.
Oh, and now Hamill on the inside too.
Young comes along,
Yes.
so Hamill goes from first back to third. Neighbor, your new leader in that red driving suit. Aiden Young, your early leader. Now the Kart in the middle.
And we got another challenger. Wow, there goes. They're leaning on each other. They actually touched there, and Neighbor had enough wherewithal to move back inside a little bit, but that's going to give them the outside line and open it up there. They're leaning on each other again, going into turn one. Wow. And he gets it. That would be Aiden Young.
Aiden Young back to the lead. That time around at the line, 4/1000ths of a second difference between Neighbor and Young, but Young had the preferred line into turn number
and
one.
now Young is pulled ahead, so it's not a power issue. Young is just pulled ahead. He's probably got maybe a second and a half on Oliver Neighbor.
Some great racing action.
Oh, Andrew Hamill, wow, gives him a little boot from behind.
Yeah,
Let's get back up there.
That was the chrome horn
It
move
sure
to push
was.
someone forward.
Yeah, we're just going to kind of move you on. So it's getting a little physical on first through third.
Once again, this is our KA 100 Junior Division. Juniors, again, think middle school age
And
students.
Oliver Neighbor out to the outside. He's going to try and squeeze in and do a crossover. Here it comes. He's got it. It's going to be a drag race in the turn one, but Oliver has him by a half cart length. He's going to get the line,
And Young
but
may,
they're sticking
Young
with
may
it.
lose 2 spots
He
here.
might lose 2 spots, and well, does he? He's going into turn 2. He's trying to hang on to it. Maybe an over-under. Absolutely not. Not going to happen, but now here he comes on the outside. Slams the door. Andrew just slams the door on him. I'm sorry, that was Aiden.
Man, what great
But
racing from
look
these
what's
guys.
happened. Look what's happened.
Yeah, Neighbor
now Oliver
is-
has a commanding lead.
But now they're tightened up once again. They're going to
Yep.
draft back up there. They'll
They
catch
are.
him as they come out of 9.
And they're right there, just a few feet between Neighbor. It just seemed like he had a good lead down the back straightaway. That has evaporated. Our top 3 putting on a show here in our KA junior class. Charles, you had said the LO206 junior was the race of the day. These KA drivers, I think, heard you, and they're upping the bar.
Yeah, they've turned the wick up for sure. We're 6 laps complete right now, so just past the halfway point of this one as we are setting the field for the final coming up a little later today. Shifter karts coming up next, by the way, as the KA 100 juniors are in the last half of their race.
Look at Oliver just pulls him up the hill like that. That's pretty incredible there. So he's got a good line through turn 2. Coming out through turn 4, again, he's about a second and a half in front.
Yeah,
of
and
second
he
position.
continues to increase.
Yep.
Now we got
And here
another
we go.
battle going on
Another
side by
challenger.
side.
Nope, said forget it. I'm not going to try that. Because under braking, that's a recipe for disaster if you're not really good at it and have a really good run.
Al, what is he doing? Is he trying to see something for the future to see how his kart will go, or is
Yes.
he trying to intimidate the driver in front, or all of the above?
All of the above, really. When you poke your nose out there and you're not in the draft, you feel it, especially in 206, but in K100 as well. It's like someone puts their hand to your chest and it's like, no, not today. So you're trying to test. You're also trying to get that driver to start looking behind because it's a listening person's game. If you're racing the race that's in front of you and not the race behind you, then you can actually tell when these guys move around from left to right behind you because you can hear it from ear to ear under the helmet if you've been trained to do so, and that just takes experience. Go ahead.
Do certain karts have a certain sound? Can you tell who's behind you?
Oh, absolutely, especially in 206 because they'll start to warble.
Well,
that whoop, 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 whoop.
maybe what Charles said, can you tell if it's a particular kart or you just know you'd know the sound of an LO206 versus a KA?
Yeah, you don't know who it is per
Okay.
se.
Okay.
But you know that they're close, and occasionally when you have that ability, you just kind of take that real quick check behind you. No reason to do that here for Oliver Neighbor. Oliver Neighbor needs to race the race in front of him, not the race behind him, because he is able to hold these guys off if he keeps his line and doesn't bobble it at all.
2 laps to go here in our KA 100 junior pre-final. Charles, I'm getting excited. They're going to have 2 extra laps later in the race program here. Neighbor gets a good drive up the hill.
Takes a quick look behind him. The
does.
steering on these are so quick. We've noticed these drivers just twitch the steering wheel and the kart turns with them. Very, very quick steering.
And here we go for another challenge, trying to get up beside him. Nope, ducks right back in behind him. And actually, I saw that puff of smoke again. There is something wrong with his engine when he's unloaded off the throttle.
When you say him, which one, Young or Hamill?
It's Hamill.
Okay.
And it seems like it is affecting him for sure.
That puff of smoke you see, these KAs run a 2-stroke engine. That's that oil gas mix like a chainsaw, so there's times where you will see a bluish plume come out of the tailpipe. As the white flag is in the air, that bluish plume is just some of the oil mixture combusting in the cylinder.
So they make their way down to turn 2 for the final time. Is Hamill going to try to sneak out and do something on Young? He's looking at him right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's touching him. And maybe he'll get a run on him, but, you know, as usual, Oliver Neighbor kind of got that. He doesn't have quite the advantage that he had before, but it's anybody's guess at this point. He checks behind him going into turn 9 real quick, and he knows that they're going to get close and maybe even closer.
Well, they all stay single file as they come through the S's. There's very few passing spots left, maybe 2, possibly 3 between now and the checkered flag. One of them went by right there.
So down to the key braking area in 16. They're side by side.
And here we go, a challenge, side by side, second and third. They touch.
Oh.
Wow, and it's actually, I believe that was Andrew Hamill. It's a drag race to the finish. Andrew Hamill squeezes it out for second place.
Wow.
Oliver Neighbor, the winner, and then that battle for second. Andrew Hamill holds on 29 one-thousandths of a second ahead of Aiden Young. So, Charles, you have to imagine that distance probably about a foot or 2 between second and third.
Hamill pulls out the lightsaber to go into second spot. How about that for a tie-in? Mark Hamill.
Yeah, I got it. I'm just thinking how much of a reach is that there.
Actually, only one L in Mark's.
Oh, so that completes things in our KA Junior race. We'll try to get a word down in Victory Lane. Also, race fans, want to let you know the apex predators of the karting world will be coming up the shifter cart. So, Al, we may bump you up. We've heard we have a shifter expert
we do.
coming
We have Steve
in,
Frank coming in from the Eyes Up Racing team, and Steve's an old pro. Let me tell you, he's been in karting as long as I have been, and he's a real wealth of knowledge. So it's going to be great to see him.
Mom, it is
Nybert. Oliver Nybert was your winner. We got the pronunciation correct. So with the shifter carts, race fans, this will be the only time today that we see a standing start used. When we have the kid carts, they do a standing start just because it's difficult to get 5- and 6-year-olds coordinated for a nice start. In shifter carts, it's the exercise of using the clutch and being in first gear. They'll quickly pop the clutch and get up to speed, and you will not see them probably even use first gear once they've started. But it is something to see those first few hundred feet in a shifter cart, the acceleration, the G-forces they have. It will be breathtaking, and we have 10 here, so we have a big field. This is the third race of their championship series within a championship, and their fourth and final round will come up on September 30th. Race fans, that September 30th date is the 8th and final round of the Kart Championship Series this season. We would love to have you watch that race as well, whether it's on Facebook or on YouTube Live. Please give a follow or a subscribe as appropriate so you can get notified when we go live with racing action here from Atlanta Motorsports Park.
2 little nozzles that you can turn with your hand, and it's just tiny, tiny, tiny little adjustments, done in minutes. Actually, it's a minute gauge that you have, and if you do it too much, even that slightest little bit, it can create problems like that. So when you chop the throttle,
I imagine when you get too rich, it's almost like you foul the plug a little bit when you run. Okay.
Exactly. These things like to run,
Andrew,
medium
let me
lean.
get you here.
If they're running too lean, then all of a sudden you're going to have higher cylinder temperatures, and your exhaust, your EGTs will go up big time. EGC exhaust gas temperature, which they do monitor on these.
I've always wondered what causes lean to run hot. Is it just that you don't have the fuel in there, sort of?
Fuel's actually a cooling agent.
When it goes from a liquid to a gas, it actually creates a cooling.
Correct.
Okay, so it's sort of like if you spray a can of spray paint or compressed air, the
cold.
can gets cold.
Yep.
Okay.
So, and one of the things also with it is, a leaner burn, if you have too little fuel, you can have pre-ignition as well. Knocking, as we used to call it back in the day, with all the additives in with Chevron gasoline. Stops some knocking on your 1975 Chevrolet.
Well, Al, we'll talk more about knocking and pinging later. Let's go down to Victory Lane and hear about all the knocks and pings on track with Chris Conowald and our winners. Take it away,
guys, knocking aside, I've got Aiden, Andrew, and Oliver, or 3, 2, and 1. Let's start with 3. Tell us what was going on back there. 2 and 1 said we got to have Aiden in the frame, so tell us about the race from your perspective.
It was just a great race. It was a lot of fun battling Andrew and Oliver. We just went back and forth. We knew when we could pass, so
when we had the opportunity, we'd pass. Andrew passed me when he had the opportunity. Oliver helped me pass Andrew when he knew I was going, and then when he passed Andrew, I pushed him, and we were just going back and forth. It was just a really fun race.
Yeah, was it? And it sounds like good, clean racing. What do you say, Andrew, about that?
Yeah, first I gotta say thanks to everyone who came, and just Am for hosting this and my competitors. But I think it was just a great race overall. Everyone was racing clean, which I like to see, and I feel like these guys they got real talent.
Oh yeah, awesome. And Oliver, you took the checkered flag, and so as your competitors were saying, it was a good, clean race. And so what do you have to say about how you held on at the end there?
At the start, me and Aiden had a really good start, which pushed us near Andrew. And most of the race, Aiden just pushed me. And I just kept on looking back because I didn't know when they were going to send it on the last lap. And I somehow pulled it off.
Awesome, awesome. So when podiums come up, we hope to see all three of you up there. And it's kind of going to be anybody's race. So listen, we're going to get some shout-outs from you. You mentioned some shout-outs. Who do you want to shout out to? You got a lot of people there behind you here. Who do you want to shout out to, Aiden?
My dad, Sergio, and Cyril, my mechanic.
Awesome. Oliver, how about you?
My dad, my mom, and my friend.
What's your friend's name?
Jacob.
Jacob. All right. Andrew, last word to you.
Yeah, just to my coach, Andres Perez, and DPC for helping me through all this.
Awesome. These guys are great interviewers. Can we give them a round of applause, everybody? All right. Congratulations. We will see you guys in the final. All right. Back up to you guys.
We are getting set for that shifter kart pre-final. It's 10 karts. It will be 10 laps. And to help navigate us through that, we have another guest announcer, Steve Frank, joining us. Steve, thanks for coming up to the broadcast booth this afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Glad to be here at Atlanta Motorsports Park with the crew up here in the booth for a change instead of out on the track. So
we'll ask more about you, but race fans, here we're about to see that standing start. They get the karts in the staggered spots in the grids. You can see the drivers actually using their hands to wheel the tires forward. These karts, we're going to quickly run out of hands. You drive with both hands, but you use your right hand to shift gears, and there is a clutch operated by the left hand. They'll only use this clutch on the start. They squeeze the clutch in like a brake handle almost, but it's behind the steering wheel. It's a sequential shifter. Steve, how many gears? They run 6 gears here?
yeah, so these are 6-speed sequential gearboxes, and exactly as you said, they only use the clutch at the start, and then from that point on, because of the dog style of transmission, they're able to shift gears with just a small lift out of the throttle.
Steve, why do we do a standing start? Why is that?
It's been traditional ever since shifter karting started. So it's just like F1. This is shifter karting is sort of the pinnacle of karting in the sense of power to weight ratio. Let's go to the start here, guys.
All right.
So you do it just because you can, right?
I think so. You see those plumes of smoke
there they
coming
go.
out. One kart maybe stumbles at the back. The rest underway, accelerating up through the gearbox into turn number 1. Race fans, these shifter karts use a 2-stroke engine. That's why you see the blue plumes of smoke. They are water. Oh, we're calling that start off.
Yeah, they're calling that start off. It looks like so when these things are the water pumps are driven by the axle. And so when they sit for too long or too much time, the engines can actually overheat. So there was a little bit of a snafu with the lineup. So the race director didn't like what he saw, so he's going to reset the grid here, and they're going to give these guys just another chance to spin the water pumps and get some cooler water flowing through the engines while they're trying to reset.
These do have a little radiator behind the left side.
They have a large radiator. Some of the largest
well,
radiators you'll see.
The reason I say small is when you see what runs the water pump, it just seems like a rubber band off the rear axle to the water pump.
That is 100% correct.
Everything worked. These are the fastest karts we'll see today. They're also the most cantankerous. There's more parts that can break on these between the radiator, the water pump, the water pump drive, the shifter mechanism, the clutch. So we tend to see, Charles, a high attrition rate just because there's so many things that can go wrong. Now they're going to try to get lined up. Steve, while we have a moment, if you'd let us know a little bit about yourself, we're bringing you in as the shifter expert today.
Well, thank you. Yeah, so again, Eyes Up Racing and Body Symmetry MD, we're the title sponsors of the Shifter Kart Shootout Series. This is round 3 of 4. Let's go to the race here. Looks like they're about to go green. They're in first gear now, and we'll see if when the lights go out, they will be off.
How quickly do they shift to second?
Now, this is very quickly, within a second typically. So these karts will shift to 0 to 60, will go 0 to 60 in about 2.5 seconds.
Wow. So by the time they get to the end of turn 2 and start down the hill, will they be in 6th?
They'll be in 5th gear.
Green light is out, so we are underway in our shifter pre-final. As the drivers now watch how quick they go up this hill. Charles, we've seen the LO206s lumber up that hill. The shifters, they just downshift to get to peak RPM and peak torque and zip up that hill like it is flat ground.
Lincoln Massey is here with us, and I see him shaking his head. He'd like to do that, wouldn't you, Lincoln? We'll talk to him a little bit about that.
Charles, we'd like to do it. You can be
Yeah.
honest. So, Steve, we see these shifter karts getting up to speed. I've heard that one of the karts out here is running, but not really running with the field, running a little light today. Would you tell us who that is?
Yeah, that's correct. So it was really cool to have the SOTI guys come up from Florida today, and we actually, some of the guys are actually here from the UK as well, so some international flavor with the SOTI kart team. And they came all the way from Florida. They did not have the lead, the amount of ballast that is required to run here in our series. So we gave them the opportunity to do that, but they were not able to acquire enough lead, I suppose, to be able to meet the regulations. So that's why you see the front runner there in the SOTI kart. That is Alan Islamabad. Forgive me on his name there, but he's a SCUSA Pro regular here. Regular in the SCUSA Pro Tour and Supernats contender and that kind of stuff. So he's definitely one of the top shoes in the country to be reckoned with. And but he is running about 30 pounds lighter than the rest of the group. We definitely wanted to have that kind of talent level here with us today. Unfortunately, they just didn't quite have what they needed to have in order to meet our regulations.
And these shifter karts are north of 400 pounds. I think the Tag Masters are a little heavier. And that's because of the master part, Charles. But these are because of all the mechanics that we've talked about. They're going to be a heavier cart. But I could imagine 30 pounds. You're talking 10% almost there. That's quite a drop.
Look at their times, below 50 seconds. That's pretty fast on this race course. We see a lot of names that we don't see on a regular basis here. I'm sure these are our National Touring Series guys that are coming in for this particular race. Does everybody in this race have experience on this race course, or are there a lot of first-timers?
There's actually 3 first-timers out with us that have joined us for the first time this race, which is terrific. We've got a father-son duo that came all the way from Arkansas, and so they're here just for this weekend. And they brought their equipment. They'd heard of the
is that the
series.
Calhouns?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
That's correct. Mm-hmm. And so they brought their go-karts with them, and terrific to have those guys all the way from Arkansas to join us out here in Atlanta Motorsports Park today.
Now, Steve, where do you hail from? Where are you from?
So I'm actually from Santa Barbara, California originally. I call that home, but I've been in Atlanta now for almost 30 years.
Oh, well.
Mm-hmm.
And is karting something that you're involved in full-time?
Yeah, well, ask my wife about that. So ask any of our wives about that. That's quite a question. That's a loaded question there. The reality of so I run Eyes Up Racing, which is almost a full-time thing. We have a program for junior racers all the way up to shifter racers. We travel. We obviously support the AMP series here. We're local Alpharetta. Is where our shop is, but we support the Star Series and some of the other national series as well, with everyone, with kids from ages, shall we say, from 8 to 50. So whoever decides wants to go.
You know, I have a fix for something here, Charles.
What's that?
So Alan's running about 30 pounds light. They didn't have the lead to bring him up to the weight class. They just need fatter drivers.
Yeah.
So I'm available. Just give me the keys for the final out there.
Well,
as looks like we have one cart might have a mechanical issue.
Yeah, I think it's
into
slowing.
Turn 3, lost a bunch of positions there. We'll try to get a
That
name.
may be actually, truthfully, that may be one of our newer guys. That may actually be a lapper at that point. So, but a pretty good scrap here. It looks like for what I think is third place here, between Oz, Jake Fetter, and Sam Mavrutsky. Sam Mavrutsky, one of the younger guns here in the group. He's 15 years old. This is his third shifter kart race ever, and he won the club race here last month in his first win in the shifter category. He's quite an accomplished KA racer, but coming up through the Eyes Up team, he's now decided he wants to do some shifter stuff as well, and he's doing quite well.
So we think of shifter karts as being older adults, but what is the lowest age range? Is 15 kind of it?
Yeah, you're going to exactly 14, 15 years old. Some of the best kids in the country will start when they're 14 years old, and they'll get a provisional license to be able to run. Technically, you're supposed to be 15 to start racing shifters in any senior category, but Brent Cruz and some of the other really, really talented racers around the country, started when they were 14 with special provisions.
Now, you run this series at several different racetracks, not just here at AMP, correct?
No, the Eyes Up Body Symmetry Shifter Kart Shootout is exclusively at,
It's
at Atlanta Motorsports Park. That's
great.
right.
Okay.
That's right.
So you'll have another one this year. This is not the last one.
The finale is in 3 weeks on September 30th.
Gotcha.
And last year we had a terrific turnout. We had 27 shifters show up on the grid, including world champion KZ champion Marin Kramers was here.
We were here for that.
Yeah,
We're
And quite an accomplishment for AMP and for the group to get that kind of talent and numbers out here. We hope to exceed that again this year.
Yeah.
Well, and just to echo on that, Charles, we've had the other driver that's here from the UK. We're starting to see that AMP has reached beyond just Georgia here. We're seeing a lot of drivers come across from Europe, from the United Kingdom.
We're seeing it at the main track also,
Yes.
not just here at the kart track. So that's really bodes well for a little track here in the North Georgia mountains.
Yeah, this track, with it actually there's a video game that has this track on it, and some of the social media posts that are on this track, if you'll see, tens of thousands of hits. So it's quite a popular track.
Is it the kart track or the main track?
Okay. The kart track has a tremendous buzz online in the digital world and in the video game world, and I think that's part of the reason why. And then when you get to see some heavy hitters come out here, like Marin Kramers and so forth, that the track is actually gaining quite a reputation as a fun place to race shifters at.
Well, where's Alan Eisenbard from? Where do we know him from?
I believe he's from Florida. He's a SCUSA Pro Tour regular. Been racing shifters for a long time. So, but I believe he's out of Florida.
Now, do pro shifters, do they have a weekly circuit that they travel from track to track, or is there an organized group that takes them from one place to the other? Or they just choose where they want to run each week?
It's there's really not something to do every weekend, but if you're at a pro level shifter racer, there's probably somewhere to go at least once a month where you can travel around, and you have to be willing to travel to the race at that high level from everywhere from Utah to Carolinas to North Carolina to Indiana, Cincinnati. The races are all over the country at that level.
Wow. Are the races at permanent facilities like AMP, or some of them they just set up in a parking lot and have a go at it?
Some of them actually are. Yes, some of them actually are. They do run in a temporary circuit. The Rock Series is a very popular series in Florida, and they run mostly in temporary parking lot circuits.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of airports turned into to race courses as well at times. They'll use the taxiway and maybe one of the runways that they're not using at that point.
The old Cleveland.
Yeah.
The old Cleveland.
That sounds like a bumpy ride on a go-kart, but yeah.
Yeah.
So we're into the final lap. Alan is our leader from the get-go. Zach Frank running in second, Feder in third. This battle that we've been following on screen is between Feder, Ozcheek, and Sam Avrutsky. Really having a go here, trying to work through some slower traffic there.
Yeah, that's a hot battle there between, it looks like, Sam Avrutsky and Oz. Sam looks to appear to be right on his bumper here, maybe making a charge here on the last lap, trying to get just tucked underneath Oz there for the third spot on the podium.
Avrutsky working hard. You can tell him coming up the hill. He's trying to break that cycle just a little bit and find some spots. Can't do it. Our winners are coming off 17. Here they come, John.
Alan Eisenbard is the winner. Zach Frank second. Now that's third. Feder at the bottom of the screen. The battle for fourth. Looks like Ozcheek is able to hold off Sam Avrutsky. Now, Charles, out of the corner of my eye in this shot, I did see downforce cars on the main track. So race fans, if you're joining us for the main track action, we're going to just slide literally aside to our 2-mile main track. I'm John Matthews, joined by Charles Head. We've been covering kart track racing action, but we're going to cover the final. Do want to just give a thanks to Steve Frank for joining us for the end of that shifter race, as we're just going to enjoy 20 minutes of downforce. But Steve, just a wealth of racing that happens here at AMP.
Yeah, it's really, really great series. The crew here at AMP has really built this club up from a tremendous amount in the last few years, especially. And my personal background with the shifter racing, I really want to see that come back. So we've been eyes up and body symmetry with Anthony Brunfield. It's spent a lot of effort to bring the shifter category back to the front with big fields, and we want to see some more of that upcoming.
So we will have more karting action after this downforce race on the main track. And Charles, we should be in for a good one here.
Yeah.
And for race fans that are joining, we just ask you give a like as well as a follow or a subscribe, so you will get notified when AMP goes live with racing action. Charles, we also saw a bit of the autocross action that was setting up there in the parking lot. So 3 different types of racing happening on this facility today.
Yeah, a lot of stuff going on, man. I tell you what, I'm surprised we don't have motorcycles jumping over all of this as some kind of a
Joey Chitwood.
yeah, the Joey Chitwood Hell Drivers show or whatever they had back in the day.
Maybe the Bobby Orr Stunt School would. So we've talked earlier how they will do driving schools for teenage drivers, but they do have the Bobby Orr Stunt Driving School, and you see all these sports cars, these downforce cars on track. They use old Ford Focuses, little 4-cylinder, 4-door cars that just your basic compact out there.
Well, I saw, not long ago we were up here and they had the electric Cadillacs, the Icons, I think they call them. We had about 30 of those in the parking lot where they were out here testing those. Oh, Chris Conowald has got our shifter cart winners down there. Let's go down to Chris.
Hey, guys. So I'm here with Zach and Alan was telling me that our real winner is Zach, and tell us why that is, Alan.
Yeah, I'm 30 under because I can't put in 90 pounds on the go-kart to make the weight at 416. So that's where we're at.
And so so you're 30 pounds lighter than the other racers, but same cart, same class?
Yeah, it's the same class. It's just the weight difference.
Hey, Chris, tell him to go to the Dawsonville pool room and get him about 10 bully burgers, and he can put that 30 pounds on.
Yeah, it might work. We might need more, though.
Well, I'm always available for some extra weight. If you ever, you could put me on the back, and you still might win the race.
Yeah, maybe. We'll have to come back, change the weight.
Yeah, well, you were fast, and you had great lines, but we're going to move over here to our race winner, Zach, and tell us about your experience out here today and what we can look for in the final.
Well, out there, I was just really trying to save some tires. I put on a couple burner laps in the beginning just to see what the kart had. Kart's really fast. The Burrell, powered by the Mega Power Engines TM, is amazing. It should be a good final. I gotta give a huge shout out to Frank Baldozier Racing, and Anthony Symmetry for allowing me to be here. It's a fantastic product.
Yeah, gotcha. And it's right here, right on your chest there, Baldozer. Okay. And how about you? I see you're racing with you got your the all too familiar, black and orange and white.
Yeah, thanks to Soda USA, Thierry, my dad, my mechanic, and everyone that helps.
All right, so we'll see you guys both in the final. Great racing, and good afternoon, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Chris, and thanks, guys. We're on the main track right now watching our downforce cars, which is a combination of Radical cars and also Praga cars. Most of the Praga cars you're going to see are black, and the downforce Radical cars are white. We see a couple of we got a red one in there, we got a yellow one in there, but basically those are your 2 colors of cars, how you keep those separate on the scoreboard. Right now, Jeff Price in his Praga is shown up front. Shane Anderson was the winner of the pre-final in his black Praga, the 00. So you see him. Barry Davison is up there. Chris Hune in 4th right now, and David Mason is 5th. Pete Folger is 6th. Now, Pete is usually here with his son. The Folgers, Greg Folger, also runs in this division, but right now we don't see him in the top 10 as our drivers work their way down through turn 14 here on the main track.
Yeah, you're right, Charles. In the first race, Shane Anderson was the winner. Price was 2nd. Barry Davidson 3rd. So according to scoring right now, Price had been the leader, but there goes Shane Anderson back to the front. Anderson was a big winner earlier on. Let's see if he's able to build on that momentum. They did finish under caution, but Anderson had led by as much as 7 seconds while they were under green.
We got a pass going on right there, the yellow car, and I'm thinking that is Daniel Brekus probably has gotten by Jeff Price. So I think that's the situation there, as Brekus in that yellow car has moved up to 3rd position right now.
Once again, race fans, you can see the karts at the bottom. The main track and the kart track sort of woven together here across this complex. We're just located west of Dawsonville, Georgia, in the North Georgia mountains.
Yeah, on Highway 53 and also Highway 9, and there's you may wonder why Chase Elliott's number is 9 in NASCAR. That's because Highway 9 ran right by the Elliott's compound here. Whenever Bill and Ernie and George and all of them started racing back in the day, they just put number 9 on there because that's the highway that went by the house.
Also the highway known as one of the biggest moonshine runs in the country. A lot of NASCAR's history is wrapped up in moonshine. A lot of moonshine is wrapped up in NASCAR's history as well.
One of the greatest stories, I taught a course for Brenau University on the history of auto racing in Georgia and the history of NASCAR. Moonshine to NASCAR is what we called it. And one of the moonshiners who later became a race car driver told me that he had a situation where he could lock down left side brakes in his car. And he said he would pass the revenuers, they'd be after him, and he would just lock the left side brakes down, do a 180 in the road, and then slow down, and they would pass him heading toward Atlanta thinking they were going to catch him, and he just passed them by slowly. So that's the way some of those things worked in those days. They had tremendous technology.
Except they didn't have the technology or radios in the car.
That's right.
That changed everything there. So some great side-by-side action here in our downforce second race of the afternoon. We had 17 cars signed in for the early race, but there was some mechanical attrition. Charles, I believe at our last count in that race, at least 3 cars were off in the weeds by the end of the race.
Yeah, it was an interesting race last time that those drivers made their way by. Right now we have completed 3 minutes. Again, we're not working about laps here. We're talking about time, and they're going to run a 20-minute final in this one. So this is race number 2 today. And actually they'll have podium finishes for first and second race. These are actually races. They're not just a pre-final and a final at the main track.
Okay. One name not listed in this race, Raiden Nickel, must have had some mechanical issue in the first race that has ended his day. We started this second race with 16 cars, and Charles, really look at all of them just packed in coming off of turn number 13.
Yeah, running in 6th through 10th is white car, white car, white car, white car, right?
Yes. If there's a torture rack for announcers, that is it right there.
Okay, so they head down to turn number 1. That is that tough turn. The fastest part on the race course is right by the sky deck. They start braking just past that point, and they have to slow down because that's about a 130-degree turn. It's more than just a 90-degree turn whenever they're having to get by that, and it's downhill, so you got a number of things working against you.
Yes, the drone shot doesn't do it justice. When you're there in person walking the track, it is a steep downhill. The cars disappear out of sight, and if you don't hit the brakes, you will be off in the beach behind turn number 1. This turn here, turn number 4, a triple apex left-hander modeled after the Nuremberg Ring in Germany. Drivers will be downhill, hard on the brakes to turn number 6, another hairpin heading back towards the right.
And Carson Craig may join us in a little while. Carson, our most recent visitor to the Nuremberg Ring. He got a chance to go over to Germany and enjoy some time at that track, and I think that was at 17 years old, that was a bucket list idea for him.
17 years young.
Yeah, 17 years young, absolutely. So he was able to do that early in his career, and I think he's got his sights set on being able to drive at that place in one of these days.
So that's just a sign of, so one of the cars getting, now I have to say cars, Charles, not cars at this point. The car that's third in line there, you could see try to make a strong move up the inside, didn't work, and you could see the back end starting to wash out. He was able to get it woed back down, but lost a few car lengths there to the second car in that group.
You know, one of the guys that just really enjoys his experiences here at Atlanta Motorsports Park is Chris Hune. I mean, I know Chris wants to win, but he doesn't care if he finishes 5th. He is just a driver that has a lot of fun at this racetrack, always in a good mood no matter where he runs. Of course, he wants to win, but still it's good to see a competitor like Chris Hune who's here on a regular basis.
Chris, one of the members here, strangely enough, he's from Mahomet, Illinois. Not exactly a local, but it's always fun to see Chris here in action.
They head off turn number 4, and that is one of the signature turns. We have we're fortunate. Most racetracks may have one signature turn. We have a number of those here, and you see one of those coming into play right now as one of the drivers goes wide and another one tries to capitalize, but not going to be so successful. He turned too early down in that corner.
Yeah, being stuck on the inside, you don't get the good run down the back straightaway, and then you're on the wrong approach to turn number 9 there. So this quartet really putting on a good battle out front. We're showing that Daniel Breakus is the leader over Shane Anderson. We'll check the scoring on that, but we're just enjoying a good battle back in the field. Charles, the other part of this track that's a signature turn is on the left side. That's the Eau Rouge complex, turn 15, and then they change directions into turn 16. And Charles, that's the turn earlier you had talked about. It seems simple, but it is deceiving. The car is coming uphill. you switch from turning left to turning right, the car unloads, and it's very easy. If you let off the gas, you'll actually be off the track in the sand trap.
Now they've got a pass going on of the red car. I think that's a Praga machine that's getting passed down there as they head up into turn 3 and then around that big turn 4 area. You see drivers take a different line through there. Some of them will hug that line down to the inside. Some of them will stay in the middle, and some will get wide on the outside. So it just depends on driver preference and how they've got the gearing in their cars set up.
Almost looked like one of those cars had a roof on it. Most of these are open topped where the driver.
Yeah, the Praga cars are closed cockpit.
Like a prototype car.
Like a Batmobile.
Okay.
Well, a Batmobile is not.
Batmobile.
Yeah. But they are closed. Yeah, they're closed cockpit.
Okay.
And you'll see them with the doors open whenever they're sitting to keep that from building up so much heat in there. As a matter of fact, they do have heat sensors in there. And so sometimes they have to open those doors while the car is sitting and idling to keep the heat down.
That's hopefully not as much an issue today as it might have been in earlier races this season. We've made it through, for the most part, the steaming cauldron of summer here in Georgia.
Yeah, Jack Rambo, who drives one of the Praga cars, had an electrical issue. Actually, his wiring harness had gotten pinched, and it was causing a problem to the engine, and it took them forever to find it. They found it about 1:30 in the morning and had to completely rewire the car before he got it out there. Had not even tried it before he went on the track that day for the final. That was a couple of weeks back.
These drivers sweeping past the start-finish line once again. We're at the 9-minute mark, so 11 more minutes to go. Earlier, we had about 15 laps in the first race, so we should see similar here. Breakus lead, Shane Anderson second, Barry Davidson running in third.
You know, they head around that top spot right there. We're almost at the halfway point of this race. And these drivers all fighting for that podium finish. And here at this country club atmosphere, you know, it's great to get a podium finish. There's a lot of folks around to cheer you on, and drivers are always excited about getting the little crystal vase and the spray with champagne in Victory Lane. Now, here at the kart track, a little bit of champagne, but more sparkling water for our youngsters here. We have to do at this track.
And I think the youngsters really enjoy that podium feel. I mean, if they watch races, if they see a Formula One race, they're emulating that. But you're right, it's more of a sparkling apple juice versus a champagne.
I noticed one of the drivers, I was, of course, over Labor Day weekend, I announced a lot of races, and one of the drivers was bragging about he had a podium finish. Well, a third-place finish in that race on dirt wasn't that big a deal, but anyway, he was still bragging about his podium finish to that dirt track race. There you see a pass going on. That's a Praga car. See the closed cockpit of the Praga versus the Radical that's an open cockpit.
Through turn number 4, we can see the Radical now working right back to the inside. So Charles, don't know what happened to the white car with the red stripe. Seemed like I don't know if they're playing cat and mouse out there. Something doesn't look quite, yeah.
Swapping back and forth. The Radical car seems to have a lot of bite coming off the corner, but in the long haul, the Praga car has more open course speed.
So we are past the halfway point. Once we're done with this race, we will come back to the kart race. At the kart race, we had finished our pre-finals and are moving into our final races.
It's sad not seeing kid karts here today. I always like to see the little ones out there, but not got those here today.
Yeah, not enough of them. The 5- and 6-year-olds out there. When you see them in the pit area is the really shocking part. How tiny the kids are. But it's great to see kids, the next generation of racing, getting their start.
John, I think that's what I enjoy about coming to the kart track so much is the exuberance of the youth and the dedication to motorsports that they have. For so long, we wondered, is this sport going to continue after this generation? Because we saw a decline in youngsters coming into the racing world. But here you see it just increasing in numbers, and that is a great thing.
They're still kids, though. I go out into the break room, and you see them on their phones playing either some sort of first-person shooter game or a driving game. They hop off the cart and continue to get back into driving.
Whereas somebody like me is playing Spider Solitaire.
Although the improvements in driving simulators really helps drivers. The main track isn't modeled, but where Steve had said earlier, the kart track is modeled. In driving simulators, it can give drivers a chance to get a leg up. We hear about NASCAR drivers that say, "Oh, I'm going to I'm going to Circuit of the Americas." Well, they hop into a simulator. and get at least a feel for how things will work for when they get out on course.
And, you know, occasionally our kart drivers and, of course, Legends drivers will show up at Lanier National Speedway or Caffeine and Octane Lanier Raceway, as it's called now. And, you know, that track has been modeled on asphalt as well as on dirt. They went back and modeled it on dirt.
For
So
the
a lot of drivers race that track on dirt. And those of us that grew up in the announcing in the late 80s remember that track as a dirt track. What a fantastic facility it was.
Third member of our announce team, Al Edwards, is joining us. Al, looks like you want to add in something to the simulator game here.
The simulators are a really important training tool. They don't quite get the G-forces and things like that, but they do get you the perspective of what the view from the cockpit looks like, so you can do some memorization at least. You know, you see it back in the day as drivers would close their eyes, put their hands up, and, you know, Nicky Lauda was famous for it. You'd see him sitting in front of his car, on the side of his car with his feet propped up, and he would be shifting and turning and things like that with his eyes closed because he had memorized a course like Nuremberg or Monaco or something like that. And that's the way these guys can really focus on the racecraft of driving rather than just figuring out how to get around the course.
Well, and I think especially that timing, like at either the main track or the kart track here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, where you brake is so important.
Absolutely.
If you brake early, you lose time. If you brake late, especially on this main track, you're going to be off in a sand trap.
That's exactly right.
And drivers tell me, even at a NASCAR track, they say it's amazing that the bumps are actually there. You can actually feel the bump, or almost feel the bumps. Your car reacts to the bumps that are actually on that racetrack.
Absolutely, and that's a really important one. We've got a couple of big bumps here on the kart track that we have to deal with quite often.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's good to have those real-world things, especially with the 3-axis and 5-axis simulators that can simulate bumps and rocking motion and things like that. They can't simulate G-force, though. That would be a much bigger piece.
I don't know how you would ever accomplish that. Gyroscopes and some way of creating that.
The only thing I've seen similar on dirt tracks is there's a group called Dirt Track Simulator, and the car has hydraulics in it, so when you go into corners, they can jack up corners that give you some semblance of
the tip-over effect.
You're not just in a thing that's moving in front of you. You're feeling some movement in your body.
That's correct.
I was in that. They brought that simulator to Livonia Speedway about 10 years ago, big tractor-trailer rig, and they had me to get in it to be able to tell the folks how great it was. I'm the only driver that ever turned it over down in Turn 1.
All right, we got one race of our finals done, so we're going to send it down to victory lane with Chris Conowall.
Yeah, I've got Eugene. I've got Danny May here, and Eugene was laughing as we were visiting about Danny coming all the way back from the very back. And what did you say about how many more laps?
I think the dream, Danny May's dream, 10 more laps and I will win.
Danny, what do you say about that?
I agree. It would have taken at least 10. He was on rails, and he was running about the same lap times I was, but by the time I would have got there, my tires would have been gone, so I probably couldn't have done anything with them anyway.
Right on. Danny, you have the Danny May cam out here today?
I did, but I noticed right before I went out that one of the wires came out, so I was trying to fix it. Then we had to take the grid.
Yeah, and so we missed the opportunity to get that perspective of you passing. How many were in your field?
There were 12, came back to second.
That's pretty cool. That is very, very cool. And so we'll see both of you guys on the podium. You had the lines down out there. I guess no changes between first run and the last run?
Yes, no changes.
No changes. And Danny, you weren't in the first run at all?
I wasn't. I missed the field for the first run. I came back from my garage, and they were taking the green flag, so just missed the pre-final.
Well, we missed Danny May for sure. And Eugene, tell me who you're wearing here on your suit here. Race. It says racing is in our blood. Who's that?
Yes, this is my Ukrainian team, racing team suit. My team name is Kart Freedom, and yes, racing is in our blood. I think the same like for all drivers who drive here today.
Very good, very good. And Hot Wings are in your blood, right?
Yeah, Blazers Hot Wings, they support us. Wonder Bar downtown Athens, they support us. And OTK Chassis, BBS Engines, give us the power.
Awesome. All right, gentlemen, we will see you on the podiums a little bit later with the champagne. Good job, guys. All right, back up to you.
Yeah, Chris, I thought for a minute there that was going to be another Ricky Bobby thing. I thought that was Wonder Bread that was on his shirt.
All right.
All right, thank you, Chris.
You
so
bet.
That was the results of our Tag Master Final. Eugene Panenko sweeps the day, winning both the pre-final and the final. Now our eyes shift back to the main track. We're in the waning minutes of sprint race number 2 for the day. Daniel Brekus is scored as the leader. Shane Anderson second. Chris Hune running in third.
Yeah, Barry Davison continues to round out that top 5 with Jeff Price. There you see one, it looks like that car's a little bit off the pace from everybody else. Doesn't seem like it's running quite the same distance as the others. There's a battle of colored cars on the racetrack. We got a red and a yellow car. That's pretty cool to see some side-by-side action going on from there. That's the Radical and the Praga going at it.
So we see the yellow car just sweep by and go hard on the brakes in turn 6, able to pull away from that Praga, the black with red machine.
They head down now toward turn number 7, which is just a little bit of a change in the steering wheel direction, I guess you'd say. They almost drive it straight, but they get down ready to go up into turn 10. That's that blind turn you were talking about, John, as they get ready to head up the hill. Now, this is an interesting area. Of course, we change course back to turn 6 right now. You see Karts on the left side of your screen and Radical cars, downforce cars on the right side of the screen. As that starts to wind down, we're just over a minute away from the end of this one. Drivers should see the white flag next time by.
So that was turn 9. There's turn 10. The drivers head up quite a steep hill here to 11, and then that is into the blind corner. Right about there, the drivers can't see anything but sky, and the white flag is in the air. As Charles said, you had mentioned one more lap remaining. The drivers should get around in about a minute 20 seconds. Daniel Brekus leading in an SR1 Radical.
Well, the final lap is underway right now as Brekus leads this final lap. Shane Anderson, who won the first race, is running in second spot. Chris Hune has moved up a spot from where he finished in the first race. So let's see if either of those drivers can get another spot ahead of where they finished. Brekus right now, class of the field at the moment as we get in on the end of this race.
So once again, race fans, you're watching round number 6 of the Main Track Championship Series for 2023. At the end of this, we'll jump back to our kart track that you can see in the middle of your screen. The main track wraps around the kart track at this beautiful facility located in the North Georgia mountains just west of Dawsonville, Georgia.
Yeah, we've got a Praga. We're hoping to get enough Praga cars here that we can run a separate Praga division in addition to the Radical division. We're going to be seeing the checkered flag coming out here in just a moment. Daniel Brekus is still the leader. And Al, how many of the drivers from the kart track is it? Do they want to go over to the main track? Are they looking to get into full-bodied cars?
Absolutely, they do. That really is the goal. They want to go into some sort of IMSA, SCCA, some sort of professional driving championship.
We saw Brekus was the yellow car that was out there, so that was Brekus we were watching on that last lap.
And Fierro all of a sudden has jumped up to second in the 98. How about that?
Well, I guess it's possible. Double checkers in the air. We'll see how the scoring sorts out, but that was a 20-minute trip for these Radical downforce cars. Al, what you were saying about the drivers, even when they have drive-arounds there, they have its professional drivers. It's like, oh yeah, I would drive in the GTs in Europe in the season, and I'm off season, so they'll come here to AMP.
That's right.
And do one of those the passenger drive-along. That'll scare the spit right out of your mouth when you're on the car.
Yeah, we have one of our guys on our team that just did a deal with Randy Popst in his car, and he said it was the scariest few minutes of his life in this car that he can. I think he's like 10 seconds off pace from what Randy can do, and it's a mid 80s BMW with an LS3 engine in it, and he was like, it just scared the living daylights out of me.
Wow.
So we are back on the kart track.
This is LO206 Cadet.
That's right, LO206 Cadet. Luke Giglio, your leader, 6 laps in. Lincoln Massey second. Ryan Hall in third. That's 6 laps. A scheduled distance of 12. So now Charles, Al, and I are in the building that you see. That is the kart track office building / start building / VIP spot for the day. So we're located in the corner of that building, bringing you the action for the day.
/ palatial broadcast facility.
Yes. Oh yes, Mopsy, it is. We've got looks like a drone shot. The drone's just hovering right now, and it's getting ready to start covering these guys as it kind of gets its bearings. And we're looking for the front runners. That'd be Luke Giglio and Lincoln Massey. And we usually can pick these guys out pretty easily. I think they might have just come by
well,
turn
they
4.
should be. According to timing and scoring, they were less than 2/10 of a second separated.
So they're going to be close.
The two carts that are very close together somewhere on this
There
track.
they are. There they are coming out.
There
of
they
seven.
are, first and second. They are right on top of each other, as it was in the pre-final. And let's see what kind of last-minute moves happen. Now, we got 12 laps total on this race. We're on lap number 7. And let's see what happens here, because they are bump drafting like crazy. Look at this. They are just touching nose to tail.
Giglio in the front. Massey has the blue suit, and he's in second. So I think Giglio has a reddish color, at least to the front of his cart, as they put lap number 8 on the boards.
Lincoln was up here with us. Steve Frank was talking about shifter carts, and Lincoln came up to talk with us, but we didn't have a chance to talk with him. We'll be finding out from him a little later.
And so it's kind of ironic right here, because Luke is driving a Burrell, and that's what AMP sells today. And Lincoln, who's sucking up on his bumper, giving a little tap from behind, is running a Praga chassis in the Cadet, which has also been sold by AMP. So both of these guys are AMP veterans, and we're really enjoying seeing what they're going to be doing.
They're veterans, but the cadet class is for drivers 7 to 12 years old. So again, think elementary age students. But Al, just to hear them say that they are veterans just shows that how young drivers get started nowadays.
5 years old, they get started.
So our leaders drop down the hill through the U-turn and turn 2, and then they climb back up 3 stories. Massey pressuring Giglio the whole way. Charles, almost a bit of trash talk, it seemed like, between these
Absolutely,
two
there
down
was.
in victory lane. Massey wanted to get by Giglio, and he was able to do it in the pre-final, but now they're going to have 2 extra laps with the riches on the line.
Yeah, it would be coming to, if this were the pre-final, they'd be coming to the checker this time. They got 2 more laps going into this one. So is Lincoln, is he content to run back there right now, or is he going to look for a passing opportunity anywhere that he sees a space?
He is going to look for a passing opportunity anywhere he can, but there doesn't seem to be any place that he has a clear advantage right now. He's sitting back and waiting right now is what he's doing.
Giglio's running a perfect line.
He really is. He really is. Giglio's as cool as a cucumber, and he's been running a long time. He's been Micro Swift, Mini Swift, LO206, really putting the screws to it here. And this has actually got to be fun for Lincoln, because this is one of the first times in quite a while that Lincoln has had a good challenger.
Yeah.
I think Lincoln had said points-wise he's already captured the championship in this division, even with 2 races. Earlier, he's like, I could take these 2 races off and still win, but then he's like, I'm not going to do that. He's like, I'm going to race.
Yep, and see there, you can see him gap a little bit and then suck right back up on the bumper of Giglio. He's laid a little too far back, so he can't really quite get that run. He might be on the rev limiter already. So let's see what he does here. But Giglio seems to have a little bit of power coming up the hills, and then he gets back in the draft when we get the momentum going, and there he is. So I think Lincoln is going to become a frenemy on lap number 11.
Yeah, I ran into Nick, his dad, out in the hallway a few moments ago, and he's got Lincoln all set up for this if they feel like they've got the right setup. One lap to go.
One lap to go. The white flag is out, so it's all bets are off at this point. Now they're coming up on Hunter Wilson there in 7th place. There goes Hunter. You just saw a quick flash of him going through turn 4, and they're coming up on him. So this could actually make a huge change in the race. But Giglio has quite the gap here. He's probably got 2 seconds, but let's see if Lincoln Massey can get back into his draft. Here he comes, getting back into his draft. Is he going to make a slingshot maneuver? No, he's just going to sit there.
Like he's just going to pull in behind, so we'll see. Turn 16 would be the next best passing opportunity. We'll see if Massey has anything special, or will Giglio spoil the day? Massey won the pre-final. They head up towards turn 14. Massey closes to within a couple feet.
Wow,
Massey
went way wide on that one. I do not think he has it.
It was in turn 16 earlier. Where
And here
Massey
he comes
made
with
his
an
move.
over-under. Lincoln Massey. It's going to be a drag race to the finish, and it's going to be Giglio by 1 cart length.
You can see the excitement from Giglio, hand waving wildly in the air as he took the checkers in our
LO206
cadet final.
Yeah.
Remember earlier today, Massey made the move off turn 16 with a great pass to get to the front. Giglio is the winner in the final, evening the score for the day.
They had separated themselves quite a bit from the rest of the karts. Really good driving from those two youngsters. Al, how soon do you need to get a kid started in karting for them to really learn what it takes to start being a winner?
You know, the earlier the better. Some kids just, you know, they just don't get it at 5 years old. But some kids really, really do. And, you know, one of those examples who isn't here today, and he had a recent injury, was Bo Stowers. He really just kind of didn't get it at first, and then he's really picked it up very, very quickly. And I believe he's about 6 years old. So, you know, it's really, really good. He was running the baby karts, and then he got into the cadet, and he's going to be doing – you're going to see some more of him, I'm sure.
Our drone shot getting some of the fans down there in some of the areas where they're preparing karts. And
there's our race director.
Yeah, how about that?
And
what's
Wesley
he doing
Deck.
down there?
Look at Aaron Cox, Wesley Deck, and oh boy, they're having fun in the fan there. I hope you guys are at least trying to stay cool.
That's Trent Ellis, our race director. You have to wonder who's minding the shop while Trent's down there.
What's going on here?
So we got a lot of action going on there as we get ready to take those karts to the tech shed. They're going to go through there, make sure everybody makes weight as they should. Chris Conowall is going to have a victorious Luke Giglio, and also Lincoln Massey is going to be down there to talk with him as well.
No,
Chris is getting them all set up right now.
No droop rule to check, Charles.
That's right.
So much a thing in the dirt late model world that we're familiar with.
The whole cart is drooped in this. I don't think there's anywhere to droop at this point. So I think Chris is getting set up right now. I believe we're going to go down and get that interview with him in just a moment.
Sitting there.
We're sitting there ready to go. Let's go down to Chris Conowall. Chris, you got your guys ready to roll?
I do, Charles. I've got Luke and Lincoln here, and Luke was quite exuberant as he crossed the finish line. It was a shootout at the end. Lincoln tried the over-under. Let's hear from you first, Luke. How'd you hold on at the end there?
So I saw that Lincoln would over-under me every single time. So I thought if I took his line in first, that I would have a big enough gap to get through that corner without him on the inside or outside.
And it paid off, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Lincoln, I saw from that nearly perfect run today. What great racing. And so what are your thoughts about that run and the over-under and the shootout? What was going through your mind?
Well, what was going through my mind was, can I get the over-under on last lap? But he had the momentum. I think my engine was getting a little bit too hot, so might have been the reason I didn't have enough momentum to get him right there. But other than that, great race.
Yeah, you guys are exciting racers, and you're both going to be on the podium. And so everything worked out for both of you here today. And so any last final words before we see you on the podium, Mr. Luke?
I would like to thank my dad and my team coach, Ryan Perry. He was the one that brought me into the team and led me to this.
Awesome. And Lincoln, we always hear lots from you. Oh, how about you? Who would you like to shout out to today?
My dad.
Your dad. All right. And so we see a lot of father-son racing out here, and that is pretty cool. Congratulations to you both. We're going to see you both on the podium, okay? You guys want to shake hands, and we'll send it back up to Charles. Good racing, guys.
All right, thank you, Chris, and congratulations, guys. We'll be talking with both of you, I think, in just a little while, certainly with that podium finish. Right now, we've got tag seniors on the track as they work their way by, and it looks like Danny Perez is back up front once again.
Perez was the winner in the 10-lap pre-final earlier today. We'll see what happens when they get 2 more laps, but Perez, always a tough competitor in this tag class. So once again, tag stands for touch and go. These are 2-stroke engines. They are water cooled, but they have a nice little push button start. That's the touch and go part of that Limerick. Pretty good speeds, though, that we will see on the track as they're already getting down into the 51-second range.
So, Al, how do these karts rank among the hierarchy of karts here? Is this a vaunted place you want to be in, or is this just another one of the stepping stones? How does tag fit in?
Well, tag sits right underneath shifter. That's really the bottom line. They are kind of the pinnacle I'll call the touch and go series, right? Because KA100s are also technically a tag. It's the same exact push button you hit and they go. But yeah, this is an X30 platform is what these guys are running, and the X30 is really the pinnacle of that series.
What does X30 mean? Does that refer to the engine?
It's the engine itself.
Okay.
Yeah, it's by a company called IAME, I-A-M-E, and they're out of Italy, and they have a whole series of engines. The IAME makes the KA100, they make the X30, they make a shifter, believe it or not, and so it's really neat to see that company grow, and they have all sorts of international series all over the world.
So how many tracks are running? How many? You know, we kind of know the dirt tracks and we know the asphalt tracks that are the ones that are standing out in the United States. John and I are familiar with them. What are the oval tracks, karting tracks that stand out, asphalt tracks in the nation? How many of them are there? Are there tons of them, or are there a handful?
There's tons of them. And what's funny is this private country club type concept has caught on. And if you don't build a kart track along with your car track, that's a high chance you're not going to stay around.
Oh, really?
Because this particular platform, the karting, again, is part of the stepping stone and the ladder system that you do to get into automotive racing, especially from a very early age. The money's out there, and these types of facilities are a great springboard for that. So really. We're watching this sport grow by leaps and bounds. There's been tons of money put into karting over the past 10 years. And quite frankly, a lot of it was started right here at AMP because people look at what we're doing here and they're like, wow, I mean, you've managed to survive it. You've got a top-class facility, and it keeps on growing and growing and growing. So we're really looking forward to staying, in my opinion, at the pinnacle, at the top of karting circuits in the U.S. today.
I'm going to merge questions somewhat. Charles and I are familiar with dirt. There are dirt karting facilities out there. I think there's one in, I think Carnesville, Georgia has one. We talked about Barnesville. Carnesville's up 85. There's one in Chatsworth, almost across the street from the North Georgia Speedway.
That's right.
What knowledge sort of comes over from a dirt kart track to an asphalt road course?
Almost nothing.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, we see a lot of people get out of dirt and come into the asphalt. There's a lot less work with asphalt. With dirt, you're running, you're prepping your tires, you're cleaning your tires. That's 3/4 of what you do is prepping and cleaning for your dirt track.
And cleaning, just because you're running on dirt, you have to get the dirt back off the machine.
Right. And when I was young, we ran dirt for a half a year, and my dad said, forget it, I'm done with this. We're going to go to asphalt. And that's when we started running at Barnesville. So, that was, it really is a painful but dedicated group of people. But as we see, these vintage guys, they all ran dirt, and eventually you just get tired of being dirty.
So we're seeing a great battle. I believe this is for third here. Mateo Rubio Luengo and Leonardo Oliveira. Just off the side of your screen, that's our top pairing, Daniel Perez, Harley Keeble. Each of them has won a race.
Oh, wow, look at him trying to shut the door there.
Yeah, Perez won this pre-final earlier in the day. Keeble won the KA100 senior pre-final.
Ooh. And they're just kind of back and forth here, but when one pulls up next to the other one makes a little move towards him, tries to slam the door, just intimidate him a little bit and make him have a second thought there. And, that's one way to do it. See, there he does it again, runs him right off.
Right to the
wow,
grass.
I was like,
so
okay.
That's our battle for third and fourth. It's becoming a three-car battle.
It sure is.
Because able to get in because
that's right.
they're messing
slowing
around
down
so much.
Yeah, and quite frankly, that's just have somebody come up and just kind of slam the door on them like that. That's not the way to do it, in my opinion. You want to let them pass clean or try and do a late break or something like that. But here we go, a challenge now. Is he going to slam the door on him again? Nope. He's going to do an over-under? Maybe. And it looks like, yes.
Oh, he's weaving
back and forth, really getting aggressive.
You have to think the blood pressures are starting to rise inside these driving suits. They're going to try side by side through the horseshoe.
And slams the door on him again, and here comes Matthias Preitz around. Oh, maybe. Oh, boy, they were really trying to take advantage of that kind of back and forth little battle there.
Meanwhile, you don't even see our top two. They've gone clear out of the picture.
Yeah, there they are going through the turn 9 complex there.
And they're already turned and headed for home there.
Yep. And it looks like we got some more challengers coming in there in the turn 9 complex with this third, fourth, and fifth battle here. Wow, the Sodi kart, I believe that's Harley Keeble in the Sodi. No, that's not. I'm sorry. It's Leonardo Oliveira in the Sodi cart there.
So 3rd, 4th, 5th, and now 6th and 7th on your screen. Great action here in our tag senior and junior final.
They got 4 more laps to go. We're lap number 8 right now, complete, working lap 9 as they head down to turn 2.
Oh,
Look
and
at
there's a
this
pass into turn 2. Wow, that was a real hard dive bomb, but I believe it was Leo ran a little bit wide there, and now there's a significant gap.
Well, Al, I have to imagine if Luengo has been getting blocked so much, when you finally get an opportunity,
Absolutely.
you're going to go full tilt into
Full
that.
tilt, full send, just go for it. You've kind of had enough of that back and forth game and, getting the door shut on you, even when it shouldn't be shut on you, and it's, like, forget it. I'm just going to move on and check out. And that looks like what's going to maybe happen here. But we'll see under braking here going into turn 16.
The guys don't look now, but that battle of 3 is soon becoming a battle of 5 as those other 2 carts are ready to catch them.
3 laps remaining. Still have a close battle for the lead. Daniel Perez leads Harley Keeble, but we've been watching this melee for 3rd place.
And here it is on the bottom of turn 2. Leo tried to get in there again, and he cut it way too tight. And Luengo is just kind of pulling away from him at this point. There might not be an ability to save it here because they were running really, really tight together. But obviously Luengo has a little bit more on the top end, and that's why we'll say that Oliveira was running with his arms out for sure.
Yeah, Rubio Luengo is starting to get a little bit of pressure now from Oliveira once again. But they're still quite a distance away, and I don't know. With 2 laps to go, coming up on 2 laps to go, what do we have left in the tank for that battle going on right there?
Well, this battle not quite as intense as it was a few laps ago when Oliveira seemed to have every block in the book to hold off Rubio Luengo.
Now they are coming up on lap traffic here, so that could really change the game here if they don't time it quite right. And here comes Leo on the inside of turn 2, but he doesn't quite get it.
Going to hit him right there at turn 4.
Yeah,
That's
maybe.
a bad spot to be.
It's a bad spot to
pinned
check
in.
up, and they check up a little bit. They're going around lap traffic.
Oh, my. Oh, wow.
Just got by him.
Close quartered action down through the kink and off to the back straightaway one more time. This is the battle for 3rd and 4th.
Oh,
Here
there's
goes
a dive.
Oliveira.
Oliveira, there's a crossover. They're going to
contact.
contact. Wow. Oh,
he cut
completely
the
off
S's.
into the paint.
So what's the rule there if he cuts through the S's?
Well, the bottom line is he's got to give that position back. So that position is going to come back to him. He went completely off the track
So
there.
Rubio Luengo went for the crossover after getting past, ended up cutting through the S's. We'll see how this settles out. It may go to the marshals as the white flag is in the air with 1 lap to go.
Yeah, if he's smart, he's just going to back out of it and give the position back. But, he doesn't want to give 2 positions back. So that's really hard to do when you've got people in such close quarters.
Wow.
So the battle
What a
for
turn of
3rd,
events.
4th, and 5th continues here on the final lap of our tag senior-junior final. Ahead of this, Daniel Perez and Harley Keeble have been just walking away from the rest of the field. They just crossed out the bottom of the screen.
Right. They just passed some lap traffic as well.
So a hearty lead for our lead duo. We're going to stay focused on 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Rubio Luengo is running in 3rd for the moment as we go split screen. The checkers are in the air, weaving to the finish. Daniel Perez is your winner. Harley Keeble is in 2nd, coming to the stripe for 3rd. It's going to be Mateo Rubio Luengo, Leonardo Oliveira in 4th, and Matthias Prates in 5th. We'll see what the stewards say if they adjust things for that battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Well, just like in the previous race, Danny Perez and Harley Keeble will be down with Chris Conowall. Just the same scenario we had before. Harley is visiting with us from the UK, and first time he had seen this racetrack. He's been here practicing a couple of days, and obviously practice is very important on a technical course like this, so it's a good thing he came and had a couple of days to be able to get some experience under his belt for this racetrack. And I think Chris alluded to that in the interview with him a little while ago about how important it was to have that bit.
Here's a replay of that action late. We see the pass, the crossover, and the contact. So Rubio Luengo was down on the inside of turn 10, but shot straight through the S's. Here we're going to see it. There's Oliveira makes the pass, the crossover from Luengo, the contact, and then Luengo goes through the painted stripes. So, Al, looks like maybe you got some info of what might happen here based on a call from our race director.
It looks like we might have a DQ based on that. Close quarter driving and blocking and all that kind of stuff. That's just not acceptable.
But who would be DQ'd in this case?
Both.
Both of them,
Oh,
so
really?
a double
Wow.
DQ.
Well, you had one that was doing the blocking, one that was doing the running off and things like that. So that's it's really unfortunate they got that intense that quickly in a club race. But that's racing. So you have to deal with what the officials are going to mandate here, and they did not like what they saw going on
So
at
we
all.
may see Matthias Prates promoted up to the podium in third place.
Absolutely.
Wow. Interesting turn of events there at the end of that one. The top two solidified. I don't think we have to worry about the two of them. I was wondering, was his venture out into that off-course rumble strip area something that was resulting of the contact? But when you look at that and the knowledge that both of the drivers were involved in kind of aggressive driving, that makes a lot of sense.
Definitely seemed like passions became tensions that boiled over there, and they were really going at it intensely for several laps in that 12-lap final.
Yeah, co-opetition kind of got a little more competition than cooperative at that point.
Yep. So we're actually kind of take a little bit of a pause here. We're not sending the next crowd out. We're actually going to have the race director talk to the drivers and talk to some folks, and we're going to make a decision from there.
Okay.
Well, speaking of talk to, though, I see our intrepid reporter Chris down in victory lane, and I see a smiling Danny Perez with him. So Chris Conowald, take it away in victory lane.
Bueller, Fry.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, well, I was just talking to Danny Perez here, and Harley, as you'll recall from the first interview, there was an issue with the white flag. They didn't see that, and there was some question about whether or not a pass when Harley didn't see the white flag. But this time, Danny, you're way out front. You come in with the checkered flag. So what do you got? Were you sandbagging?
Not really. Just worked really hard for it. I had a great opponent, and I just want to thank him for this race. Really happy with it. Thank God and all my sponsors.
Absolutely. Harley, again, they were talking about this was your first experience out here, and you're racing against one of the finest, and you're a fine racer as well. So tell us about that particular race, the experience versus the first one.
Well, yeah, obviously never been here before, so already on the back foot, and then after that it was just I got a good start, and then Danny was just a bit quicker, and I couldn't really stay with him.
Yeah, and are we going to see more of you?
Hopefully.
Okay, so that's great because I'm going to see you guys both on the podium. Charles, you guys have any questions for our race winners here? They got a big fan base. Guys, can you guys give these guys a round of applause right now?
Yeah, Chris, I got
absolutely.
A question. Where's Harley going to be racing next? Are we going to see him stateside, or is he going back to Europe?
Are you going to stay stateside or go back to Europe?
Yeah, so I got a race in Sonoma next week, and then I've got the pre-testing GoPro before the USPKS, and I got USPKS the week after.
Well, we're going to be supporting you right here from Dawsonville, Georgia. Good racing today, great racing today, or great racing to you as well. We'll see you both on the podium.
Well, Chris, I have one more question for Harley. He was the winner in the KA 100 Senior pre-final. How does he feel about his chances in the final for that coming up a little later?
Well, so for sure it's good because we're on pole, control the pace, and then just get a good start. And I've got my teammate in P2, so hopefully we could work together and just pull away.
Gotcha. And Danny, for the championship for the season, is that securely in your grasp at this point?
I usually don't race 630. I honestly raced because there was a big field, looked exciting. I usually race shifter, but yes, shifter is almost locked down. I just need one more race.
One more race. All right, well, we're looking forward to seeing you both on the podium. Congratulations to you both. You guys are great racers. All right, I'm going to send it back up to the booth, you guys.
All right, thanks, Chris. Chris Conowald down in Victory Lane with our top two finishers in that group. We're set now for the next ones to come on. Got a little bit of cleanup going on, a little track officials out there making sure everything's in good shape. And Al, as we get to probably the hottest point in the day so far, sun's back out. It is a full sun race course
Sure
right
is.
now. Does that make any difference over what people were expecting as far as setup is concerned?
It does make a difference, and so people are chasing their setups. They're going to be chasing their tire pressures, trying to figure out, probably going a little bit lower in the LO206 categories. We'll see what happens.
Well, Charles, something to watch. I do look on radar and see there are some storms across North Georgia. That has been in the forecast, so we'll have to see if we could quickly go from full sun to full shade. Something to watch. There's storms, nothing around us right now, but that could change. I'm not saying it will rain, but you could get some cloud cover that would quickly
Yeah,
come
absolutely.
in.
We do have some storms coming, and we just got the official word from the officials here that Luengo and Leo were disqualified for unsportsmanlike conduct and aggressive driving. So that moves, I believe that was Matthias Prates, up to third place.
Wow.
So congratulations to Matthias to earn the podium. But let's clean that one up, folks.
All right, the building has come alive with the thunder of LO206 engines
Masters.
once again, and the Masters are on track. Adam Phillips was the winner in the pre-final. We have a good field here, Charles. 14 karts ready for 12 laps of action.
These guys, you look at that list right there, we see names that we've seen here for a lot of years, guys that really have a lot of experience on this track. You look, even back in the back at 8th spot, Matt Lassiter, a lot of laps at this racetrack, so this could be anybody's race. Of course, up front, we're looking at the guys there. Aaron Cox, one of the top runners, as well as Danny May. Those are kind of the usual suspects in these races. We'll see how they do. We'll see if we get a good green flag start here as we get ready to come down to the green.
Now, Danny May starting from the back, and because he did not finish the race on the pre-final. So the actual starting grid is Phillips first, Cox second, Matt Lassiter third, Austin Gargis fourth, and we are about to go green.
May will be coming from the back.
That's
That'll
right.
be something to watch as the green
And
flag
green,
is
green,
out.
green.
12 laps for our LO206 Masters. Al, we didn't see this race. We were over following the main track coverage. Danny May had a spirited charge in the earlier race, so we'll have to see if he's going to duplicate that performance. One car already getting wild on the inside of turn two.
That's Troy Wilson there, got hit in turn two. Looks like he got a lot of contact going up in turn three. So we're starting to iron it out, go single file. First, second, third, fourth. It looks like we got Phillips, Cox. Gargis is now in third and Lassiter in fourth, and they're starting to pull away from the rest of the field.
I sometimes feel like I'm at the old Chevy show at Six Flags with this FPV shot that we got going around
I
here.
remember that all too well.
So our top four with the draft, hoping probably to get away from the rest of the field and settle it amongst themselves. 5th, 6th, and 7th will be looking to reel in this top quartet. We'll see what happens. We have a little less than about 11 laps left to settle this out.
Yep. So
all right, we're going to find out how this running order is once they get down to start-finish. We'll see what happens here. Adam Phillips appears to be our race leader. Let's see if that's the way they cross
Phillips,
the stripe.
Cox, Gargis, Lassiter, Paul McElree in fifth position. David Fusco is in sixth. Now, Fusco started to come fourth here. Chuck Teasley in second, so it looks like a lot of the Wilbite guys are up there in the top 10.
It looks like follow four right now, although they're getting a little side-by-side in that second quartet. The top four stay nose to tail. Charles, just like at Talladega, when you're in line, you're going to be fast and be able to pull away from everyone else.
Yeah, but how long is that going to last? Somebody's going to try to sneak their nose out and see if they can go by someone.
We got to go to this word. The entente will end at some point.
It will. What I'm just hoping right now is that the four of these guys realize that they have pulled away quite a bit, and they need to keep on pulling. So you notice the first two guys really have it up the hill here. That's Phillips and Cox. And Gargis, when they're braking, they are going to come back together with, Gargis and Lassiter there. So hopefully these guys can really gap it and then start racing hard the last couple of laps. They got a long ways to go at this point.
John, last time we were here, we were talking, the Tour de France was in full force, and the Peloton was the word of the day. So the Peloton has now moved down into turn number two.
That's right.
A little bit. Drafting really matters in cycling.
See how they got that turn two really, really well, and they've caught right back up, and it's just a group of four, almost bumper to bumper.
Many hands makes for light work. So in the Peloton, it's in cycling, you can draft and you can save 20 to 30% of your energy by being behind other cyclists. In karting, you don't save energy in the same way, but you gain a little bit of speed, so you can close in on the people in front of you.
That's exactly.
Like we have one driver walking by already.
Might have been Danny May.
Actually, it looked like Danny May. Yeah, I think Danny may be the driver that's off his cart right now.
Got a good camera shot of his helmet.
A brief camera shot of him walking towards the camera.
They're up into turn 14 right now.
Scoring wise, Danny May has scored as having no laps completed.
Okay.
Wow. Another problem for Danny.
That's a hard one for Danny. We're really sorry to see that. But we're really happy to see Adam Phillips. Adam Phillips has been struggling for the past couple of years trying to get things dialed in and, life and things like that. But I remember years ago he and I would race together, and I thought he had hit me and knocked me out. And here comes Aaron Cox around the outside in turn 3. Is he going to stick it?
Wow.
Yes, he does. He slams the door on Adam Phillips, almost clips him.
Almost seemed like slow motion going up that hill as Cox worked his way to the outside.
But here comes Adam Phillips. Adam Phillips seems like he's got a little bit longer of a gear there, and he's right back up on top of him. He's going to give him a hard challenge there coming onto the backstretch.
It was interesting. Austin Gargas was not able to get involved in that.
No.
Make it a 3-cart battle. So our top quartet still has plenty of distance as a buffer between them and 5th through 8th. But if they keep battling, that will change.
Gargas has got to hope he holds off Lassiter. Lassiter's tucked in right there,
he sure
ready
is.
to make a move. Now those 3rd and 4th carts kind of catching the 1st and 2nd guys
They
again.
sure are, absolutely. And this is where it's starting to show up. We've got a few laps on the board. The tires are starting to get hot, and people are going to start tightening up a little bit. So we might see some position changes in the first 4. If you can run smoothly as 4. Oh, Matt Lassiter completely off the track. 4 off into the grass.
He did that himself. He
yeah,
wasn't
he did.
driven off.
No,
he
there
just
was no
went to
driving
the
off.
outside.
It looks like he understeered pretty bad.
There's about a 5-second gap back to the 2nd quartet, but now you see our leaders all getting spaced out. Was this what Cox wanted, for everyone to get broken up, and now he can run away and hide? We'll see as we're 4 laps into this 12-lap
yeah,
final.
well, Cox was telling me, we were talking about gearing selection, and we went through some gearing selection choices. I mean, Adam's not going to be happy that I was talking to Cox about that, but then again, it's anyone's guess at this point, because the track conditions are going to change the longer the race goes, and we're just hoping that the tires last. Now, we really do have – these guys have checked out the first 4, 5th, 6th, and 7th. That's Chuck Teasley in 7th position. He's trying to make a move on David Fusco, who's in 6th. Doesn't quite have it, but they're going to go through turn 16, and we'll see if they can get by Paul McElry. Paul McElry's just got his cart set up from his crash that he had. Oh, there's Fusco giving Paul McElry a little tap from behind. Hey, I'm here. Let's keep on going.
Out front, our lead duo has about a 1.5 seconds ahead of 3rd place Austin Gargas. So, Al, as you had indicated, they got broken apart at the front.
They sure
and
did.
now
Someone making a move on David Fusco into turn 3. No, sir, not going to happen.
Not going to happen like that. Al, you talked about tires earlier. We're familiar with late model drivers that run single digits of tire pressure in their cars. Typically, small tires like this take more pressure. What do they run in generally?
So they run anywhere from, the Vega Reds run anywhere from 10 to 14 PSI, depending on the weather conditions. It's really more temperature than it is pressure. And different cart setups have different pressure ranges. So you're looking for a good, healthy tire for these to stay at around 150 degrees carcass temperature.
Got you.
Did you say carcass temperature?
Yes, carcass temperature.
Just didn't see that word coming.
So the first 2 have really broken away here. Adam Phillips and Aaron Cox have broken away from the second 2, and I'm not sure if what has happened here, but they're, Adam's got to stop doing that rocking back and forth, because that does not help you going up the hill. Just stay focused, stay centered, and stay consistent.
Yeah, Aaron has gotten quite a bit of lead over Adam right now
sure
as they
does.
head down to turn number 9. That battle for 3rd and 4th, though, heating up.
Yep, Lassiter's caught back up to Austin Gargas, and they're going to need the draft. They're going to need to work together to get back up on top of Phillips and Cox.
Yeah, when Lassiter got off course, he got all those sticks and pebbles and what
Sticks
all
and stones,
on,
and they did not break his bones.
Yeah.
So, really happy about that, because that can end badly for people.
But it would get crud on the tires.
Absolutely.
So
he was loose through 4 turns, scrubbing that stuff off. So that's the reason why he fell back so bad.
But now he's right on target once again. Now he's ready to get after Gargas.
Oh, it goes to the inside on Gargas, and it's going to be a drag race. No, he decides to dug back in.
Probably keep that draft, keep the momentum going as we're 7 laps in. This second duo, that time 1.3 seconds behind our lead duo. So they may still have a chance, Charles, in these waning laps to get back in and make this a 4-car battle.
They're catching Adam
again.
Phillips here, so it's going to be a battle for second. I can tell you that right now. And there's Matt Lasser looking to the inside of Gargis. Get behind him and get that draft and give him a bump. Let's go.
Oh, there he goes. There he goes.
Charles, you ever seen the modifieds when they race at New Hampshire Speedway?
I've not seen them at New Hampshire. I have seen them, but not at New Hampshire.
There they run a restrictor plate, so it's much like these. They get that chrome horn on the front, and they'll freight train down the front straightaway. Like NASCAR can't do at Talladega, where they can't quite bump those bumpers, but on a modified they have a big steel bumper on the front and the back, and they just beat and push each other down the straightaway.
Jimmy Wilson, who's the head of the NASCAR Modified Tour, is a good friend of mine, and we talk often. He usually calls me to find out what's going on in our local world of racing, and Jimmy's just a great guy. We kind of grew up in the NASCAR world together, and it's good to see him taking over that modified division.
Absolutely, but you see these guys are starting to catch Adam Phillips through turn 2, through some late braking, and there's Gargis. Now, Adam just bobbled it a little bit, and they are on top of it. This is going to make it for a really interesting last 2 or 3 laps here as we start closing it out. We're on lap number 8 out of 12 laps, so we're going to see what happens here.
So 3 chase 1. These top 4 are separated from the rest of the field by about 12 seconds. So one of these 4 should be your winner today, and right now the odds are it will be Aaron Cox, who's just a couple of kart lengths ahead of the next trio led by Adam Phillips.
Yep, but if they work together, Adam could come. And here he is, right back up on top of Aaron Cox.
Now, how quickly can the 3 of them catch the leader when they're like that separated?
Very quickly, as you have just seen. Wow, they are right. It's now a 4-kart battle. We are going to see a barn burner for the last 3 laps here.
The rubber band is back together again.
It sure is.
And they caught him going up the hill. I mean, that's impressive.
Yeah, that means they carried extra speed through turn 2, and they have good gearing. Matt Lasser is starting to tighten up here a little bit, but he's going to late break it down through turn 2. You watch this. He's going to get right back on top of him through turn 2.
Ooh,
and he's going to come and give Gargis a little hit. And Gargis is going the outside in turn 3, but nope, he's going to back off and get back in it. He could have gotten freight trained by Lasseter there, but Lasseter is still working with him.
But look at Cox, smooth
just
and
gone.
Able to pull out several more kart lengths. So the pressure off just as quickly as he was under pressure. He's back out from under the microscope.
Well, that's because the guy behind him got to racing hard.
That's right.
And so that let Aaron Cox get a little bit away. Right now they've got a lap and a half to try to settle this thing out right here. 2
so
laps
here
and a
comes
half.
Adam Phillips again, right back up on top of Cox. Look at this. They're coming up the hill, right back on top of Cox. They might get it here.
So the hook is set. They're reeling in the leader.
And here comes Adam Phillips trying to come up the outside. He's right back up on top of Aaron Cox. And it's going to be a really interesting last lap. The white flag is going to come out. So
two to go.
Two to go. Sorry.
Don't cheat us, Al. We don't want
I'm getting
this to
excited.
end.
No, exactly. I'm getting excited as we're premature detonation there. Sorry about that.
So we see them go down through turn number 2 once again.
Woo, and here comes Gargis on the outside of Phillips.
Side, but Lasseter goes into the inside, sells out Gargis, at least for the moment.
Not going to happen. Sorry, they just don't have it. If they had stayed together, they would have been back on top of Aaron Cox. Now Aaron Cox has a good 4-kart lead over Adam Phillips, and they are hung out to dry at this point. There really is no way they're going to catch it.
That's the second time we've seen coming up out of turn 2. Gargis looks to the inside of Phillips, and then it just upsets the whole apple cart for those 3.
But here's, he bobbled it, and here's Aaron Cox bobbled it. Phillips is right back up on top of him. Is he going to set him up for a pass going into turn 16 coming out of David's Bend? Let's see what Adam does.
We still got another lap after this one, so we still got a lot of action going on here.
We do. Adam Phillips looks to the outside. Is he going to cross him over? No. He needs to get back on his bumper and stay there and set him up for a pass, probably going through the back stretch. The white flag is out. Here comes Adam Phillips. He is right back up on top of Aaron Cox. They're going down into turn 2. Is he going to try it? No. He's going to stay through turn 2. Takes a little bit of an inside line on turn 2. Gets a little assist from Austin Gargis coming up the hill, right back together. But Aaron Cox starts to pull away. Aaron Cox really has a gear on these guys. Really can get away, but he might get a run on him through the back stretch here. What's going to happen with Adam Phillips? Let's see.
About a half a lap left as the drivers head away to turn number 9. Cox, your leader. Phillips looking to the outside under braking in turn 9. Cox holds on for now. Let's see if the freight train gets back together as they head up the hill. They're out of the S's. Cox, your leader. Phillips in second.
And here comes Phillips. Watch out. He might try for an inside maneuver.
Phillips was the winner.
He's blocking, and he's going to go to the outside. Is he going to go to the inside? No, he stays on the outside. No, he's going to go to he's going to the outside. Late breaking crossover. Gargis comes in. Gargis goes for the crossover. Now Gargis gets, he's drag raced for second place. Aaron Cox first place. Oh,
Wow.
look at that. That was a
Wow.
photo finish.
Man.
Unbelievable.
Well, Aaron Cox got the win, but boy, it was almost a toss-up there between Phillips, Gargis, and Lassiter. But Gargis hung on for that third spot, Lassiter in fourth. So what a great race from these guys. They certainly made it exciting coming down to the wire.
And let's see who goes through. That's David Fusco there, it looks like, in 8th.
Well, and in the pre-final earlier, it was Adam Phillips who was the leader over Cox. This
He
time
was.
Cox able to get back up to the top step of the podium, winning the LO 206 Master Class today.
One that stopped or spun out right there at start finish. So a little bit of
I saw
problem.
him several laps ago,
Oh,
pulled
was it?
over
Okay.
there at least. So
Gotcha.
just one of the cars having mechanical issues. So just recapping your top 5. Chuck Teasley was in 5th place, the best of that next quartet. Matt Lassiter in 4th, Austin Gargis in 3rd. Adam Phillips was the winner earlier today, but he comes home the bridesmaid in the final, and Aaron Cox is the winner.
And I see Jeff Farver is here with us in Broadcast Central. What a great job he's doing today, getting us excellent shots out there. He and Daryl Killboy Cannon getting us those outstanding shots. There you see one of those shots coming in as we'll get down to Victory Lane in just a moment. Could not do this this course justice without the drone shots. What an outstanding thing they bring to the table.
And we were here before the drones, and once you got the drones, the
Oh, I
way
know.
you can get in and get shots, really revolutionary in the coverage.
Yeah, we
of
used to call
motorsport.
Ethan Denny's name a lot because Ethan's out there with Cowboy Cam.
Right.
Now Ethan gets overlooked. We don't even mention Ethan much anymore because there's so much drone action going on.
There you got a good look at one of these carts, you know, the engine, the radiator, all the different pieces that make one of these lightweight machines go fast around this 17-turn facility.
There we see Chris Conowald lassoing in his
Yep, sure
his
is.
interviews for today. It's going to be a little opposite of what it was last time with Aaron and Adam. They're going to be talking here in Victory Lane once he gets hold of them. They've already passed through tech. You see them readying themselves down there as they get set for this interview. So,
So
we'll
their
go down to
weights,
him in
their
just a
weights
little
are
while.
checked. We're waiting on them to come on board. Now we had an interesting thing that happened. Adam Phillips was running a Walboro carburetor, which is one of the original carburetors that came on the LO206, and just recently the CKNA, like last week, outlawed them.
Oh, wow.
For their final, their Grand National Final, which is happening at the end of the month, and the reason why is because they're so old at this point that they, with all the dirt and debris and stuff that has come through those over the years, it actually makes them a little bit bigger on the Venturi.
Yeah, let's go down to Chris Conowald. He's got our winner and second place finisher down there.
Oh yeah, well, I'm down here with Aaron and Adam, and they're talking about it right now. And of course, at the end of the pre-final race, I asked Aaron what he was going to change to get ready for the race. He said everything.
Which was nothing.
Which was nothing. So yeah, there you go, the little bait and switch on the old announcer there. You made no changes, but somehow you came away with a checkered. Let's talk about it.
Well, I knew I had to get around Adam because he's tough, and I kept pushing him up the hill. And I said, well, if I'm going to do it, I seen Danny over there pushing away and Matt, and I'm like, okay, it's time to make the move. I'm going to go. And I looked over my shoulder. I could see him battling it out, and I'm like, okay, let them do their thing back there, and let me get away a little bit, you know.
Yeah, and Adam.
But he pushed me up the hill a couple of times, yeah.
Yeah, and right there at the end, Adam, you were looking at making the move, and it was crazy there at the end. What do you got to say?
Yeah, so I was actually okay with Aaron making the pass. I was like, all right, this will give me time to kind of search around, see his weak spots, see if I can figure something out. And I had some help from Chris and Matt, which was really, really nice. So I kind of was able to figure things out. And then there towards the end, I was like, I knew I didn't want to do it too soon. I didn't want to do it two to go because that could set me up for failure. So I waited until that last lap. And he actually went to the inside. I was like, good, I'll go to the outside, maybe catch him on the crossover. But I forgot I had some friends behind me that were like, hey, we're here too. So.
Yes, indeed. Hey, guys, we've got a lot of great experience on the track with these two gentlemen and a lot of experience up there in the booth. What questions do you guys have for these great racers?
Adam, is winning as stressful as it always has been?
Right here, Adam, here's YouTube world.
Yeah, so that's a famous line from a couple years ago when Al was helping me out when I was first getting going up here. And I think it was the first or second time I had won up here. I had a famous line where I came off and I just screamed into the helmet, winning is stressful. And that was kind of a line. But this one wasn't as stressful because, again, it goes back to running with friends. So it's not as nerve-wracking because I know I have guys I can trust. So not as stressful.
All right,
Awesome.
and for Aaron Cox, our winner, Was winning stressful here today?
No, it's final. It's been 3 years. I've been waiting on a win. Yeah, so it's enjoying. I'm going to tell you, these guys are good drivers, and to win one here, you're doing something. There's no doubt.
Absolutely. Right up there is the podium. We're going to see you up there in just a little bit. Congratulations. 3 years in the making. Way to go.
Way to go, guys.
All right.
All right, we're going to send it back up to you.
All right, thank you, Chris. Great that Chris gave directions to Aaron. It'll be his first time up at the top step of the podium. Podiums will happen at the end of racing action this afternoon. Coming up next, we're set to have our tag cadets on track. So the touch and goes, the two-stroke engines will be back in force. But with the cadets, once again, we're thinking elementary age students. Well, we have one of our drivers, Lincoln Massey, joining us. So Lincoln, you're changed out of your driving suit. You look like you're back in street clothes, done for the day. Sum up your day here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Today it was a cool day from the start. Practice, I was running okay in practice. I could have done a little bit better in practice, but it was about what we needed. In qualifying, I did exactly what I wanted to do and qualified second. In the pre-race, I had the run on him, and I stayed in front of him for the whole race. And then the final, I stayed behind him for the whole race. But I was hoping to pass him, but it was just a pleasure to at least run with Luke Giglio, because I know he is a national driver, and he travels all over the country. And he might have come first, but in my books, I came first. So
So I imagine you'll be back for race number 8 on September 30th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So what would you need in 3 weeks' time if Luke's back here? What would you need to do in your car to be able to be on the top of the podium at the end of the day?
Get a little bit more seat time, have a little bit more practice in my racing. So that's about it for what I need to do. We may need to change the gearing a little bit on my kart, but other than that, she's running better than she's ever done.
All right, school has restarted, so Lincoln will ask, what's your favorite class this year in school?
Probably science. It's very fun. We've done a lot of like lab sort of things. We're doing a don't know what is it. I can't remember. It's something. It's going to be something big that we're doing in class. So I'm just ready for that.
Kind of cool to hear science. Oh yeah. So you broke the 1 minute mark. Is that something? Al says it might not be official because it wasn't. It was by the GPS. So where do things stand? We have seen a couple of track records here today. What is the record in the LO206 Cadet? Is it 1 minute?
Yeah, I think it was a 1 minute .52. I think is what it was. But me and Luke ran.
Well, that means you beat it
faster.
then.
Yeah, but me and Luke ran a lot faster than that today.
Yep.
I mean, but my micron did say I ran a 59 second. But also at top, when it said top speed, it said I went 93. I don't think that's correct, so.
Yeah, but so if it was 1 minute flat .5, you ran a 1 minute flat .088. So it was in the hundredths of a second, not in the tenths of a second. So you beat that by quite a bit there. So as I will say, it's really good. It's also really good that we did it today. The track's been a little bit cooler today, but for sure, congratulations to you on that achieving that goal. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, it was just a huge thing when I came across the line and I saw that lap. I was thinking to myself, oh my goodness, we are absolutely flying.
And Lincoln, just hold on for a moment. This is a replay from our LO206 Master Final, and I think this was the move of the race where Aaron Cox.
Yep, that was the third lap where Aaron Cox kind of slingshots by. Gar just gets behind Adam Phillips, and just really a slingshot maneuver there.
So that was just a recap of the race here. We'll see it again as they're nose to tail down through the corner. There we see Cox get a great drive up out of the bottom of that hill, and in slow motion, able to work to the outside of Adam Phillips. That was the move of that race. Lincoln, we're getting close to the end of the season. Have you thought about what your plans are for the 2024 season?
For the 2024 season, since I'm going to be 13, that's in the age where I can run cadet. I know. I feel like an old man now. Good Lord.
Well, actually, technically in racing, you are kind of at this point in karting.
Yeah, but
I called you a veteran earlier, by the way.
Yeah.
But I'm at the point to where I can run cadet and junior at the same time. So we're going to try that out. We don't know how that's going to go. It may be a little bit too much. We're
Now,
going to have
will
two
that be
karts.
will that be LO or will that be up in tag where you're doing that?
That'll be an LO.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. His dad really supports him a lot. His dad and I met when they first came up here, and we really enjoyed. He had this crazy LO206 animal-based engine that was like 30 horsepower, with a bully, this kind of crazy thing.
Yeah, that thing ran off of methanol.
It was on methanol, right? And so he'd go ripping by you, and you'd smell him as he went by.
By the way, we're getting a look in at our production staff. There's our timing and scoring. Just some of the people that help make the show possible for those of you watching on Facebook Live and on YouTube. Just having fun here, round 7 of our Kart Championship Series. So, Lincoln, for the people that aren't in karting, during the course of a race week, how many hours would you spend working on your kart? Or do you just show up here on Saturday and drive? What's a week look like for you specifically with the kart?
Well, one thing is that we do not just show up and just drive. We spend at least about 2 to 3 days tuning the kart. We have a long stretch of road. Nobody rides on it, not even any cops ride on it. So we'll tune the kart, we'll get it ready, and we'll take it.
We're gonna say that Lincoln lives in parts unknown. We don't know. We're not gonna say where Lincoln lives here. So you're saying, so you do. It sounds like you get home from school, and then a couple of nights that week you're just you're working on the kart. Do you have a garage? Are you in a shed in the back of the property?
Well, we have a big garage about the size of a house.
Okay.
It has my dad's car and his truck. It has a lift in it. And then in one corner, there's a garage. There's a garage door back there. And it opens up to the trailer we have. And in that corner where the garage door is, that's where all the go-kart stuff is.
Speaking of go-karts, Tag Cadets rolling on track. They'll get assembled for their 12-lap final. So, Lincoln, it definitely sounds like you do need to put in a lot of work. If you didn't put in the work, if you just showed up on Saturday, would you have a terrible performance here?
Absolutely. Okay. It might not be terrible, but it wouldn't be as good as it could be.
And now here's one you're going to hate. Does homework come first, or does working on the kart come first?
Homework.
Homework comes first. His parents are raising him right, Charles, is what I'm hearing.
It's homework.
So, because I guess we'll be giving out extra math homework up here in the booth a little later. So here we see our Tag Cadets. There were 6 scheduled. We only have 5, so I believe Ryan Perez number 12 might be out there. One of the drivers not making the call. We'll get things started. If we could, Lincoln, if you could switch over to this mic and we could get Charles back onto his mic, we can continue to have you up here for some of the conversation and the call of our Tag Cadet final. They're getting staged up. Gabriel Lopez Velarde, Callan Berghofer should be set for the front row. I see that 184, Emma Schumann, and the number 12, Ryan Perez, is the back row of this setup. And we do get a green flag. You can see the drone flying along with the field. Drivers darting in and out. You see those plumes of blue smoke from the 2-stroke engine. We're underway here.
Yep. John, they're heading down into turn number 2 right now. They're nose to tail right now as they come through that turn 2 complex and head back up the hill. Lincoln was talking about the work they do on the car. You know, any race driver will tell you the race is won in the shop. It's not won on the racetrack. Now, of course, some moves on the racetrack may affect that, but you win a lot of races in the shop during the week.
Oh, I set that up for the viewers that might just think you just show up, and it's not. It's never that easy to just show up. That it's really about, like in school, you got to do your homework, and then for racing, it's in the shop.
Absolutely. That is certainly the case. Right now, you got a 3-kart breakaway. One of these drivers, Luke Giglio, Lincoln, you were racing with him all afternoon long. Of course, he's running another division right now, but he's a strong competitor. We haven't seen him this much here at this track this year as we normally do.
Yeah, he's been gone for a couple of races. Well, actually, every race except for this one, him and Bowen, Guia or Green. I don't honestly know how to pronounce that, but they were.
We run into that often, believe me. We understand your pain.
Yeah, they came the first race of the season, and they absolutely blew my doors off.
Wow.
I mean, I got smoked that race, but this race I was running with Luke, and it was just a pleasure to have some great competition on my hands.
Yeah,
Charles,
we got
speaking of competition, 3 names we're used to hearing here: Luke Giglio, Callan Berghofer, Gabriel Lopez Velarde, putting on a show for the fans with 1 lap in the books. So they're going to be locking horns for at least another 10 laps here in our Tag Cadet final.
Now, Callan Berghofer just became my friend on Facebook yesterday. How cool is that? Yeah. I'm getting a lot of these young guys that I'm following now on Facebook, and it's fun to see the interactions
You
that
would
they have.
say the Utes.
The Utes, that's right, yeah. Of course, they look at mine and say, "Who's this old guy?" Oh, yeah, that's who he is.
They notice by the yellow hat. That's what they notice.
Sure, yeah. All right, we're heading down to turn number 9 right now. Giglio is in the lead as they get ready, but he's got a trio of guys right there along with him, or a duo along with him as they come through the S's. Look at this, some tight racing action.
So, Lincoln, what would it take to get you into the seat of one of these tags? They're quicker. Would it require a new kart or just a new engine if you wanted to take that step?
Well, it would only require a new engine because the kart that I actually have is meant for the tags.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, it is not a LO206 kart. When I'm out there running and y'all saw that bland side panel, that actually came off of one of my old go-karts because the one that I have, the LO206 sits out so far, it was rubbing up against it and it was hard to work on it.
Well, here's a question. Really, this is for Nick, for your dad, but you may know the answer to it. How did he get his start in setting up karts? Did he have kart experience coming in before you started, or is this something he's learned since you've been racing karts?
Well, he always knew a little bit about stuff. His dad was a mechanic. He worked and painted and fixed cars. But so he kind of learned from there, and he had dirt bikes and 4-wheelers. He rode those his whole life, and he fixed them up and got them running. But once we got into cars, it was almost a whole new thing. He knew a little bit about the carburetors, but everything else was a whole new thing. So we kind of learned from the start.
How long have you been racing?
Hold on. We need the quiz. So would you know what this is, Lincoln?
I have literally no clue.
Okay. But we may not know either.
Your dad, I bet his dad does.
Yeah, I think Al said this was something to do with carburation.
Yeah, it's a carburetor float setter.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one side sets the float, the other side sets, I don't know, something. Well, Al told us, I've forgotten.
I think it could be like a TIE fighter out of Star Wars or something. So it's okay. That was just a random thing to see what these parts are. That Al Edwards had brought that up earlier in the program.
That's a skyhook, right?
Yeah.
So how long have you been racing? How long has your family been involved with kart racing now?
We've been racing for about 3 years now, 3 years. But before that, a couple months before I actually started racing, we came up here before this place was even here, before a lot of these buildings were even here. When the rental kart started way down there at the bottom of that hill. Yep. We came here then, and we rode the rental karts, and we had a blast. It was so much fun, and I noticed that there were people racing. The first thing I saw was the sifters, and I was thinking, can I ride one of those?
Yeah.
And we were asking a couple people, and they're like, no, you can't ride one of those, but you can ride one of these. So they showed us the LOs, and we came back up a couple months later when I was ready, and we rode one of the Tracks LOs. It was a Formula K. That was the first ever kart I ever drove, but it was a rental race kart.
So it was slow.
Yeah, it was.
Well, hold on. There's different levels, and I do want to say for our viewers, we've talked about the arrive and drive karts. They also have higher levels of karting here. They have a one-day karting school that'll get you out on karts that are up to 80 miles an hour. The program is $449, a great way to get into karting. Students have to be 12 and over, but you can go to ampkartracing.com to get details about arrive and drive karting or the schools that they have here. And Lincoln, I think you're talking more about a school kart that I've heard.
Right.
I've heard
Rental
from
kart.
Will Rigdon say it's more. It's not those the buzzards or the vultures that they have that are the rentals, but it's more of an LO206 type chassis.
Now, you said you were clocked at 99 miles an hour today. Is that correct? At one point on the track?
We think the GPS glitched.
Oh, the GPS was
Oh,
so
really? Okay.
glitched. I mean, that's what the shifters run. The shifters run like 90 miles an hour.
Yeah,
And
okay.
LO, well, my dad's LO, which he had methanol with like 30, 40 horsepower, that might be able to do that. But
It had
my
the
LO,
NOS
though-
booster on
Charles,
there.
Charles, that would have, if you've seen Spaceballs, that would be ludicrous speed. The ludicrous speed light would flash on when you hit 90 on a
Yeah.
card. Although you're probably topping out 65 miles an hour, I imagine.
Well, about 60.
Okay.
More like 65 to 70 for these tech cadets. That's about how fast they go.
Still watching this battle on screen, Luke Giglio leads Callan Berghofer with Gabriel Lopez Velarde starting to get unhitched from this trio 7 laps in.
Yeah, they're going up the hill right now into turn number 14. That's that no passing zone that's really a passing zone. We've seen you do it. We've seen, of course, we were talking with Alyssa earlier today. She seems to catch it, and she says, I catch people off guard there. They don't expect to be passed there. That's why she passes so many people. I think you're in that same boat, right?
Yeah, well, the one thing that messed me up the most was doing the over-under so many times on Luke. And because I did that so many times on him that he learned to go to the inside right there, so then I couldn't do it. And I was trying. I wanted to go for
And
it.
you did that in the pre-final, and he
Yep.
did even say down in Victory Lane that it's almost like he had a feeling you were going to try for it, and finally he adjusted his tactics for what you were doing.
Yeah.
Block that lane so you couldn't do it again. Yeah. That's why I think it's important. Many times we'll see a driver just tuck in behind the leader for a long time and then try something like that on the last lap because they haven't shown what they had before that. So the driver in front has no opportunity to block them.
Yeah. Where I could have got him at was the back straightaway.
So, Charles, we're starting to see move and counter move, and now the counter to the counter move here.
That's right, yeah.
What happens in racing.
Set him up on the high side and make him think you're going to go there. That's another one of those Days of Thunder things
But
there.
you need specially matched and
Specially
staggered,
matched and
yeah.
staggered tires, yeah.
Or what is it? I know Cole. He always goes to the outside.
That's right.
Does he always go to the outside or inside? I think
He always goes to the inside.
No, I think
He always go to the outside. Yeah, you can go to the inside, yeah.
All right. One of these days, we're not going to comment. We're just going to read the script of Days of Thunder up here.
And they make no bones about it that Russ Wheeler, the Russ Wheeler character, was supposed to be Rusty Wallace. They make no bones about that. That's supposed to be
And
him.
who's the other? Is it Tim Richmond?
Well, it was a combination between Tim Richmond and Dale Earnhardt. They kind of wanted a combo of the two of them.
Okay. Lincoln, have you seen the movie Days of Thunder?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Watched it many times.
Everybody knows Days of Thunder.
All right. Well, you never know. I mean, if I mention some other movie, they'll be like, what? You know.
Yeah, we watched it again just months ago. I mean, you just can't get that out of your mind,
No,
you know.
it's a great one there.
All right, so they come up the hill once again in turn number 2, and they're still kind of tight together. Lincoln, if you're in this position right now, if you're the number 2 cart, are you going to just hang in there and follow him around for a while? We're working lap 10. You got a lap and a half to go. Or 2 laps and a half to go. What are you going to do here?
I am going to,
You're going to do what he did.
No. What I would do was I learned from dirt track racing, oval dirt track, that if you just stay behind somebody and grind their tires out, they will get slower. And I think that's what was happening with me and Luke, because we started running like 101s, where we usually run 1 a minute flats.
So you're forcing him to go faster to wear his tires out.
Yeah.
So why doesn't that wear your tires out too?
Because he is pulling me.
Ah, so the draft comes into play.
Yep. He is using more motor because when I would be at the rev limiter and the draft would pull me in there, to his bumper, and when my front bumper would touch his back bumper, my motor would instantly drop to 5,800 RPMs, and
Wow.
then his would instantly hit the rev limiter.
Wow. So
Okay,
that's interesting.
Speaking of which, we do have the white flag is out. So Giulio leads Berghofer. On the last time around, we saw Berghofer try something off turn 10. Not close enough this time, so we're in the last couple corners. Luke Giulio looking for the double today. Berghofer to the inside.
Wow.
Last best in
Oh,
final.
over
Here comes the
under.
crossover from Giulio. They're back bumper to bumper again. It looks like Luke Giulio learned the lesson earlier, applied it once again to win our tag cadet final. Callan Berghofer tried what he could off 16 and held the lead for just a few feet before Luke Giglio did the over-under move for the win.
You know, John, we talk about over-under here. In dirt track racing, they have started using this term slide job a lot.
And slide job and then crossover.
Right, slide job and crossover. And I've announced races for 50 years, and until I heard them doing that, I had never used the term slide job in my life. And all of a sudden now that's the latest vernacular.
Well, and sometimes when you see the real like dive bomb slide job, that's when it's a slide job. Other times it's just he just passed him and went up in front of him.
Right, and they call it a slide job, though. And again, I have never used that term in my life until recently.
And even the crossover really isn't much different than diamonding the corner.
That's
somewhat,
right.
You know, other than you'd have to get past first. But yeah, in dirt track, and you see the wild, and Sonoya has some of those wild sliders.
And
someone goes in hard on the bottom, and there's no way it may stick by the time they get to the wall on the top.
Yeah.
Maybe, but if a car's up there, you know,
Yeah,
watch out.
we started talking about slingshot moves and things like that back in the day. That was the terminology
Hey,
we use.
look,
Now you hear,
it's
hey,
Killboy.com.
Killboy. Yeah, that's his Porsche down there, right?
I believe that is his Porsche.
It's a nice Porsche.
That is. Matter of fact, Wilson, that's a Porsche Cayman. Yeah.
And you know what? And Killboy.
Hey, Rich, how you doing, man?
Killboy got a much better parking spot than we did today. Gets Killboy. You know him as the drone pilot that is following the action. We do have Jeff Farver on the steady drone cam, but when they're following the action, that is Killboy.
Rich Pearson that you saw there in that shot. Rich and I worked together at Peach State Speedway for years. We worked together in a couple of series. He was race director, and I, of course, did the announcing for it. We've worked together for a lot of years. Good to see him here today.
So I imagine in a few moments we will go down to Victory Lane, see who Chris Conowald has corralled for interviews, but I hope that one of them is Luke Giglio.
Well, I have a feeling that would be correct.
Who has done the double today here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Well, we got the KA100 seniors coming out in just a moment. I think Chris is corralling his. He's even got a little fence down there to corral everybody.
It is a
in. How about
corral.
that?
Yeah, how about that?
So Chris is going to get Luke over in just a minute, and he'll be. Oh, there goes Luke. Bye.
Luke's like tapped out. Those blonde locks flowing in the breeze.
He's
going
to have all three of them there. So let's go down. I think Chris is ready. Let's go down to Chris Conowald.
Yes, indeed. I was talking to the parents, and now I'm talking to the drivers. The story of the first race is who got Luke's draft. And first race, of course, Gabriel got Luke's draft and kind of left you behind. And in this race, what happened?
This race, I did the same thing as Gabriel, got behind Luke, and we just towed.
Yeah, but right there at the very end, I noticed each time as you crossed the start-finish, I saw your head popping back, right? What were you looking for?
I was looking how far Kalen was back, so if I had to defend on 2 laps to go or not.
And you did right at the end, right? Callan, the over-under, but first, Gabriel, if you would have been able to stay right with as a threesome instead of the 2, it would have been a 3-kart shootout, right?
Yeah.
All right, so what does this mean for the points now as you guys are going to the last race of the season?
I think if my dad's math is right, I just have to stay in second next race, and I can win the championship.
Yeah, so it's going to be really, really close. But
The only way I can win the championship next race is if both of them wreck each other out and I get first. That's the only way.
I hope that's not wishful thinking, but
Matt, wait. You were here for, how much races were you here for?
first one this season.
Then how would you get third?
If you guys DQ, I guess, but who knows? But listen, guys, you all three are going to be on the podium, so put it in right here. All right, and say podium on three. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Podium. All right, guys, any questions for these young racers who are really, really exciting?
Is Luke going to be here for the next race?
Are you going to be here for the next race?
Maybe.
We got a solid maybe from Dad, Charles.
Okay, yeah, they're going to get their abacuses out and try to figure out exactly who's going to be the winner of that when the championship comes down.
I do have something
Right
to
on.
say.
So, guys, if there's no Luke, then it's going to come down to the two of you, who's drafting who and who's going to close the door on the crossover and whatever, right?
Well, I just need to come in second. My concern if it rains, that's my concern because then it's easier to DNF there.
Awesome.
Hey,
awesome. Okay.
Chris, Lincoln
well, there
Matt.
you have it, guys. We'll
Lincoln's
see
got
all three of you right up there on the podium. Let me see those big smiles for YouTube land right there. Give them a shout out. Give a big wave out there to YouTube world. All right, we're going to send it back up to you.
Now, Chris, Lincoln's got a question. Lincoln Massey's got a question.
Well, I just wanted to tell third place that it's not that you only need to come second. You always want to strive for first. Never say you only have to come for second. Always say you're going to come first, because if you say that, you'll always have your confidence up.
That's right.
That's not
keep
even
that
a
going.
question. That's like motivational speaking for race car drivers.
That's right. You want to come to speak to my team on Monday? I'd appreciate that.
Speaking of motivation here, our on-track action is our KA 100 seniors. There's been some frenetic action in the couple opening laps. Mateo Rubio Luengo, your leader, Harley Keeble, who won the pre-final, rolls in second, Spencer Mast in third. Charles, you remember Rubio Luengo was DQ'd in an earlier race in the, I believe it was the tag senior junior race that had some intense and over-the-intense action in it.
Yeah, Teodor Simonov is in fourth. Camden Trachtenberg. Those are names we've seen here. Banu Yedla, Jarvis Lee. We've seen all of them here on a regular basis in this KA 100 senior. We didn't see them out there earlier that much, but now we start to see their names come into the picture
here. You know why we didn't see them? I think we were over at the main track when this race was having its pre-final.
I wondered why I had not seen their names pop up before, but that's exactly right. So those guys are working their way up right now. They're heading into turn 4. Boy, they're using all of the racetrack out to the rumble strips to try to get a good turn off of turn number 4.
52-second lap time, so business is picked up when the KAs get on track as they shoot down the back straightaway. Some puffs of blue smoke. Al would probably tell us the engines aren't quite running right, but Mateo Rubio Luengo leads, and then we see our visitor from the United Kingdom, Harry Keeble, running in second. He had a win in the pre-final earlier. Charles, I have a feeling he would love to take home the victory because he had 2 seconds to Daniel Perez in other action. So you have a feeling he's going to want to taste the champagne, so to speak.
Lincoln, now we see Keeble now following Rubio Luengo around the track, just staying in his tire tracks. That's kind of smart racing, isn't it? To hang back there in second spot and then not show him what you've got until toward the end rather than trying to go ahead and take the lead right now.
That it is very smart, but it's also, especially for him since he's from the United Kingdom and he is brand new to this track, he should stay behind somebody that knows the track and stay behind him and watch his line and follow him, just do his exact line through the track.
So I know that from history of working with drivers, they would get out behind a very well-known race car driver and follow him around the track. I remember a specific time at Darlington when one of the drivers followed Mark Martin down there, and he said, I was braking like 30 feet back. I had no idea you could drive it that deep into the corner until I got behind Mark Martin. So
halfway through our race, as the cross flags were up that time around, Mateo Rubio Luengo leads Harley Keeble. And then it is a gap back to Teodor Simonov, one of those names, Charles, that you said we haven't mentioned today, but is a regular here, and he's about 2 seconds back. So looks like our top two have separated themselves in this battle.
Yeah, Jarvis Lee is back there in fifth spot. Had a chance to meet Jarvis at the lunch table in there a couple of races ago. It was good to meet him and talk with him. Spencer Mast, of course, running in fourth spot right now. We've seen Spencer part of the top 3 in interviews with Chris Conowald earlier, so we'll see if he can get back to that point once again.
I think he was second in this pre-final earlier behind Keeble.
Yeah, and right now Keeble is in second spot, and again, maybe just learning the course a little better. Came and practiced a couple of days before he got into competition today. I think that was extremely important for him, but it's good to see somebody from the outside coming in and run so well here at this racetrack.
Now, Lincoln, you're a regular here. Have you thought about going to any other tracks to try to get seat time or experience?
Yeah, we were thinking about going to Newcastle and GoPro. Those are some well-known tracks for high competitors and national races. So we were thinking about going there and seeing what competition is there.
Have you talked about running dirt at all? Would that give you any additional experience that would help you, or is that just a distraction?
Well, we actually did run dirt for about a couple months, and we ran it, and it really helped me on my starts.
Really?
Because if you don't have a good start in dirt, you might as well just pull off track.
And what track or tracks did you run at on dirt?
I raced at Dogwood, Carnesville.
Dogwood, Charles, is that one that's right up in Chatsworth.
Yeah.
And then Carnesville's up, I just like to say,
right
up
on 85. Yeah.
Yep. Those really helped. Really helped me on the starts of being able to just push as hard as I can to get that little bit, to get that nose in front of second.
Huh.
But in dirt track, we start single file.
Now, same cart?
No, not at all.
Completely different.
Completely different.
Gotcha.
The tires, every single tire is different from the other, except for two, because there's
Well,
one.
it's an oval, right?
Mhm,
So
oval.
the car is meant to basically
got
not
a
even
stagger.
go straight. It's
Yeah.
meant to go. It's meant
Yeah,
to turn left.
it-
Specially matched and staggered, Charles.
If you put the steering wheel straight and you try to go in a straight line, it will turn right.
Yeah.
It just by itself.
It'll turn left.
No, right.
It'll turn right.
Mhm.
Okay.
Because if we go under like that.
Yeah.
So it's left.
Yeah, turn left.
Yeah, well,
That's
I
it.
have
because of the stagger. Yeah,
Right.
it's
Yeah,
built.
wow.
It's a special geometry. I've also found that the dirt carts, it almost seems more like you're in a tub. The way the body is on that. Where here, you clearly see the fairing on the front and the wheels and a gap. Those, it just seems like they're in like almost seems
Yeah.
like a low.
This
low
is more
bathtub
more
out
like
there.
this is an open wheel versus almost a closed
Closed-off
body,
wheel.
more
Yeah.
so. Not quite that, but sort of.
Now, what I like to call them are just fast tanks, because I see people all the time just flip them over, just wham and run into the wall, run it up under the trailer. They just snatch it out, flip it back over. Nothing is out of line on them cars. They
Wow.
are just perfectly fine. Crank it up and keep on going.
Well,
Yeah.
speaking of not out of line, Harley Keeble just staying behind our leader, Mateo Rubio
Now
Luengo.
he's showing
Now
something.
he finally makes a move as we're coming to the white flag. So Keeble shows his cards coming to the white flag and takes the lead. Now, can he hold off Rubio Luengo? Luengo's going to sweep wide as Keeble blocks in turn 2. They're going to go up the hill, so Luengo's going to be on the outside through 3 and 4. This is the battle for the win. Keeble squeezes Luengo at turn 3 and 4, so they're going to be nose to tail down the back straightaway. Charles, Keeble blocking down the inside. He's been following most of this race, but Luengo gets by on the back straightaway.
Well, it's a bit of a chess match going on right now. Look at this. It's going to be Keeble back into the lead once again. Man.
Chess at 70 miles an hour, Charles. Side by side
Yeah.
into 13. Nobody does that.
They did he show it a little too early? It doesn't look like it. Keeble's out front right now. He waited till just the right
Well,
moment to
I
look
don't
at this.
know.
Luengo
Are we
now
going to see the
setting him up.
crossover? Oh, he crossed over, but he blocked to the inside.
Contact.
Luengo goes to the outside. So Keeble's going to cross the checkers first, then Spencer Mast.
Luengo's off course.
You're right, he went off course. We'll
Oh,
see
it
what the
almost looked like
marshals say.
There he
Charles,
is.
that looked like Keeble knew the crossover was coming, and he tucked it inside. And here we see the replay as Rubio Luengo got clipped and goes out into the grass.
It's almost like his front tire got caught on his back tire.
Yeah.
And just completely
But it
ramped him.
Looked to
into
me like Keeble was in the
Well,
in the
but
right.
Keeble,
I don't think.
Keeble went inside and knew the crossover was coming, so he blocked it.
Yeah.
And Rubio Luengo went to the bottom, and there was no bottom there.
The bottom had vanished all of a sudden.
Yes.
So Keeble is going to be your race lead winner.
Here
Here it is.
close.
Oh, little tight spot.
Maybe even
and
a
he
broken
tried
something,
so hard.
Maybe something even broke there because he didn't immediately get back on track to the finish. Officially, Rubio Luengo scored in 9th position.
Yeah, there's Spencer Mass now moves up to 2nd. Theodore Siminoff in 3rd, and Harley Keeble, of course, your winner of this one. And so they'll be down there with Chris Conowald in just a few minutes. So KA 100 Senior putting on a great race. Got really exciting there on that last lap. And Lincoln, you alluded to it. He just stayed right in line until he was ready to show his cards on the last lap. When they came by for the white flag, all of a sudden he made his move.
Yep. That was what almost I was going to try to do. Obviously, I wasn't trying to crash Luke like what just happened. You hate to see it. But I was hoping to at least be able to come to the inside. But I think my engine was getting a little bit overheated because it was so hot out here. It was just getting a little bit overheated. So she was slowing down on me. So I just didn't have the power to come around him.
Yeah, well, it's interesting to see how these races unfold. KA 100 Seniors are finishing up. Let's find out. Coming up next on our list today, we're going to have our tag rookies. They'll be out on the track in just a moment. We've still got LO206 Senior, Junior, KA 100 Junior, and shifter karts coming up. So still about half of the racing program coming up for the finals.
Looks like the cloud cover is increasing. We still see moments where the sun is coming out, but for now, a lot of cloud cover out there. So we do appreciate Lincoln Massey coming in to join
thanks,
us
Lincoln.
for some of the calls of the action.
Thank you.
And we look forward to seeing you in 3 weeks for the final round of the championship card season.
It's always good to have expert opinions coming up here, no matter the age, right? 12 years old, and he's the expert in what we're talking about.
Because we have no idea how that works out
We just
there.
know how to talk. We don't know how to race.
Well, we know someone who is going to find the answers. Chris Conowald is down in victory lane. We're going to see who was scored as the winner. So, Chris, when you're ready, take it away from victory lane.
Absolutely. I'm ready. I've got Spencer, I've got Harley and company here. Hey, Harley, we're waiting for the official race win, but you were our race winner as we sit here presently. Let's get you guys over here on camera so they can see out here in YouTube land. Your first day out here, your first time out at the track, you got the checkered. Tell us especially that exciting finish.
Yeah, so obviously I started on pole, so the start was good, and then just controlled the pace until like lap 5, lap 6. And then Mateo overtook me, and then he controlled the pace for the rest of the race. Followed him until 2 laps to go, and then I know I had to overtake, so I did, and then pulled off.
Yeah, a lot of aggressive racing. Spencer, you were right there in the middle of it and watching it all unfold. You came away with second place, but you saw the contact right there at the finish. Tell me what was going through your mind in that very moment.
Well, I saw them battling out in the final lap. I was just trying my hardest to catch up because as they battle, they lose time. I was hoping I could maybe get in there, try and get second, and then Harley and Mateo came together, and I ended up second. Anyways, yeah.
Yeah, and as far as the points are concerned, where does this put you in points?
I really haven't had a great season so far. I think at the start of this race, I was about 8th. We've been out of points contention for a while. It's really just about getting experience.
Awesome. Mateo, can you come on over here? All right, this was the story, this battle. Mateo, right there at the very end, as Harley was talking about, you had made your move, and he was right on your bumper there toward the end and made his move, and then you made a move at the very end, and you were in the grass. So let's talk about it.
Well, going into the second to last lap, Harley made a move in the last turn, and I just knew it was going to happen, but I didn't check to look because I was like, maybe if he's not there, I can just get away, push. But unfortunately, he was there, and so he was first the last lap, and I was just trying to get around him, and I got around him into turn 6, but I oversent it, and so he got me right back immediately. And then going into the last turn of the last lap, I was trying to get the undercut, and he like slowed down in the middle, and like my bumper got stuck inside my tire, so it just couldn't turn and went straight into the grass.
Awesome, awesome. Well, Harley, what do you think about this American competition? I mean, you came out here and it was nothing short of a exciting day. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I've been racing in American since March now, so, you know, it's nothing like it always is. So, yeah, it's good.
And so far today, so you got a podium and or 2 podiums, right? A first and a second, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, congratulations to you. I hope we'll see a whole lot more of you. And guys up in the booth, any questions for any of these 3 drivers?
Well, how's the heat played a factor in this as we went on during the day when it got hotter?
They'd like to know how the heat has played a factor as the day went on.
I like the heat, so I'm kind of used to it now. You know, I've been out here for over a month now. Obviously, was in Cincinnati a few weeks ago. Yeah, I've been out here for over a month now, and I quite like the heat, so I'm used to it.
Gotcha. Now, are we sure of whether or not we're going to see you on our next race out here?
Next race, I'm not too sure because I think I'm racing that weekend for USPKS. I'm not entirely sure, but let's see.
Well, I hope we do. I hope we do. You're a great racer, great competitor, and I'll send it back up to you guys.
All right.
Congratulations, Harley.
Thanks, Chris. And guys, Tag Rookie are on the track right now, so the Tag Rookies are bringing them by as they're under competition already, and we'll see what they've got for us and how the running order goes with our Tag Rookies.
But how about that? Harley Keeble sweeps the day in KA 100 Senior, wins the pre-final and wins the big final.
And I was wrong. They are not racing. They were just catching up with each other, getting ready to race.
They were riding at that point,
but
getting everything warmed up.
They were riding I guess they had just come out from under the tower because we had not seen them previously go by. Let's see if we get a good start coming down to start-finish right now.
Josh Bergman on the pole. He was the pre-final winner earlier today. And they like it. Green flag wave, so 12 laps of our Tag Rookie on tap is some contact through turn number 1. Lots of smoke there, 2 and 3 wide action. One even going around getting stuck in a very bad spot going backwards down through turn number 2. Charles, you could see one of the drivers at the back trying to get around him as that car was backing up.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting when you see one going the wrong direction right in front of you. You have to change direction yourself. We've got a good battle going on now for second and third. They pull back in single file. Actually, that's third and fourth position. That would be Evan Fry and Ryder Sutton that are battling out for that spot. Meanwhile, up front, Josh Bergman and Liam Sutton have pulled away from the rest of this field, while third and fourth.
That's what we believe. We'll see what happened on that lot of contact off of turn number 1 on that initial start. We'll see what happens when they come across timing and scoring for the first time.
All right, here they come.
Yes, okay, Bergman leads Sutton, just like you said. Fry, and then Camilla Kanash, who was a threat early. Remember, she set a new track record in Tag Rookie.
That's pretty cool for Camilla. Yeah, for Camilla to do that, that's great. That's a good deal.
But I bet she wants the win right now, not worried about the record that'll go onto a board in the main track building.
Well, that means more as you go down the way. Whenever you're in your 50 years old and look back at that board and see your name on there, that means something at that point, right?
If she still has the record, right? Yeah. So Camilla Kanash applying pressure to Evan Fry for third out front. Bergman leads Liam Sutton. Not as much drafting happening in this class, so those top 2 might go away and stay away. Charles, we saw a great 4-cart battle in the pre-final. Doesn't look to be setting up that way here in the little bit longer final.
Bergman and Sutton are heading into turn number 1 right now. Our drone is in third spot, followed by Fry and Kanache as they head down into turn number 2. Meanwhile, up the hill in turn 2, boy, these KA100s.
And there you can see Killboy go right by there on the straight. Right. So one of these days, we're going to let Killboy win one of these things.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, let him take the checkers.
Can he film it while driving the drone backwards?
I'd like to see him cross right under the checkered flag. That'd be cool to see if he can get that low. And see if the flagman flinches whenever he comes by.
Bergman leads Sutton as they head off turn 9 through the S's, and they're headed back towards the clubhouse as we're riding along with them. Let's see if Sutton has anything for Bergman. He did not in the pre-final, but he's able to draw within a cart length as they head towards turn 16. Once again, Charles, we've heard maybe just biding his time, maybe letting the leader wear out his tires a little bit earlier in the race.
Yeah, it's been interesting to hear some of the strategy that goes on with these drivers.
Wait, Charles just popped in. I had said that Camilla Kanash had set the record. According to this, Liam Sutton just set a record.
Wow.
Here, 57.317 seconds in tag rookie. He did that not on this last lap, but the one before it. Maybe a little bit of a toe from Bergman let that happen. So a new record from.
Wow. Well, that's.
Although if I read these, it doesn't match up with the best times on the last lap. So I wonder if Bergman might have reset the record. Yeah, Bergman reset the record that last time around with a 57.271 seconds. So Charles, must be either something in the air or something in the gasoline in these engines. They're setting a lot of records here.
Or something in the
class.
timing, right? Well, I tell you what, they are doing a great job today. Something about this whole situation has been strong.
Bergman just broke his other record with a 57.158 seconds. So, Charles, at this point, you'd be wondering that the athletes are juicing up out there when they're setting this many track records. But you're seeing a maestro performance from Bergman and Sutton here.
Well, they're coming into turn number 4 right now. You saw a little bobble there from Bergman that time. That allowed Sutton to catch up a little more on the back bumper. Here goes Sutton looking for the inside. Can't do it. Pulls back in single file. That was actually the battle for 3rd and 4th, I believe, we were watching.
You're right. That was Camilla Kanash. So here's our battle for the lead. Bergman, the new record holder. So, Charles, you were saying about Kanash wanting that record. It's already erased from the chalkboard in the main building.
Well, didn't even get written up before it was over.
Probably not.
Off of turn number 17 right now. They're still in single file as they come by past the, well, not the green flag, but anyway, where the flag stand is, the start-finish line. Heading down to turn number 2 once again. We've got 5 laps complete. Working lap number 6, which will be the halfway flags next time by.
Charles, it's interesting to see record progressions happen at certain tracks where there'll be one magical night, especially on the dirt tracks. Everything's perfect, and then they won't break that record for almost a decade or more. How long has Rome Speedway had? I think it's Billy Moyer is the track record holder, and it's like an insanely fast time, and nobody's even close to that record now.
Well, it depends. Some of the asphalt tracks, back when they first asphalted in the 80s, they ran flat-sided dirt cars on them, and nobody will ever touch those records. Those cars were so fast on the asphalt when it was brand new that there's no way anybody can ever touch those records.
Put a sprint car out there. But even in the sprint car world, for a lot of years, the Eldora track record is like 2 decades before they broke it again because of rule changes. They made the cars put a little bit more weight, and by little, a couple 100 pounds, it had gone up. So the old records were just about untouchable. It took a long time for technology to overcome that.
You have to understand that the term late model is time sensitive. A late model that might hold a record in the 80s is far different than a late model today, but they're still classified as late models.
Yes.
So even though it's not the same technology and the same chassis and the same, apples for apples, it's still under classification of late models.
So once again,
when I was driving late models, there were 55 Chevrolets. That tells you how long ago late models.
Well, late model just really means new car.
Right.
Is really what that means. So, again, enjoying the tag rookie final here. Sutton giving a push to Bergman down into 16 and 17 as they're past halfway, coming to put lap number 7 onto the board. They've pulled clear by a healthy distance over Fry and Kanash. That's a 4-second gap. So it looks like these two will fight for honors on the top of the podium as they count down the laps.
Arthur Nahapedian in 5th spot now. Haven't called his name but a couple of times today. Francisco Puerta in 6th. Ivan Carvalho in 7th. Ryder Sutton is in 8th spot. Of course, we've mentioned the other 4, Josh Bergman, Liam Sutton, Camilla Canache, and Evan Fry. We mentioned them a number of times today. And, of course, Josh Bergman out front right now in this group as we follow them up the hill.
Does look like Canache was able to get by Fry for 3rd, although she is 4 seconds back, so would have quite a large amount of work to get back up to this lead pairing.
So they come through to complete lap number 8 this time. 4 more to go for our tag rookies. Just following the tag rookies, next time out we'll be getting our LO206 seniors on the track, so we'll be able to see them out on the track in just a little while.
one of those races of the day until
Yeah.
they had the race of the day until the KA juniors came onto the track. So now, Charles, it's starting to look like Bergman may be starting to eke away, and this happened in the pre-final where the top 4 were close for a while, and in the later laps, Bergman maybe just, I'm not going to say had fresher tires, but maybe used a little less of his tires and had them there later in the race. He was able to draw away from the rest of the
Sutton's kind of closing in once again, though. Looks like that there's a little bit of life left in Liam Sutton as his cart now takes up on the back bumper of Josh Bergman going into 16.
So once again, we welcome Al Edwards to the production studio. Al is the older version of Lincoln Massey, we'll say.
Without the Louisiana-style accent.
Yeah.
Is that what that is? Louisiana
I
style.
call
we'll
it.
go with that.
That's. He literally reminds me of a friend of mine that was, from the deep Louisiana South, Cajun, and he talked exactly like Lincoln. And I'm like, wow. And then I had another friend that sounded like Forrest Gump.
Covered all the bases, did you?
Oh, got to do that.
So Al, let's talk about the perspective of these drivers right now. Lincoln gave us the perspective that that guy in second spot just needs to hold his own and not show his hand too much until the last lap. I guess you probably concur with that.
I do, absolutely. It's one of those things where, as I said before, you've got to change it up a little bit, the driver up front and also the driver behind. Here we go. He just stuck his nose out, trying to get this guy to look over his shoulder and make a mistake. That's really what you're trying to do there. But it can result in a mistake that you make and cost you. So, this is going to be a really close finish. We'll see what Liam Sutton's got for Mr. Josh Bergman.
Yeah, Josh had gotten away from Liam a little bit.
Had.
They'd have 4 cart lengths or so between them, and now all of a sudden they're tightened back up once again.
They sure have, but there's a good gap between them right now, and not enough to make a run down through the back stretch here. So it's a really big gap that's opened up, but it's starting to close again as they come and start doing some late braking there going into turn 9.
Well, what a day it would be for Bergman. He won the pre-final. He's the new record holder in this class. What a day it would be to top this off at the top of the podium with a win here. He has about a lap and a half to make that happen. Sutton running out of road to be able to get in front of the driver of that number 4 card.
Well, they'll come to the white flag this time. They work off turn number 17. Here comes Bergman. White flag's in the air. He's got Sutton right behind him.
Kilboy running in third here, showing you all the action.
Yeah,
drivers drop down that hill into turn number 2. 3-story drop, a U-turn, and then immediately back up the hill. Bergman a couple of cart lengths ahead of Sutton here. Sutton's going to have some magical drive off this corner to put himself in position to make a pass.
Well, it's the final lap around. He's not tight enough to do anything in this corner. He's got 1 or 2, 1.5 maybe, passing zones left.
Bergman didn't look right going into turn.
No, he was running that middle line.
Yeah,
he was trying to be defensive.
He's
and
still got plenty of distance.
Got plenty of room to do it. Absolutely. He's now he's got 8 cart lengths.
Yeah, and I don't think there's much hope right now. I don't believe Sutton's going to be able to close in 16 and 17, so it looks like it's Bergman's race to lose right now as he comes down to the start-finish.
The checkers wave in the air. Josh Bergman, your winner, sweeping the day in our tag rookie division. Liam Sutton comes home in second. Camilla Kanash third. Evan Fry fourth.
Oh, she did get by Evan.
And Francisco Porta comes home in fifth in a spirited battle with Arthur Nahapatean, who ended up in 6th place. Yeah, Camilo made a pass with about 8 laps into the race. She was able to get up into third.
Well, that is our tag rookies. Our LO206 seniors going to be coming out next. LO206 seniors lining them up under the tower as they get ready to get those engines started and get a good roar coming up from underneath us. Meanwhile, Chris Conowald is over near the tech area, and he's going to be bringing the guys out. Al, in the tech area, do they check fuel? What do they check? Just weight, or is there more things that they check?
No, they check weight every single time, but they'll check fuel. So I was commenting earlier, Adam Phillips in the pre-final had a Walboro carburetor that CKNA has now outlawed as of last week, and it barely passed tech. And I mean barely passed, to the point where they confiscated it, and they said, do you have another carburetor that you can run? Bring it up here, we'll tech it. And so he actually swapped his carburetor out. So, bottom line is that the Walboro carburetor dates back all the way to 2011. It was Japanese built. It's a Japanese company, Walboro is. They're great carburetors. There's kind of some folklore about whether or not they're better than the ones that Briggs produces now. So we're going to delay the interview a little bit here. For our last race, we're going to see the start happen here at LO206 Senior, because LO206 Senior is always a barn burner. We're really looking forward to it. And as usual, Nick Laferdo is at the front.
Yep. Rest of the field: Grady Hughes, Will Dixon, Wesley Bacon, Luke Kondrowski, Ryan Curtin, Carson Craig, Jacob Loomis. And I was talking with Carson earlier today. We expected him to come up here, but he's been working on this cart, trying to get it ready to go. And you have a lot to do with Carson and his racing program.
I do. He's on the Wilbite team, and he's kind of a staple inside of the Wilbite team. But he's balancing his first year of college, and it's been tough for him. That's the bottom line. It's very, very busy young man, and we are going green, green, green here at LO206 Senior.
Well, it's good to see we got a good green flag start as they kept it together going through there. Now let's see if they can keep it together going down into turn 2. Bet they won't.
Well, we'll see. And we're going 1, 2, 3 wide, really leaning on each other. The first 4 positions there going through turn 2. Now coming up through turn 3, there's a lot of shuffling going back and forth right now. Going through 4, people running on the outside of the inside, 2 wide. Is it going to straighten out through the kink? Yes, it does.
Wow.
Oh, we got somebody almost off there coming through the kink, got pushed away.
And loses spots coming up through the field.
Not just one spot, he lost about 4. I'm not quite sure. That might be either Michael Succo or Nick Laferdo. Another one running wide. So it's, a lot of contact here. People getting super aggressive, trying to get their positions and keep their positions.
Well, one driver has gotten way away from the rest of the field right now. We'll find out who that's going to be in a moment. You think that's Laferdo?
I think that's Nick, yeah. Ryan Curtin is for sure in second. I see that Burrell cart of his, and Nick has got quite a commanding lead. I'm almost sure that's Nick.
All right, let's check them as they cross the line right now.
Yep.
Yes, Nick is in the lead. Ryan Curtin second. Michael Succo third. Carson Craig's moved up to fourth
position for Carson Craig.
How about that? Juan Pablo Garcia.
Fifth. So that's a Wilbite and Atlantalite engine group right there coming up. We're going to see if they're going to be able to catch up. But Nick's got quite a commanding lead. Now, here's the thing about Nick Laferdo. He is one cool cat, and even by himself can really – his consistency is in the hundredths of a second, not in the tenths of a second. So he could maintain this gap even with people bump drafting. He really could. He's just that good of a driver. I've always enjoyed driving with Nick Laferdo.
Well, he's coming up through the S's right now, working his way up the hill, and he's got a commanding lead. I would say that's about 12 cart lengths.
At least, yeah.
Over second place, and then second, third, fourth, and fifth.
Nose to tail.
Look at their battle going on. Wow.
That's exactly right. So now it's just a matter of who screws up and who can get by clean. That's the key, is just kind of keeping it clean. But now it's really turned into second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth. That's Grant Lockwood, I believe, in eighth there. Yep, sure is, and I recognize his cart. So, this pack is really staying tight. And we got a turn through turn 2. It looks like someone just made a move. Grant Lockwood's making a move out of turn 2 into turn 3, side by side. I'm not sure who he's side by side with, but he's going to duck back in behind.
Well, about a lap ago, you had mentioned that Laferdo had a big lead. It's just about gone.
Just about gone.
Second through fifth has reeled Laferdo back in as they head towards turn 9.
He sure has. And, again, it's one of these games where it was sunny when we started. Now the shade has come, and it looks like we have some pop-ups around us. The track keeps a lot of this weather away for a period of time, but when it gets powerful enough, it'll move back in. So, yeah, Ryan Curtin is now right back on
Wait a
top.
minute. Did you just subscribe to the Vortex Theory?
Oh,
Vortex. Yeah, it sounded like Vortex Theory to me.
That's what I was thinking.
Lakes and racetracks. But either way, we have still first, second, third, and fourth are real tight together. Ryan Curtin is caught right back up to Nick Laferdo, and it's a bump draft. We got Carson Craig, looks like in fourth, Michael Succo in third. So it's going to be an interesting battle here. It's going to end up being a battle for fourth with Juan Pablo Garcia and Carson Craig, as long as they can hang on to it. But this is the key. If they can just kind of hang on to it and not get crazy and race with each other, they can hang on to it until the last 2 laps. That would be the key here. And that group of 4 will and they really have pulled way away from the rest of the pack.
But
and
you're saying wait till the last couple laps. But for the driver, Juan Pablo Garcia in fifth, Does he have to go earlier, or is 2 laps not enough to get from 5th up to 1st?
You know, it's the thing is the race is longer, so a lot can change during the race. So if you start really, having at it, you're kind of burning your capital, so to speak.
In this case, your tires.
Your tires, your energy. It takes a lot of physiological energy to constantly battle with people. If you can just lay behind them and help them and bump draft and keep the pack really, really. Oh, here goes Juan Pablo Garcia to the inside of Carson Craig, and he's going to get by him. Oh, Carson Craig gets him up the hill. That was a tight line, and unfortunately he did not get it.
Al, it sounds like you're saying almost there's like a mental and emotional energy that happens when you're constantly on the attack that drains you.
It does.
Okay.
It reduces your focus. If the really, really great drivers, their heart rate hardly changes as they're driving. The really great ones that have enough mental fortitude, and you've experienced this. There are a lot of drivers that are just cool as a cucumber as they drive, no matter how long the drive is, and they only get excited in the last lap.
Well, we've got that breakaway up front. I guess you call that a breakaway. It's just a few car lengths of a breakaway with Laferdo and Curtin, Suko, Craig, and Garcia battling it out in third. Carson Craig's got to be, he's had an up and down year, and honestly, it's been quite a bit down for him. So it's good to see Carson up in that top 5.
Absolutely, it has been. He's had a lot of setup issues and things like that. He had a frame completely go away on him. He replaced that with his new Tony kart, and so he's getting that dialed in. It takes quite a bit of time to do that.
Hey, Al, wait a minute, let me ask about that. You say a frame that went away from was it flexing so much it could not be adjusted properly? What happens?
So the frame on a kart is quite frankly the suspension. It's spring loaded. It's made out of chrome moly tubing. And eventually they just go flat. They stop with their spring action, or they get flat spots on them. They get stress cracks in them, and they just stop working. And a lot of the time it's a slow progression. And we saw him this year. His performance, race after race after race, just started to go away. And now that he's done this frame swap and some tuning and some practice, look where he is.
So that sounds like just the number of laps, the number of hours
Yes.
you get on the kart. Up
Yeah.
front, Laferdo almost doing some defensive driving to hold on to the lead.
Yeah.
So back to the karts, just the kart basically, it does just wear out.
They do. They just physically wear out. And that's why, these vintage guys, these cars are back in the 1990s, they don't perform anywhere near as well as they used to when they were brand new. But, some karts get a little seasoned, and then they have a really, really good, fast spirit, for a number of races, and then all of a sudden, boom, it just goes away.
So how do you test that? If you're going to buy a used kart from someone, how do you test that frame to see if it's got the springiness it needs?
Well, there are lots of ways to do it. You can put it on a frame table and first of all make sure that it's straight. But as far as its spring ability, really, really difficult to test it, so to speak, other than test driving the kart and seeing if it has a lot of action in it.
Can you make a couple of laps in a kart and
you
know
can tell.
that if it's good or bad?
Absolutely.
Well, Al can. We couldn't.
Well, I didn't mean
No,
us.
Juan Pablo Garcia, he looks to the inside going up through Davis Bend. Doesn't quite decide to go for it, and that's okay. The thing is look at these guys just still running super close to each other. That gap between first and second and third, well, that started to close up a little bit. So third, fourth, and fifth, if they work together and just sit back and relax and work together, they'll be right back up on top of first and second. And that's when the maneuvers start happening.
Ryan Curtin was the winner in the pre-final, so he rolls in second place right now. Laferdo had a strong hand. I forget what happened to him in the pre-final, but he had some sort of issue and faded from that spot.
Yeah.
They work down the back stretch right now into turn number 9. Laferdo's still got the lead. Curtin is within striking distance. We're just past the halfway point, 7 laps complete, basically 7.5 laps complete right now as they head up the hill toward turn number 14, and Curtin is riding his tire tracks. He's closed back up once again.
Actually, I correct that myself. Laferdo lost to Curtin in the pre-final by 11 1/1000ths of a second. That was
I
the super
think it was
close
a drag race to the finish
with
there
Juan
at the end
Pablo
there.
Garcia,
Right.
so it was the 3-wide finish there.
And Juan Pablo now is running in 5th spot. He's just content for the moment to ride behind Carson Craig.
Yeah, and again, it's a matter of a game you're trying to play. See who's got the weakness and where they've got the weakness and where you might have a strength that you can exploit that. But as close as these guys are running, Juan Pablo would almost have to pass both carts in order to make a good, clean pass, unless Carson really bobbles it and screws up, and they're managed to get a gap between him and Michael Suko. So it would be really difficult to try and pass him, get a flying pass like going in here to turn 6, like you can when you pass an individual cart. Oh, Michael Suko looks to the inside there. Nope, nothing doing, not going to happen.
Well, Carson took a quick look to the inside.
He
as
sure
well.
did.
Yeah. So they come back up the hill once again, and they do that little snake thing through those corners as they get ready to come to 16 and 17. Let's see if anybody's going to try to sneak out and do a pass here.
Yep, so again, that gap has opened up a little bit between first and second and the third, fourth, and fifth position. And hopefully they can reel that back in, because that's when things get really, really hot here. Either that is just really a race for the podium. And as you can see, Carson Craig's bumper is on Michael Suko. And here comes Juan Pablo Garcia almost down to the inside. Carson gives him a little bit of a block.
Oh.
And now coming up, he looks to the inside again of Carson Craig. But you see what that cost him. Now they're 2 cart lengths behind Michael Suko, so hopefully they can catch back up to Michael Suko.
Yeah, Garcia's pushing him as they head into the kink right now. You see those 2 cars in the back of this top 5.
Yep. And we've got 3 laps to go here, so it's, still anyone's guess as to who's going to end up in third position. But if they keep on racing each other, they're going to give it to Michael Suko.
So Ryan Curtin was up front last time, Laferdo in second. Do you think Curtin's just biding his time, going to try to make a move?
Curtin is doing exactly what I tell drivers to do. He is just hanging out there, looking for that weakness, and he is going to try and find it. These guys are going to end up finishing thousands of seconds away from each other.
Laferdo got pipped at the line in the pre-final.
By 11 thousandths?
What will he change this time so he doesn't get caught with that? I think it was a crossover type move on 16.
It was. He's going to actually probably try and run in the middle of the track and not let Ryan Curtin get a good line on him so he can do the crossover, which we've seen that over and over and over again over the past few races. Is Ryan Fiorentino, if you remember that crossover that he did, and he just did it a little bit too late, and he couldn't get past Juan Pablo Garcia.
So our top 2 have drawn clear, and again we see
sure
Curtin
have.
Just bumping Laferdo down.
But you see how he's bumping him, and now he's backing off a little bit. So he's trying to set Laferdo up for a pass.
But he's making sure that these top 2 won't have anyone else in the picture, as
That's
the
exactly
next 3
right.
are about 8 cart lengths behind.
Does that bumping, does that distract the driver that's in the front?
Oh, they're side by side for first for a moment there.
Yep, it does not. It's actually expected here, and there's hand gestures that we do, tapping the back of the helmet.
Is there a limit? I mean, do you just continue to bump, or is that something as a gentleman's agreement? I'll bump you 3 times and quit. What's the deal?
No, you do it anytime you get a chance. That's the bottom line.
So it helps both of you.
Absolutely does.
Okay.
Charles, it's not the Teddy Christopher rule, the 3 bump rule.
Yeah.
The 3 bump maximum top 5.
Now look, they're starting to bunch up
tail.
again. They are really nose to tail again.
Curtin tried to make a pass on lap 14 and turn 14, and I think that lets the rest of the field get back together. So the elastic is all sprung together.
It sure
as
has.
They head out
here
to
comes
the clubhouse
Carson Craig
turn.
and Juan Pablo Garcia. They might be able to make a run on it, but they are going to stay where they are. Carson Craig ducks back in behind first, second, and third place of Michael Suko, and so he's going to suck right back up.
Thought Jose was going to make a move there for a minute on
maybe,
Carson.
Maybe. He's still thinking about it.
All right,
Juan
top
Pablo,
spot.
Top spot. Here comes Ryan Curtin. Laferdo closes the door on him pretty hard there, and here comes Michael Suko.
Look out,
to the side of right.
Look at
Curtin.
Suko.
Nope, not going to get it. You going to try a crossover? Yeah, maybe you might get it here. Ryan Curtin pinches him down.
Oh,
sorry.
wow.
Ryan Curtin is going to get the second place, puts his hands up in the air. What are you doing?
You could see Curtin nodding his head side to side with frustration.
Yeah.
As this time, Nick Laferdo wins in the final for our LO206 senior division. He got pipped at the line in the pre-final. He amended that error with a win in the final. Ryan Curtin comes home second. Michael Suko third. Carson Craig fourth.
Good job
Juan
for Carson
Pablo
Craig
Garcia in
and Juan Pablo. Carson Craig, Wheelbite Racing, and Juan Pablo. It's great.
Well, it's interesting to watch these guys come around. We're going to head down to Victory Lane. Chris Conowald has got our winners in there for the tag rookie. So let's go down to Chris and see who he's got.
Here with some of our record setters today. We've got Camila Canache, we've got Josh Bergman, we've got Liam Sutton out here today, and we've got our 2 out-of-state guests here today. Josh, how many times have you been here?
Never.
This was your very first time, and tell everybody where you're coming from.
I'm coming from Miami.
from Miami, Florida. And Liam, you're visiting us from North Carolina, is that right?
Yep.
And our local girl, Camila Canache, Cami, right? You guys set some records today. And Josh, and your mom is right there. She was telling us about that record. What was your record-setting time here today?
57.158.
That's fast.
Yeah, and with times like that, you guys, I mean, that record could stand for a very, very long time. So do you plan to come up from Miami and visit us more often here at Atlanta Motorsports Park?
We don't know yet.
And what do you think it would what would take? What if we were to make, instead of a prize medal, what if it were like some sort of I don't know, what would you like to win if you came here to Atlanta Motorsports Park?
Trophy.
Yeah, big trophy. How about you, Liam? What would you like to win?
Trophy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. How about you, Camila?
Trophy.
A trophy. Okay, very good. So you guys are all going to be on the podium together. We learned something interesting about the two of you guys. Liam, you're our senior member here at a whopping 11 years old. Is that right?
Yep.
And you two are how old exactly?
8 years old. We're 3 days apart.
Yeah. So strangers become friends. So you guys are. What's your birthday?
April 24.
And you are?
April 21st.
Yeah, and both of you guys hold records here at our track. So congratulations. Who do we want to shout out to?
I want to shout out to my dad. He was working a lot in my car and everything, and my grandpa and my cousin.
All right, and Josh, how about you?
I'd like to thank Thierry, Leo, my mom, my dad. I would like to thank everybody.
Everybody. Okay, how about you?
I'd like to thank God, my mom, dad, Sergio, Cero, Nitro Kart, and that's it.
All right, well, I'm going to see all three of you on the podium in just a little while. For now, I want you guys are all winners in my book, so I want you to hold up number 1 for YouTube right there. Hold it up.
Yeah, there you go.
Let's give them a round of applause, everybody.
Congratulations to all 3 drivers. That's
all
awesome.
All right, we'll send it back up to you guys, Charles.
Chris, we're going to come down to you in a minute for the next section of interviewees. By the way, just in case you want to know, in case I win a race here, I want a Praga race car from next door as my winnings.
Okay.
Just $250,000.
Just a quarter mil,
It's,
right.
It's good to have a dream, Charles. So here we go, our LO206 junior final. They put on a show in the pre-final. We got a green flag here, and we should get 2 extra laps of battle. So that was a victory lane interview with our tag rookie podium, as well as a couple of records that were set today. Here, Alyssa Vasquez leads the field up the hill. She won the pre-final in an emotional win, Charles. We'll see what will happen. She had a battle in that pre-final, falling as low as 4th, and then able to work back up to the top. While that happens, we're going to go back down to victory lane. Chris Conowald has our winners from our LO206 senior division. Chris, take it away.
Okay, yeah, so I've got Nick, I've got Ryan here, and they were having a debate, and I walked right into it, and I felt like I am an attorney and a mediator, and I feel like I instinctively need to mediate here something, but let's start with our race winner, Nick.
So I jumped out to a lead, and me and Ryan controlled the race pretty much just like we normally would do. And then about 2 laps to go, we were going down the back straightaway, and I knew he was getting a run, and I pressed the brakes down the back straightaway to ruin his run. He's not happy about it. He's done stuff that I'm not happy about. That's racing. Hey, that's it. That's all I can say.
All right, so as far as that tactic is concerned, your rebuttal, sir, kind sir.
Well, I mean, I have not looked through the specific rule book here. I took it when it happened as an attempt to get me a pushback bumper penalty. And he says that wasn't the case, and okay, I'll believe him on that because I like Nick, right? But I don't think I've raced in many disciplines of racing where a brake check is a thing that is okay. Whether or not it's against the rules, I don't know. I personally think it's unsportsmanlike. But that's just like my opinion, So.
Well, as a father of 5 that play football, it's a good thing you guys aren't like making physical contact with one another because look at the handshake. Let's do it for YouTube right there. All right, let's get your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I was behind these guys and I saw some great racing the entire time. Obviously, these guys are all, great racers, great drivers. The skill level in the top 3 is so high that it's so difficult to determine what's racing and what's dirty and things, But coming into it, I mean,
I just saw him come over. He pressed the brakes, sure, but at the same time, that's racing. You know, he got it to ruin his run. That's part of it. That's what happens. And, you know, they can argue, but at the end of the day, it's for the stewards to decide. So.
Yeah, well, guys, no question about it. All three of you are going to be on the podium. You may have invented a new race tactic. I don't know.
Let's not.
But
it's not a race tactic. All I was doing was trying to defend my position.
Well,
That's racing.
who knows? But the three of you guys are going to be standing right up there with me. Congratulations to each of you. Yeah, keep it exciting. Chris, what do you have to say? All right, back up to you guys. Chris is just speechless.
All right,
Well,
thank you, Chris.
I tell you, brake checking has been around as long as they invented the hub-style brakes.
That's
I think.
exactly right.
And the good drivers will tell you they don't, but you just can't spot it when they do it.
I remember even one year in the Indy 500, Emerson Fittipaldi did it on a restart.
Yep,
to,
he
to
did.
get the jump. So it's been happening
That's
for
right.
a couple of generations. Back on track with our LO206 Junior Final. Alyssa Vasquez leads Scotty Arnold and Ian Patterson, with Austin Johnson trying to get in this in fourth. Couple of those names we didn't mention earlier on. I know Javier Soto had the chain fall off in the pre-final, so I don't believe we had Ian.
There's a run on Alyssa Vasquez here. She might get a double pass here, but she's going to late break it.
Oh,
my. Oh, wow, contact, Alyssa.
Scotty Arnold going up on two wheels,
Wow, almost a
bicycling
flip.
there.
Almost a flip.
So we'll see how things settle out. Vasquez loses a couple of spots. Arnold just about loses it all and is able to get back underway, but desperate moments in turn number 9. We're going to see it on replay. Vasquez held the line, Arnold on the inside. Al, we're lucky we didn't see one going upside down there.
Man, Arnold just really drove it in over his head right there. Watch this as he goes in over Alyssa, and my goodness, gets her out of the groove, and she's able to recover, but not Scotty Arnold for the moment.
So a great replay courtesy of, that was Killboy on the drone shot there. We'll see what our race directors decide as they look at that in review. Back out front.
So now it looks like Alyssa is now third.
Austin Johnson's in the lead with Ian Patterson in second.
Yep. And they're bump drafting. They work together. They can keep Alyssa out. But Alyssa's a fast driver, so she might be catching right back up to him.
Yeah, she's got quite a bit of track to make up right there. And you wonder, is there any damage? Do these drivers suffer damage on their karts that might be an issue in handling?
Yeah, when a double contact like that, where he went up like that can bend an axle.
But would it hurt Alyssa's kart as well as Scotty's?
No, her kart remained 4 flat, and it didn't look like she jumped at all. So I think she's going to be okay, because she's starting to catch these guys now.
So she was just knocked out of the groove basically at the time.
Yeah. I mean, they were side by side. You guys have seen me and Danny May run side by side through that corner. I think that right there was just a lack of skill level. A little bit tight, running too tight through that corner, because you got to give them the line.
Yeah,
and you're side by side like that.
The leader obviously gets the nod there. The leader should be the one that kind of controls the line.
Yeah, it should be. When you're side by side, there's 2 lines through turn 9 there, and you can run all the way through. You've seen me and Danny May do that before, and so it's one of these things where close racing equals contact, can equal damage, can equal costing you the race. So it was way too early for that kind of really in your face. So I think it was more of a mistake on both of their parts. But that's just me. Again, opinions.
Scotty's back in 6th now. He was battling for the lead, but now winds up in 6th spot at the moment. Let's see if he can better his position. Of course, Alyssa is back in 3rd and trying to close in, but she's not making much of a gain on those 2 up front right now.
Unless they really start to race each other and start to slow down, I just don't think there's much hope there. But then again, we've seen Alyssa come back from the back before, so it's going to be anybody's race still. We're halfway through it at the lap 6 out of 12.
1.7 seconds the gap that time around. That will be something to monitor if the 2 karts in the lead draft away from Alyssa Vasquez, who's currently rolling.
I believe Alyssa has the fastest lap of the race here.
Yeah. Looks like it. She may be pedaling for all she's got to try to catch up with those guys and try to get around them. Again, she's heavy on her heart today is her mom, who passed away a couple of weeks ago, and she's racing in her memory and racing for a cure for breast cancer. Yep. So she's got a lot on her mind to try to see if she can put that thing in victory lane today.
Something else we're seeing a lot more gray clouds in the sky. Storms are in the area. We hopefully will get the program in before rain gets onto the track, as we see maybe a quick look for the lead by Ian Patterson. He pulls back in behind Austin Johnson. But, Al, we've talked about the sun and the shade. I imagine we'll be, well, as I say it, we're going to be in full shade the rest of the day. Now here comes the sun.
Here comes the sun back out, and it literally makes seconds of difference.
Guys, Alyssa's closing in.
She is.
Yeah, she has gained some position on the racetrack right now.
I think they really bobbled it because now there's a gap between first and second place, as we were talking there. And so, now Alyssa's within striking distance. We have 4 more laps to go.
And she gained about a half second. It was 1.1 and some change.
Yeah, so she's right there with them now. So she's going to start picking these guys off.
She is a pro at passing people.
She really is.
She passes people as well as anybody I've seen. So, and her prime spot is right there.
That's
Turn
right.
14, when she comes up through here, she may make some effort.
Johnson, our leader in that blue cart, you could see him looking over his shoulder as now our top 3 nose to tail into 16.
Yep. She's obviously got some extra momentum and power here. She's going to bump draft, maybe make this this pass here for turn 1 between Ian Patterson.
Wow.
Ian Patterson gets it. Alyssa Vasquez through as well.
What a great move.
Drive
That's
there.
right. That's what that was. And so Alyssa's just going to end up picking off Austin Johnson here.
Fantastic move. And, it's exciting to see these youngsters learn what they do. And look at Alyssa going to the inside. And the kink, oh, my goodness, she looked down to the inside for a moment.
Did.
Now she's got some momentum.
On the outside. See you later. She's checking out.
She's got that momentum. Has another gear in that cart as she goes back to the lead in turn number 9. She lost it a few laps ago. Reclaims it at the spot of where the incident happened.
Wow.
Alyssa Vasquez, your new leader.
Man, what a great drive for her to come back up from spinning out and almost losing an opportunity to win this race to now being back in contention.
Now you can see her clearly tap the back of her helmet.
Let's go. Bump draft.
Yeah, get behind me and let's get settled in here.
Yeah, get behind me, not beside me, right?
That's right.
So the lap's starting to wind down. We've completed 9 right now. 3 more to go as Alyssa Vasquez leads Austin Johnson in this final race for these drivers in the LO206 Junior right now.
Alyssa runs wide, and Johnson goes onto the inside and makes the pass.
So our new leader once again, Johnson back to the point. Ian Patterson in third really has come unhitched from this battle, so it looks like a 2-driver duel to the finish with less than 3 laps remaining.
Yeah, it's Patterson now who controls everything. Johnson who controls everything down into turn number 9. And Alyssa's riding his tire tracks as they work their way back up the hill, getting ready to complete 10 laps. They'll be shown 2 to go this time by as they work up.
Al, was that a case that she just missed the mark into turn down into
just
2?
Totally missed the mark into turn 2, and he took advantage of it. But she's all over him, and so it's just a matter of time. She has a little more power, I think, than Austin, and so she's going to end up making this pass, most likely on the backstretch where she likes to pass here. But who knows? She might just change it up a little bit.
And I know Lincoln Massey's come back up here in the tower with us. And, Lincoln, you and Alyssa have had some spirited battles over the year, haven't you?
He's nodding his head vigorously, yes.
Yeah.
Down into turn 2 and up the hill again. Austin Johnson, your leader. Alyssa Vasquez.
Alyssa Vasquez sucks
about
right back up.
a foot behind first place. In the waning laps of our LO206 Junior final. Charles, we enjoyed 10 great laps earlier. We're into the bonus section here, the final 2 laps of the final.
I think Alyssa is doing the smart thing. Is she's just laying back and not going to battle back and forth here. She's going to lay back a little bit and wait for that weak spot, most likely on the backstretch, and make that slingshot on the last lap.
So now, experience level, how is Austin Johnson compared to Alyssa, in your opinion? What have you seen?
I honestly don't know, but Austin has an extremely good driving style. I mean, he really is aware that she's back there. You can tell. He's also racing the race in front of him. He's not looking back at her a lot, but he can hear her and he can feel her. So here it is. The white flag is out. It's the last lap. Alyssa, is she going to take it home? Let's see what happens here through turn 2. She's still right on the bumper. Runs a little bit to the outside, opens up a little bit of a gap, but Alyssa's going to catch up in turn 3 here, as she always does. Going through turn 4, she's setting up for that pass. I can promise you that right now. She is just inching up. She's coming for it. Here she goes. I guarantee you she's going to get.
Johnson
She is
with the block
almost,
down
she's
to the
up
inside.
beside him. It's a slow pass, but she's going to make it. Late braking in the turn 9, and Alyssa Vasquez takes first place back halfway through this
So
lap.
Austin Johnson tried to block, and he got
Austin Johnson off the
course.
track. He ran wide and
Trouble.
stopped. It looked like he
had
lost
some
a chain.
trouble.
Oh, no, Alyssa's going to take it. She can just relax and
Wow.
take it home.
Man, I tell you, she is so far ahead now of even the drone. He can't keep up with it.
Well, Kilboy's going to catch up, but it should be a special moment. Alyssa Vasquez went through adversity in this final. She is seeing the checkers in the air. Alyssa
Wow.
Vasquez, your LO 206 junior winner.
Way to go, Alyssa. Awesome job.
And in the inset, the frustration for Austin Johnson, some sort of mechanical on the back turn of the final lap.
Well, the top 5, I think Ian Patterson finished in second spot. Javier Soto was in that top 5 somewhere along in there as well.
Soto was third. Scotty Arnold recovered for fourth with Max Lara coming home.
All
in
right.
fifth.
So the last 2 races are going to be KA100 and Shifter. I'm going to bid you guys adieu because I've got a big camp, as you know, to clean up and get everything loaded in the trailer and make like a tree and leave.
Yeah, I tell you what, Al, it's always good to see you. Your insight is invaluable to us because we don't know what the heck we're doing, so it's good to have somebody up here that does.
Well, it's great to share the booth with you two. I always enjoy it. And Charles, you know, you guys and John, you're both legends here. Really do appreciate the invite.
All right, can I have your attention, please? We have a lightning strike in the area. We're under a 30-minute rule for lightning, so no track activities, nothing to be going on for the next 30 minutes. We do have a 30-minute lightning strike pause right now.
So obviously your dad's still here.
Test.
Can I have your attention, please? If you are finished racing for the day, please turn in your transponders. If you're finished racing for the day, if you've completed your races, please turn in your transponders now. Attention, please. Need to bring your transponders to the tower. Please bring your transponders to the tower. Leonardo Oliveira, Tyrus Clements, Bobby Young, Nick Laferdo, and Mason Dalton Bryant. Again, Leonardo Oliveira, Tyrus Clements, Bobby Young, Nick Laferdo, and Mason Dalton Bryant. Please bring your transponders to the tower. Thank you. Tell me when you're up.
Is it already on?
Yeah, it'll be on when you turn it on. Well, we're here in the tower. Alyssa Vasquez has joined us up here. Alyssa, you had an interesting race. Man, I tell you what, we were, it looked like you were out of the picture, and all of a sudden you were right there in the hunt, wound up with the win. Pretty cool.
Yes, sir. I mean, it was scary, honestly, for the first part. Scotty Arno came up on the side of me and just clipped off my arm and took the corner of my seat off. And I mean, I tried to break free and then I was off. I was going to let's see if I can catch the pack, and I did.
Well, we were concerned that you might have damage to your cart, but it wasn't anything that caused a problem as far as handling or the running of the cart.
No, sir. It's just a side pod and the Nerf bar and then this corner of my seat. That's about it.
Yeah, well, what an interesting move that was, and then you were able to bring that back
Charles,
home.
I gotta jump in. So you said the corner of your seat was like is no longer there?
I mean, it's still intact, barely intact, but it's cracked all the way down.
So that means he came not just onto sort of the side pod, but he was
all the way up. He clipped my arm. His back tire clipped my arm.
How's your arm look here?
I mean, no marks or anything.
Wow.
Okay.
So did were you sitting in the seat firmly at the time, or did you kind of move out of the way and it got the seat cracked?
I was in it firmly. I didn't
It's
move.
hard to tell when things happen that quickly, I'm sure.
Yes, sir.
Well, from your perspective, what did you think psychologically at that point? Did you think, oh, crap, I'm out of this thing? Or did you think, man, I'm going to go back and fight and get all I can? What was your train of thought?
At first, when I first made contact, I was like, oh, I'm probably going to either break a spindle or something was going to happen. And then I was like, okay, I broke free. So I was like, maybe I have a chance. I can redeem myself and try to catch up to the leaders.
Well, then you lost the lead again.
And then I lost the lead again.
Yeah, a couple of laps coming into turn 3 and 4 right here. That was an interesting spot. You kind of bobbled just a little bit, and then you were able to overtake that again. Man, you are the master at passing in that area that we talked about where nobody passes. You can pull some things off there.
Yes, sir. It was, I mean, really all thanks to, what was his name? I can't remember his name. The 115. 115, we helped each other a lot, and I pushed him, and he pushed me, and I mean, great shout out to him. I mean, just helping me get up there.
Yeah, well, today is a special day. That's one reason we wanted to talk to you. You
Yes,
had a
sir.
goal coming in today. You wanted to win. You wanted to win for your mom. You wanted to win for Race for the Cure. There's a number of things that were on your mind, hot and heavy today. So explain a little bit about that.
I mean, really my main goal was winning it for my mom. I mean, just appreciate her, how much she's done for me and our family, and I mean, how much we miss her. So I just really wanted to appreciate her and everything that she's done,
And
especially her support.
Dev passed away a couple of 3 weeks ago. How long ago?
I think it was the 18th.
Yeah. Okay. So about 3 weeks ago.
About 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. Of course, as you said earlier, it was something that you were expecting, but you never expected when it really happened. You didn't
Right.
expect it right then.
Yes, sir. I mean, we were as prepared as we were going to be until it actually happened.
Yeah. Okay. So now you pretty much got the championship sewn up. That's
Yes, sir.
4th championship for you. So what's going to be happening for you from this point on? You're going to be back and race with us again in the next round?
Yes, sir. I'm actually going to try to move up to senior for the last race and race.
Oh,
the
really?
Last race in
Hey,
senior.
hey, hey.
I was given a challenge, and I'm going to try to accept that challenge.
So now, are you taking your cart, or you get a different Roberts cart, or what are you going to do?
I'm probably going to run my cart. I'm going to have to obviously fix some things before that happens, and obviously I think I'm going to go up to their weight as well, so I have to add more weight.
But you change slides? Is
Yes,
that
sir.
about the only thing you do
That's about the only
engine-wise?
thing.
Okay. Put a little weight on, and you'll be ready to go.
Yes, sir.
Alyssa, we are so happy that you were able to get the win today, especially under the circumstances, and thank you so much for spending time with us.
Thank you.
Alyssa Vasquez, you can check her out. You always see Alyssa. You can tell the pink helmet, the pink driving suit, the pink cart. You're going to have a pink Jeep in your sights one of these days? Alyssa has joined us in the tower. The skies still look a bit ominous. John, is that a meteorological word, ominous? I don't know if it is or not. But anyway, they look a little tough off toward our. I'm going to say that's north. Is that north?
No, I think over that way is to the east where the
That's
camera is
east.
pointing. Because look at the shadows coming in for the people walking. So the sun would be to the west of where those people are. So that's generally off to the east. Ominous is. It's just a word that means bad, means trouble's coming. And for weather, you can have ominous conditions, but you're right, a lot of dark, thick, ugly gray clouds. Although the storms today are generally moving to the east or to the east-northeast. So the weather that would be coming towards us would be behind where this camera is, behind the building. But we have had, again, some lightning strikes in the area, so we're just waiting until we're 30 minutes past any lightning strike within the halo. I think most of the convection has been to the north of us. It's not headed this way, but it's just holding us up from getting back to the racing we love.
Well, we should be going back green again in just a little while. I think we're getting the folks lined back up ready to go. Have we made the announcement to get to the carts yet, Mikey? Are we going to? How do we stand on getting folks ready to go?
We're doing this live too.
Yeah,
Charles.
yeah. We are live trying to find out exactly what's going on ourselves.
Ooh.
So I think that
Charles,
we're getting
actually,
close.
That's what you're seeing out there is those ugly clouds is this radar that some storms are really blown up to the east of us. So.
Well, we will take another break. Be back in just a few moments. We wanted to get Alyssa in right before we started racing, and it looks like racing is going to be delayed just a few more minutes. We'll let you know whenever we need to get drivers to the carts and get the officials back on the race course. Attention, please, all finished races. All racers who are in podium finishes, please come to the tower. We're going to have your podium ceremonies here. Now, we've not made a decision yet on the remaining 2 races, but if your race has been completed and you have a podium finish, let's go ahead and report to the tower, please, for your podium finishes. Come inside. We're going to make those presentations inside in the dining area. Drivers that have podium finishes in all completed races, please report to the tower. We're going to have you in the tower for your podium presentation. Come on up to the lunchroom area in the tower. Second story, podium will be presented in the tower. And the families, anybody that wants to come, we've got plenty of room, so come on in. All podium presentations for the races that have been completed will be held right now in the tower in the dining area. Bring your families and come on up now. A correction, please. Podiums will be held in the standard location, so please report to the regular podium presentation area. All podium finishers, you will get your awards in the standard podium finish area, so please report there.
All right, families, everybody make your way. We're going to be doing the podiums here in just a minute for the finished races. We've got the medals. Just make your way around. We got a beautiful rainbow. And fortunately, no lightning in the area. So make your way around. We got your podiums coming up.
Well,
Well-
race fans, we do have an announcement due to the continued presence of lightning in the area. The day's activities on the track have been concluded. We will have podiums with Chris in their normal location. But, Charles, we've had a great day of racing, but we're not going to get to see the KA100 and the shifter class.
Well, John, it's always great to work with you. We appreciate Will Rigdon and the staff he's put together here. What a stellar group of people we get to work with. Nothing like coming to Atlanta Motorsports Park and being part of this great broadcast team.
Absolutely. The next race in the series will be back in action September 30th for the 8th and final round of the Kart Championship Series. And viewers, we'd love to have you on, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube. Please follow or subscribe so you'll get notified when we go live.
So for, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on your
I was
toes.
going to do the line, but you can there, Charles.
For Will Rigdon, our executive producer, and for John Matthews, I'm Charles Head signing you off today. We'll be back again at the end of September, so look for broadcast dates, and we'll see you then.
And once again, if you are a finished racer who's got a podium, make your way up here to the usual